You know, when I first made this YouTube channel, I was actually just a fan of How to Train Your Dragon. I did see the movies and I still loved them. I even caught the odd episode of Riders and Defenders of Berk on TV. And I even started making content on this series all the way back in 2017. Coming up to 7 years ago, when 5 seasons of Race to the Edge were out. Inevitably, I ended up binging the entire show. And I don't know what it was specifically, but it deeply reacted to my core. The show expanded How to Train Your Dragon in all the ways I love, looking at these different animals in the world, how they function and their relationship with their surroundings and other species, the different relationship between the dragon riders and the characters themselves, Hiccup's inventions, even the villains were so much more intriguing. The world was so much more fun to explore than I ever anticipated. And by all means, this isn't a perfect show, and I don't pretend it is, but this was the glue that really stuck the special interest in this franchise. And now we have the third movie come and go. We look forward to what comes next in this franchise. A sequel series called Dragons: The Nine Realms. Oh no! This series is set 1,300 years after the events of the original How to Train Your Dragon series, so I guess it's a new era, a more modern interpretation of the franchise. Although a little tired, there is potential within that. It can tackle some new topics or themes that the old era couldn't really go into that much because of the time period it was set in, or offer something completely new as its own thing. Each season either has 6 or 7 episodes, which isn't a lot. They make up for it by releasing a new season every couple of months. And over a 2-year time span, with 8 seasons being pushed out, we reach roughly the equivalent amount of content we've had before. The structure of these episodes are relatively similar as well. Being episodic in nature, where all the arcs and content are remained in that single episode, there is continuity going forward, but there's still some overarching themes and arcs that build towards an end goal. Just like the previous series is. Ish. I think they're a tad bit more episodic. But this is neither a good thing or a bad thing, it's just what it is. However, being only 6 or 7 episodes per season leads to a relatively formulaic structure, with each rider getting 1 or maybe 2 episodes per season, with season 1 being the worst example of this. One episode is to set up the series, the location, events, basic characterizations and connections. Episode 2 is Tom connecting with Thunder. Episode 3, June with Wei. Episode 4, D'Angelo with Plowhorn. Episode 5 with Alex and Feathers. With episode 6 fighting the big bad dragon as a group up moment where they officially become the new Dragon Riders. Just ignore the glaring similarity it has to the first film, and prepare for some upcoming horrific nostalgia bait. But anyway, we should start with the first couple of parts. The First Flight Part 1. The episode starts with a storybook opening of how dragons are just myths. A very boring opening we've seen thousands of times. At the very least, it continues the narrative we left off from. Dragons no longer existing in the eyes of the people.
If they ever existed at all.
Now, I'm emphasizing such a basic narrative continuity because this is the only time they do it. Yet, the first minute is the most continuity we get in the entire show. The events of the show take place because there was a comet that struck the Earth, which opened up a fissure where the dragons are lurking. It's a scientific-based research in the location because the trench is like as deep as the Mariana. In terms of world building, the natural phenomenon opening up a gap to the hidden world is consistent. In the third film, it's a massive volcanic caldera. This was kinda goofy that this was formed as a result of a meteorite. I guess an earthquake would make more sense. But this is the only time it's mentioned, and the subject is more on the actual fissure itself rather than the space rock, which I think is appropriate. This is also in a nondescript location, which I am questioning. You would think the creators would confirm that is around the barbaric archipelago, considering the events that will eventually happen within this show. I also find it very funny that they bring up poisonous gas that never comes into play at any point throughout the entire show, except for the part where they get high as balls. Already questions arise from the lack of thought process in the writers. How haven't the dragons escaped? Why are they not roaming the surface, or at least being picked up by any technology surrounding the fissure? Cameras, scanners, drones and more. I know I'm questioning this really early on into the show, but this is the thing that's completely overlooked, which in the grand scheme of things isn't the most important thing, but it's that nonsensical crack forming in the show's world building, eventually becoming something the size of a caldera later on. The two land and some mixed bag storytelling happens. We are told that Tom is irresponsible and reckless, June is into the mystics and arts or whatever, has mummy issues and is cringy.
Present in this dimensional timeline.
D'Angelo deals with the pressures of a militant father, and Alex is shy, I guess, presumably liking technology as she hides behind the tablet.
She said, here.
Hello? Show, you just gonna sit there? Okay. And we are told that Tom is irresponsible and reckless. Yeah, it happens twice. One meaningless tour later, Tom sneaks off to the lower deck and spots something mysterious. Earthquake happens and a convenient portion of the platform falls off. He's so stupid. The bit isn't even attached to the earth. Oh, and the character just standing there and not moving when she should be obviously doing so is Linda. She's being completely useless. Anyway, Officer Earl saves them all. Okay. We're told that Tom is irresponsible and reckless. Wait, again? The exposition in the show is outstanding. Chief Baker has words with Tom.
You see this contact lens split like wood?
But like most lines of dialogue in the show, it is meaningless, instantly contradicting his prior point.
What you did back there, pretty stupid, pretty brave too.
He's basically saying you shouldn't do it. He's also congratulating him for doing it at the same time.
I got my eye on you.
The scene with Tom and his mother is interesting. I want to look at it more with an analytical lens, as last time I completely brushed over it like an idiot, but these moments are crucial in the setup of these characters, so we can understand their decisions later in the show. Naturally, as a mother, she is very angry at her son for needlessly putting his life at risk. She clearly cares for him and drills in that he needs to stay safe. But there's also an addition to their relationship. She jokes and plays with her son, which I think is great to see. There is more to their relationship than just a parental figure. They are also friends, and Tom in response continually ignores the advice from others, being reckless and impulsive. A character flaw, kind of overused, but it's one. Tom is now playing with his drone and has a chat with June. Their relationship starts quite well. A little banter, a little playfulness. We still only know June like mystical stuff.
We're fated to be here, we both were, and something big happens.
Gosh, the foreshadowing is terrible. Would he punch me around the face whilst you're at it?
Life-changing.
Ah, you bitch. Tom takes the drone to explore the fissure, discovering something odd in the rocks. This is the last segment of the episode and a replica of the downed dragon scene. The writers obviously want the main character to start the connection with the dragon, having it trapped so the boy can free it. But this version is so weak compared to the movie that I genuinely wish they tried something new. As a fan, I've already seen this, and it's done much better. Now, is comparing the film to this show unfair? Yes! One is a multi-million-dollar movie and one's obviously a lower budget TV series. However, they're the ones who wants to draw the comparisons first, not me. But even so, I'm going to do my best to be fair with the expectations I'm setting upon the show, because despite how great it is in the film, I know drama can be pulled off effectively in TV shows. We've seen it before, and this is quite an important aspect as this is the bond between Tom and Thunder. This will be a little case study. Both scenes are around the same length, so they both have the same amount of time to achieve their desired effect. Both boys are walking towards the point, one looking for their drone, one looking for the downed dragon. Once they both discover the dragon, Hiccup is shocked and scared, ironically bringing out a tiny knife for self-defense, and slowly approaches the creature with a long note bringing uneasiness. Tom's curiosity peaks as he peeps. He gets jump scared and the music races. I hate the line, "Okay, time to go." You get a sense of nonchalantness, like he's not really that scared. So if Tom doesn't care, why should the audience? I also find it quite silly that Thunder is trapped behind a pile of rocks. It's a moment that just feels like a thing just happens, and as an audience you just have to accept it. Comparing to How to Train Your Dragon, where we know how Toothless got there. Hiccup shot him down. A direct cause and effect. There's coincidence that Hiccup even shot down Toothless in the first place, but there would be a story without him doing that. I imagine what they tried to do was incorporate that earthquake from earlier on in the episode. Thunder was by the bridge, and the earthquake would have dislodged rocks to trap him. The issue with that is that we don't see it. I understand you want to keep the dragon a mystery until the protagonist discovers them, but you could still show Thunder being trapped without still showing him. Again, you can see this achieved well in How to Train Your Dragon. Heck, they even somewhat did it in this episode. The music flares as the Hiccup finds that the dragon is stuck. He gets cocky, one quick jump scare humbles the boy, as the music builds to a pivotal character moment. Choice to kill or to free. Tom also has a character moment, but it doesn't feel as important. Very quickly he chooses to free the animal. He doesn't have the same type of decision to make, like trying to continue the facade or be true to himself. He just has to think about it on the surface level. Is it morally right to do so or not? The safety issue set up by his mother early in the episode went completely out the window, as he immediately climbs down. I think it would have been better if they combined the two in this moment. Perhaps it's maybe okay to forgo the safety as it's morally right to save the creature, like what he did with Useless Linda, and what Officer Earl praised him for. It doesn't have to be the correct answer. For now, it's a nuanced topic, woven within the character flaws. It could be explored more later when Tom's mum discovers the riders. Additionally, this supports Tom's love for animals. Again, through the bad exposition earlier, we are told 3 times rather than shown this, so it doesn't really feel authentic. And yes, I believe the writers were trying to do it through saving Useless Linda, but that feels too generic and open-ended. Like, surely anyone would try and save a person's life? Something a bit more intimate and personal, like saving a bird or something would be cool. Hiccup's true character prevails, and cuts the dragon loose, with one last anxiety-ridden climax. Through this interaction, this is the first time we see this creature, well, at least up close. You see the curiosity and power it has. Hiccup being very scared throughout is justified, and leaves a lasting impression of the animal. God, it's so cool. But as it flies away, you get a sense of awe, but respect for it, all characterized in this one short scene. Tom frees the dragon tail, and mysteriously the nightlight explodes the rocks. Set aside that, couldn't he just not do that sooner, and the bad impact, I find it immensely stupid for Tom to fall. Not only is it false tension with the first instance of needless extremity, go from 0 to 100 real quick, and he miraculously catches himself, but also thunder follows him. I understand he is curious, but it doesn't feel right for a wild animal to do that, or at least get that close. They would most likely fly away and stay at a distance. But then comes the most tensionless scene known to man, with Tom's stupid growling. Thunder looking confused and getting stunned by a bloody flashlight. A slow ass walk around Tom. Buddy, his eyes are up there. And a shot of him angry. There's not even any teeth bared. What the fuck? And with the lightest blast to knock out the light. How pathetic. I mean, compare this.
This right here is my favorite thing ever in the history of forever.
To that.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't. But I've considered it.
So dumb. It's a shame too because the music really works well. This scene, and mostly this part, mainly fails through the awful pacing and lack of climactic action. They try to build tension in the latter part of the scene rather than throughout, with the most absurd things happening on the screen. It just feels like we're going through the emotions. Personally, the biggest pacing killer is this moment, Tom falling. That's the climactic moment, and it's halfway through the scene with little build up. It just sort of happens. It's clear that the writers wanted to end on a cliffhanger. Although somewhat of a cheap tactic, and a couple of ways you could achieve this effect. In the 9 Realms, it's not done correctly. It ends on the build-up rather than the climax. You could still even end on a resolution, but have the audience still asking a major question for them to continue watching the series. It ends on a very cheap and surface level, is Tom okay? Which is very obvious anyway. Even try to fake it out slightly with Thunder's roar, and Tom sounding very panicked.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
So, as I believe the main issues with the scene is with the structure, I want to break it down to the fundamentals. I'm going to be referring to making a good script great for the 3-act structure. Just a very quick explanation so we're all on the same page. The setup is just building the context for the scene. The first and second turning point is a major change in the scene that propels it into the next act, with the climax being the big end and resolution just wrapping it up. This is usually for entire movies, but you can shrink it down to individual scenes if it's appropriate, and these ones are, as there is a clear beginning, middle, and end. Let's see how How to Train Your Dragon does it. Hiccup wanders through the woods. Inciting incident. Hiccup discovers Toothless. The turning point is the realization that the dragon is still alive. After a slight recovery, the tension builds and builds as it leads to the second turning point. Hiccup making the very pivotal character decision. We're chilling for a sec, starting to build very quickly again, to the anxiety-ridden climax, with the resolution of Toothless flying away and Hiccup fainting. How does the Nine Mountains compare? Start with the setup with Tom looking for the dragon or the pile of rocks, with the inciting incidents of the drone being taken out. This leads to the first turning point, Tom discovering the dragon and deciding to help it out. It cools down slightly and it starts building back up as Tom frees the tail, reaching the climax halfway through the scene. Thunder exploding from the rocks and Tom falling off the cliff. And then honestly, it kind of just gets a little confusing after this. Like, it constantly builds up, but it just leads to like a nothing. Like, Thunder taking out Tom's light is so less climactic than like everything we've seen before. So yeah, bad structure. Although I do want to preface that this is a guideline rather than a hard and fast rule. I don't like the idea that you have to at all costs follow this exact same structure, as it could limit creativity, and especially those who are very talented could change it up and make something very unique and good from it. It's very dependent on the genre, the themes of the story you want to tell. Although this was a fun chance to analyse one of my favourite scenes and compare it, but I wanted to share an explicit example in how the shell fails at pivotal characterizations and scenes through poor pacing, dialogue, animation, missing the potential to explore themes set up earlier, and core fundamentals of storytelling. This is echoed throughout the entire show. There are many plot points that are just brought up that take obscene length to move on or resolve, and in a few cases either completely dropped or massively contrived because the thing needs to happen now. It's coincidences that form through a lack of organic progression of the story as they waste their time. A lot. I'll go into more specifics when it comes up, as we'll go through the season by season, but keep this in the back of your mind, among many other things. Before we move on, I want to talk about the character designs. All of them are okay, if not a bit generic, and honestly, I don't really care too much, except for one, Thunder's. I am genuinely surprised in how badly they messed up here. It's the main dragon, the one with the most character. In some of my initial reviews, my criticisms were misplaced. In reality, I felt off by the design, but didn't realise it yet. Once I saw the comparison videos by Full Animation Studios, I hope I said that right, linked to their channel in the description and the videos examples I'm showing in this video, I found myself to articulate the true issues I have with it. Design bad. I'm never a fan of dragons in this franchise being over-personified. I love the sense of realism you get with these animals. They are treated as if they could exist in the real world, even having some scientific explanations for their various fire powers. These dragons are like pets, behaviour and instincts of wild animals, but have domesticated features that people relate to. An example is dogs with eyebrows. Functionally, they serve no purpose, other than human communication. It's a trait bred into them among many other things. We can tell this because wolves, which are the same species of dogs, don't have them. So, why does the Night Fury have them? Have they been secretly bred? Oh my god! Like and subscribe! On Toothless, it feels like an appropriate amount, despite them exaggerating it in each new installment. But look at it on Thunder. What are those? God damn! They are very prominent, coupled with their eyes being absolutely massive. Huge! A rounded shaped face as well, and a big mouth that just smiles like a human. I really get a sense of uncomfortable, uncanny valley look. They changed the head shapes to the point where it looks very humanoid. The original Night Fury head was elongated, more resembling a lizard, which, funny enough, the dragons are reptiles.
Thank you for nothing, you useless reptile.
Look at the smug face of the official render. And whilst we're here, look at the proportions of the body. The neck and the front is so chunky, and the belly is so flat. He should have proportions like a dog or a cat. Just like Toothless is and the Light Fury. The other changes like the extra spikes are just over-designing mess. And the new tail is just dumb. Like, logically, it just doesn't make any sense. And don't get me started on the firepower. Like, I'm a massive fan of the Night Fury's firepower. The impact in the films, it feels forceful, and it's quite unique. A purple fireball, that is so cool. And in the later films, they incorporate a bit more electricity, but it's like a support thing. It looks kind of cool. But in this show, they changed the plasma blast to just an electric beam, which looks so weak. Like, every time in this show he uses it, it just looks like it's just an inconvenience to whoever's been attacked rather than hurting it. This is genuinely such a disappointment, and after 2 years of this design being known, I'm still baffled how they fucked it up so badly. Oh, FYI, I'm going to be tier listing every dragon in this show. The placement is based on a design, how they utilise them, and what they do in the story. Not gonna lie, this is my favourite aspect of the franchise, and this is a fun way to do it. Okay. Now we can move on. The intro just spoils the entire first season. We see all the riders with their dragons. It It would have been cool if they had multiple versions with each rider being added on each episode, but they can't get the design of the main character correct, so perhaps I'm asking too much of the show. The First Flight Part 2 opens with Thunder making like a tree and, hey, would you look at that, Tom's falling again. And Thunder catches him for no reason whatsoever. At this point, the dragon has more connection with the bloody light than he does the boy. Why does this look so goofy to me? Honestly, at this rate, it's just the continuation of the prior scene, but at least this time they're not pretending to build tension. I don't like how friendly Thunder is. Tom doesn't feel frightened considering there's a new apex predator discovered right in front of him. If there's something the size of a bear and staring at me aggressively, I'll be shitting myself. Or vomiting. Look at that. Ugh. Thunder brings Tom back to the surface. How he knows to EMP is beyond me, and how he's able to survive eating a plastic bag. Officer Earl finds him and brings him home to a scolding of a lifetime. A lifetime that is very short from the amount of times he should be dead. I mean, it's quite a heartfelt moment, and she lays down some ground rules, but does it get ever fulfilled? No. There is literally no consequences for Tom's actions at all. I have such a dumb sense of humour. One of the very rare instances of the kids actually going to school. Tom and June talk dragons, D'Angelo has no riz, and Alex is an anti-capitalist.
Dragons would be hunted to the ends of the earth, chased down, and turned into boots, belts, and burgers. Big business would exploit them, reducing them to a tiny column of profit margins on an endless spreadsheet of doom.
This marks the beginning of the conflict of the entire series, the potential exploitation of the dragons. So Tom shares his thoughts on if Raycorp finds something. Albeit a shallow depiction of capital and big business exploitation, there is potential for an interesting conflict between the protection and conservation of the animals compared to the corporation's profits and greed, ending with the reinforcement of the argument that they are inevitably going to make. A modern interpretation criticizing the real negative practices happening in our world. Themes of how capital owners exploit the environment, endanger innocent species, and purposely remain ignorant to the effects on the climate, which would fit into the franchise. The conversation ends with Tom about to share what he saw, with Olivia being conveniently cut off. And after this, he doesn't attempt this again, so he's doubling down as he's anxious about revealing the existence of the dragons. Oh, and later, some of the villains do explore these themes, ish. Just not very well. On a rewatch, yes, thank you for your applause. This was a great challenge to overcome. I only noticed how early they start the plot point of the parents knowing, the second episode. It took to the end of season 5 for the whole bit to be resolved. After the last interaction, Tom acknowledges Thunder is a hungry boy, so he grabs some lunch. And after the convo we just covered, he's looking for a cave opening. With Alex being omnipresent, she very awkwardly helps out. This is rivaling the levels of British cringe comedy. But without the comedy part. She does open up a little bit, only a smidgen. On the way to the cave, Tom participates in a Welsh initiation of manhood. See, the joke there was the Welsh people are sheep fuck. I'm now going to start another scene comparison, because everyone loves those. The last one was an example on how the show fails at structure, characterization and more. This is a continuation of that. However, I really want to focus on this, as arguably this is the most important scene in the entire show. This is ripping off the Forbidden Friendship scene, which is my favourite scene throughout the entire franchise. Heck, for me, my favourite out of the entirety of cinema. It's the significant connection that forms from this, which propels the relationship throughout the movie, given the very important foundation and how these two completely different beings became friends. It's the fundamental thing for the entire franchise. If the audience doesn't believe that Hiccup and Toothless becomes friends, everything falls apart. And I mean everything.
You are the bravest, most stubborn, most determined knucklehead I know. Toothless didn't give you that hiccup. He just made it
easier.
I cannot stress enough how important this needs to be done. Once again, they are roughly about the same amount of time, around 5 minutes, so with appropriate pacing, this can be done effectively. Let's start with the first film. Honestly, I really want to gush about the scene, and I finally have the opportunity to do so. The music in the scene is phenomenal. It really guides the emotion and enhances the whole thing. The music makes you feel what Hiccup is feeling, which in this moment, Hiccup is not only developing a relationship, but he's a conduit to the audience to make a connection with Toothless as well. We start with an establishing shot, with Hiccup approaching with a shield and a fish. It's understandable considering what happened last time he got close, but the clear motivation is to get closer to the dragon, bringing him a peace offering, food. A universal message to connect him to all animals. I'm fairly sure that's how we started the connection with wolves. The beginning is a bit of a back and forth of defensiveness and curiosity on both sides. They mirror each other. I love that Hiccup keeps getting disarmed, first losing his shield and then the knife. Coupled with his very small stature anyway, it makes him feel very vulnerable, and also shows the intelligence of Toothless. As soon as the knife is gone, the audience expectations are subverted, as before this we've seen him being very predatory and intimidating. But we do have the thought of, why did he give mercy to Hiccup? And then we see some glimpses of a cuter side before he sees the knife. This makes more of a subtle introduction to his actual character, it's his personality. And for the audience, we acknowledge the relatability to the behaviours of Toothless, being a very cute cat or dog-like. But at the same time, he is a wild animal, and very dangerous if you get on the wrong side, so you're on edge. A balance between, aw, cute puppy, and I could eat you is done perfectly. I think anyways. But from the first half, we learn a lot from Toothless. His personality shines through, his instincts, his factual and emotional intelligence. We even see him longing to fly again, with some tone-appropriate humour making it a cherry on top. The audience, as well as Hiccup, by now feels more comfortable, as we have built a small connection. It feels like we too can almost reach out to touch him. However, it's clear that Toothless isn't comfortable yet, and one of the things I love most about this scene is that it takes its time. 2/3 of the way in is when the time skip happens, with Hiccup clearly being there all day. This allows Toothless to get more comfortable with his presence, enough to approach the boy and participate in an activity that he's doing. This is Toothless's way of trying to make a connection, and as the music ramps up, Hiccup gains an understanding and proves to Toothless that he can trust him. He respects the dragon enough to where he won't interrupt his art. Hiccup accidentally gets closer and closer, until... I love the surprise of his breath. He didn't move away, and the music... This bit is paced so perfectly. A whole minute of Hiccup trying to physically connect with Toothless. There's still that underlying unsureness, but another trust test with Hiccup making himself even more vulnerable. He looks away, until... By continually making himself more vulnerable throughout the scene, Hiccup has proven to Toothless that he wants to form a connection, accumulating to the point where Toothless allows the physical touch. And do you know what the best thing about this is? Other than the music. There's still massive progression to make. He isn't Hiccup's best friend as soon as he touches him. It's an issue I don't like in the TV shows. It turned this perfect moment into something quite gimmicky. You listen to me now! This is an area where the sequel show could have improved. Anyway, in the original movie though, we still get the continuation of this bond through the upcoming scenes. New tail, giving him more fish, getting rid of the eel, and giving Toothless his flight back. See you tomorrow, scratching him, flying around with him, playing with him. In these montages, the bond grows strength to strength, until test drive. The relationship is really put to the test as Hiccup and Toothless go for a proper flight for the first time. There's even a bit where Toothless gets impatient, and after the disaster that unfolds mid-flight, Hiccup turns it around, with Toothless gaining a new level of trust and friendship, which inevitably leads to the decision at the end of the film, where Toothless is willing to risk his life to save Hiccup. It's slow but powerful, with an absolutely phenomenal payoff. Forbidden Friendship was the foundation, the first real connection for their friendship to soar into test drive, where it gets set in stone for the rest of time, even after they say goodbye to each other. The Nine Realms version also starts with an establishing shot, with Tom loudly getting the dragon's attention. As we've seen before, Thunder has already shown friendliness, which is far less engaging. It does leave a massive concern though. Why is Thunder so friendly to begin with? That too doesn't make sense. He's a wild animal who has never been in contact with a human. I would expect him to act more like Toothless in the first movie, but they severely toned down the threat. Perhaps it's to get the kids to fight the animal war, but that doesn't work. It's boring. So they proceed to do the food bit from the original Forbidden Friendship, but without any slow progression in getting familiar with each other or learning more about this mysterious animal. They spend way too much time on it, filled in with tonally inappropriate slapstick humour. And that's me saying that, who is a big fan of this type of comedy. But it has to be the appropriate timing. The goal of the scene is to establish a bond between these two characters. I'd argue quite an intimate moment, hence why the two characters in the original are shot close together, have more tonally subtle humour, and just has the one. This one drags on and on and on and on and on and on. Ew! I also don't like the just do it growls that Thunder does all the time. He growls and pulls a threatening face for like the most basic things when he has a slight disagreement or try to force Tom to do something, which is an extreme way to show that, and makes it any other time where Thunder was actually tried to look threatening just come off as very impactless. Like, I'm confused. Are you actually trying to threaten Tom's life, or just being vaguely upset? There's a time skip, but due to it being set in a cave, we have no idea for how long. I get the impression not that long, because at the end they just finished the nuggets. Then Tom goes in to touch Thunder, but he pushes back slightly because that's what Toothless did. And that is it. What? If you're going to rip off the Forbidden Friendship scene, you need maybe not New Tale, but definitely See You Tomorrow, as that's where the real friendship grows strength to strength. And as the show has more time than the film, perhaps it would have been done over the course of the season, instead of a montage. I think that would be quite effective. But alas, we do not. As soon as the Forbidden Friendship scene is over, they are best of friends.
Don't forget the thumbs up. Oh, friend. Oh, new friend. Oh, friend. Please be my friend. Oh, friend. Oh, friend.
Fuck you lot, where's the beer?
And the relationship doesn't evolve. It goes from friendly to friends, where the original feels more like a journey from foe to best friends. It takes time for real relationships and connections to form. And it does not happen in 30 goddamn seconds! And this is one of the biggest absolute fuck-ups the Nine Realms do. The friendship between Tom and Thunder is not earned. It feels forced. Something that just happens. No real lead up and no further progression, because after this thing, they act like Hiccup and Toothless and Dragons 2, which takes place many years later. They tried to do a shorter version of the test flight scene, which I stated before was at the endish of the majority of their bonding arc. This is like an anime. This is literally the next scene. Despite the known earthquakes, it's fairly coincidental that it happens exactly then. It wouldn't be so bad as coincidences do happen in real life, but it's all just to get this shot. Really? What is this achieving? Genuinely, what is this exact moment doing for the story? Other than a, hey, do you remember a better story? It's trying to show that Thunder will also risk his life to save Tom. But why? They spent roughly 10 minutes together in total screen time. They barely know each other. They are rushing the crucial aspects of the story. The issue of keep on doing these fake outs, as of like the second or third one in the last 2 episodes, it becomes utterly meaningless. The more they pull this stunt, the less power it has, and it gets tiresome real quick. The worst thing you can think of that can happen to the character, the thing that initiates the stakes, is falling off. You can be more creative than that. But Orca, I hear you cry. This happens in test drives, yet you're not criticizing that. That's because it works there. One, it serves as foreshadowing at the end of the film. It only happened once, and how it happens is quite realistic as well. Like, of course, Hiccup's got to be a little bit silly on his first, like, proper flight. Didn't really anticipate his cheat sheet just flinging off and then his thingy unhooking. Where the other Tom just slips or Thunder just drops him for no reason. Blast the rock like you did later. This also serves as a very climactic end to the trials and tribulations Hiccup and Toothless go through, as after this moment, the film shifts more towards the other Vikings. Anyway, back to Tom and Thunder's relationship. The big thing I mentioned prior is that Hiccup is the conduit for the audience, and that needs to be applied to Tom as well. The audience needs to form a connection with Thunder, but it took advantage of the previous work to try to skip over that process. For some people, it's enough, but for most, it isn't. That's why whenever there's an emotional beat between the two, every fake out goodbye, up until the actual goodbye, the audience does not care. If you cannot get the main core of the show down, this series will completely fail, and I think it has. As honestly, outside a few fans online, the other creators who criticize the show, no one has really ever heard of it. Or they look into the first season and say, nah. I am so disappointed that the show is so fundamentally rotten. I would have taken a slight dip in quality, or a change in characters, locations, and time period if they got the main core of the franchise. And especially as a fan, I can't help but think of this Alan Moore quote.
Jesus Christ, I could write this.
I wanted to share clips of Alan Moore because it really reflects on why I'm making this video, and even why I was making the previous videos.
By analysing why they are doing so badly, this will immensely help your own style. You will find out all of the mistakes not to make. Why did this story offend me so much? Yeah, analyse that. Find out why you didn't like it. Find out all of the examples of clumsiness or bad thinking that spoiled the story for you. That will probably be a lot more helpful.
I love this franchise, and it pains me to see it go downhill like this. And I want to be honest with you in this moment, making this video has genuinely stressed me out quite a bit. Not because the show is bad and I'm getting angry, that's definitely more for a performance and for your entertainment. Sorry if that ruins the facade. I really try my best to put as good faith criticisms as forward as possible, because despite me disagreeing with creative decisions or whatever, I don't know what's gone behind the scenes. Perhaps the higher ups interfered too much, perhaps other things went wrong. I don't know, and I don't think it's fair for me to speculate. I will jab at the creators and the decisions they make in general, but there's a mixture of genuine critique within that, and jokes which are not supposed to be taken seriously at all. So, anyone who watches this video and send harassment to the creative team, I do not condone those actions, and you will not be welcome within my community. Oh, and an FYI, I do bring up a lot of John Telligan's tweets throughout this video, as he was the most public about some of the behind the scenes or bits and bobs about the show, which I personally think is fantastic. Gives extra information and clears up any extra information you have about the show. Awesome! However, this does not mean that I solely blame him for any decisions I disagree with. Some of them are just funny. Bro mistook fish legs for snortlout. And also, if you are watching this and you genuinely like the show, I'll be surprised if you made it this far into the video, from me roasting the shit out of it in the beginning. But if there's like a specific character or design of dragons, or if you genuinely just did like the story, cool. You even write in the comments why you like the series so much. I would genuinely like to see that. We may disagree, but Akuna Matata? That's kind of cringe. I have heavily analysed these first 2 episodes of the series. Compared to quite a few others, they are by far the least offensive. But for every season and episode afterwards, I won't go as in depth. It's been 2 episodes out of 52. Dear Lord. And this beginning bit was just to establish some of the main points and main big issues with the show. There are many, many more. This has been a 2-year endeavour to create a sequel series, 2 years to continue the esteemed story of dragons, 2 years to take this franchise in a new direction, new themes, lessons, settings, characters, heck, new dragons. In 2 years, they have failed. This leaves me to where I am today, a disappointed empty husk, reviewing the entire series. So enjoy me bashing on the show, because to be honest, this may be the last time I do such a thing. Episode 3, A Whole New World.
Hidden world?
He said the thing! Honestly, I felt a lot more positive about this episode after a revisit. It's fine, there's some nice moments, but it's still not without its criticisms. So, as quickly as Tom discovered the world, he heads back up to the surface. Although I do want to take this chance to elaborate on my thoughts on the appearance of the hidden world quickly. It's kind of pathetic. Now, I understand it won't really look like the one in the films, because money. But this perspective makes it look very small. And that's not really an issue later in the series. It doesn't look as expansive as it should be. They also leave it at that. I think it would have been a great way to immerse the audience more if we delved in further, instead of blue-balling us. But apparently he needs to beat his mum back to the dome.
She's leaving work now.
God damn, the music goes hard. Although I should state that a good score can't save a bad story, but a good score could very much enhance a great one. It's a shame such talent is wasted on a show of this quality. But after sifting through some nice sound design, Tom makes it home with a new hairdo. Uh-oh, sheep wrestling take 2. Make your heritage proud. Tom gets help from Alex to get past the sensors, and June pulls an Astrid and follows Tom back to the cave, discovering the dragon. She did attempt this in the last episode but failed, that's why I didn't mention it. Being into the mythic, she's very open to the concept of dragons. I mean, she's the one who even suggested it in the first place. But wanting to document this, to stick it to the big man, her mum, she attempts to take a picture, with Tom stopping her. Tom wants to keep the dragons a secret, avoiding the attention of Rate Corp, as discussed before, but June whinges about her mum and she being judgmental about her passion, so the show is wasting time. This has already been established, and we learn nothing new about her character. Okay, I tell a lie. There's a blink and you miss it moment where she refers to...
Just like the dragons in my Opal stories.
Sorry, what, an apple? But to be honest, if anyone had a critical brain, you could have just figured that out anyway. It's so close, just elaborate it a little bit more. Who is that person to you? Why is it so meaningful to you? As well as that she's very excited about dragons.
Look at you guys. Oh, aren't you beautiful?
To the point of being very moronic and being in the shape of a pancake. This moment wouldn't have been so dumb if they developed this further and made her more passionate about the dragons later, along the lines of fish legs or something. Not the smothering the dragon in love, that's fulfilled by D'Angelo. I mean the active inspiration of wanting to learn more about the creatures. No one else fulfills that interest. Considering this is a show about dragons, no one really gives a poo-poo. Even more later, she's the only one to take a slight interest, but only from the perspective of myths that make no sense. But if they propel upheld what they set up here, she could have been more of an interesting character, still relating to mythos, but perhaps enjoying other aspects of the dragons as well, like behaviour which is hinted towards in this episode, as she trains the Mist Twister, but first being a commanding wizard, then offering treasure, and then finally understanding they want respect, relating them to the philosophy of Wu Wei, in which is what she names them. Although I'm not sure what stated in the episode is the actual meaning of Wu Wei.
Effortless action for maximum effect!
Yes, actually. I just did a little bit of research on it, and it's actually quite interesting. I might look into it a little bit more. So, thanks, Nine Realms, you got me interested in something. It's the only thing you've done. She thinks of it on the spot, which impacts the next action, which is cool. More stuff like this, please. Actually using mythos and philosophy and other stuff to, like, work out problems. That's cool! And now I'm just depressed because of the missed potential of this. Bro, why did you have to get my hopes up? But the dragon itself has, like, nothing to do with the concept. But for now, looking at it at a surface level, and sort of translating it into a Western phrase, it's literally like being in the zone. At least that's my current understanding. This is where Tom officially names the dragon Thunder.
'Cause lightning's too on the nose.
Please don't tell me that was genuinely another option. Also find it funny that Thunder knows exactly what Tom is saying. I know the dragons are smart, and it's always been a bit of a stretch in the franchise, but let's not forget that these dragons have not seen humans in 1300 years. It really makes it seem a bit silly, but for the sake of simplicity, it's best that we just accept it.
Where's June?
So if June is a replacement for Astrid, we must have the romantic flight scene. Yup. So once again, they are roughly about the same amount of time. No, I'm not going to subject you to that snore fest again. You just want me to have a go at the show for being dumb.
Guess you can't believe everything you read.
Again, show? Alrighty then. A hole is just formed around Jude's feet, and she just falls through into a random room. Luckily there was water there to break her fall. It's almost as if she could have died or something.
I'm trapped!
I feel like a bit more of an explanation would have been good, because it's kind of random that you're just trapped in a room, especially with the Mist Twister in there. Like, how did even that get in? Along the lines of, the earthquake dislodged crystals, blocking the way out. It sets up more of the earthquake, currently not knowing it being a dragon, but showing disrupting the environment around them, causing chaos for all the dragons, would lead more naturally to the decision they make in the final episode of the season.
I have to train this dragon.
Sure. I do actually want to take this time to talk about the Mist Twister. I actually quite like the design. The pattern on the wings is really unique. Having some Chinese or Asian inspiration is quite cool to see. Although the fire and ice motif is really uninspired. And I have to acknowledge they basically replaced the zipple back with this. The two heads and everything.
I hate smart dragons, which is why I love you.
Although through context and world building later on in the series, I do have to seriously question the existence of this dragon. Like, at this point, it feels like they made an Asian dragon for the Asian character. Whether or not this is all racist or not, it's not really for me to say. I don't know. But honestly, the thing later on in the series is just really dumb. For all its ups and downs, C tier. We don't really get anything interesting. Tom runs around with the gem breakers. Took long enough for you to realise you could just fly away. And June drives in seconds. Ah, movie magic. But no, she tames the Mist Twisters and escapes by combining their firepower. Although a detail I do like is that June actually had to show what she wanted them to do, while saying the catchphrase, which is actually like a training method. You say the thing as they do the action, and then they learn, that sound means this? Okay. Before the episode ends, this is the most personality we get with these dragons. They get forgotten very quickly. Everything they set up with their relationship is never expanded upon.
It's gonna take a while before they earn those names, but we'll get there.
They never try to reach that equilibrium they strive for. It's completely dropped as soon as this episode's done. But as they leave, they see a hole in the wall. An actual good intrigue to end it on, leaving the audience with questions. Episode 4, Dragon Club. Yeah, welcome to the Dragon... I'm not doing that bit again. Tom and June speculate whether a dragon managed to create that hole or not, checking out any sort of mystery for the audience. Well done. Without blatantly saying it's a dragon, but they made it very on the nose. And on the way out, they see a weakened gem breaker. This bolsters Tom's character in having concerns about Dragon's well-being. I'd say a trait that's needed in the main character. It was done with Thunder prior and now Plowhorn. They decide to grab medical supplies from the infirmary. On the way they blow up a drone. This brings suspicion from Olivia.
I just push the buttons people tell me to push.
Linda was about to self-destruct the base. Alex listening to rock music just seems appropriate. What just seems inappropriate is the spying, where she also sees the speck of a dragon, later calling about something wingy. Then a major earthquake hits. I think these subplots are currently being paced very well. The path for Alex finding out is well on the way, as well as Olivia, they said sarcastically. Anyway, there's a nice bit between D'Angelo and his mum. He's struggling to connect with the other kids, as she gives some nice support. Wow, I actually like how every parent is written so far. Although it's a massive shame that we just don't see her, like, ever. D'Angelo bumps into the two sneaking with the medical bag. Then June and Tom bicker about letting Dean know about the dragon secret. Having veterinarian skills would be very useful. I actually really like how D'Angelo is characterised here. It's new and suits a more of a modern style. He was raised to be disciplined, joining the Rangers, volunteering with veterinarian work, and is very much a rule follower. The complete opposite of Tom, which could introduce some interesting conflict. Naturally, after finding out about the dragons, Dean wants to report this to his father, with Tom once again echoing his point that they can't. After some time, they track down the Gembreaker, showcasing D'Angelo's knowledge and skills. There's quite a lot of banter in this episode. I actually enjoyed it. I'll just share a few examples in a montage now.
And how are you gonna stop me?
We could just leave you down here.
D'Angelo, do not go into the light.
He's passed out, not dead.
They're faster than they look.
Right, yep. Important point for after it gets healed.
Tom, you and Sparky here cover the right flank. June and I will take the Wonder Twins and cover left.
Sparky and the Wonder Twins. After a character moment, Dee learns the lesson set up earlier in the episode. He really starts to bond with the Gembreaker, and this one is most believable. The other two just happen, but neither have much of a character. They don't really have skills or flaws to overcome to connect with their dragon. But nursing the dragon back to health is great, and it doesn't end there. The bully Gembreakers start picking on the runs, with Dee trying his best to protect her. And the music again! I don't care if pointing this out is getting repetitive, I'm going to appreciate it as much as I can. The action leads to Dee falling off. With the payoff of all of his hard work, Plowhorn attempts to catch him. Not gonna lie, the fact that she fails is quite funny. And it's even more so from the Looney Tunes cartoon amount of airtime they get. Yeah, that area is not that large.
Catch me!
That dialogue wasn't necessary. Finally, Dee and Plow have a moment together as they save the day by ramming into a giant crystal, smashing down on the remaining Gembreakers. Although the execution was a little bit dumb, but the sentiment was there, so sure. I would like to take this moment to have a look at the Gembreakers. They're like the most fine dragon. I don't really have any criticisms, but I don't like overly love it either. The Rhino Gem-like horn is kind of cool, and them eating crystals is unique, I guess. The beetle wings do look a little odd. Although, I guess I'll squeeze it in now. I do think it would have been a cool idea, maybe like a line of dialogue, with Tom and June speculating on how the Plowhorn got that, like, ice shard stuck in its wing, and saying it's like the earthquake causing chaos. You know, just keeping the same idea that's been set up prior. The episode ends with Dee inviting Tom and June for dinner, and casually showing what happened that day, despite that it needs to be kept a secret. Look at their faces. But obviously, because it was so absurd, I think it was just a role-playing game, which is logical. But oh my gosh, that was the best episode yet. A couple of minor issues, but proper setup and payoff? With a character arc that continues into the rest of the series? What? Was this a fluke? What a way to end the episode though. Dee doing a stupid, awkward laugh that's just really unfunny. And June's snark.
Please pass the potatoes.
Oops, my biases of later June is sneaking in. Not yet, brain. Episode 5, Featherhide. Thunder races to the storm clouds, thinking it was his family. This marks the start of the Thunder family subplot, ending the segment with the Featherhide stalking the riders. Cut to Alex's dome. Her mums want to spend time with her.
It wouldn't happen to take place outside, would it?
Well, yes, but we won't be doing anything dangerous. We're just gonna catch fireflies.
Assuming this is like a family tradition or nostalgia thing. But due to her anxiety and / all the earthquakes, she declines. Speaking of, they start again, but as they leave the room, the mums wish for Alex to have some friends. So some basic setup for an arc of the episode. Great. We see the others in the cave, quote unquote, training dragons. I would like to say this is like the only time they do such a thing, which in itself is quite confusing, coming from the how to train your dragon franchise, and this aspect being very prevalent throughout the prior series. But sitting on this a little bit more, they just tell us that they've been working on some moves, with Thunder showing his
boom boom goodbye trick.
That's such an awful name. Wu Wei failing at generating a mist, and Plowhorn failing to sit still. Then the next time we see it is the end of the episode, where they need to escape the station, and the security is apparently fixed and top notch now. I'm just going to overlook how the dragons were not caught on CCTV at the dome, them flying away, or why a random mist formed for 10 seconds. No one gonna ask a question? Okay. But all of a sudden, they all successfully used their tricks they failed in the beginning. They didn't train or develop it any further. How didn't Officer Earl see Plowhorn? You know, I would have thought one of the qualifications to being like the security guy would be have good eyesight.
You see this contact lens?
Be aware of your surroundings. Isn't he like a military guy or whatever?
Oh, you gotta be kidding!
So after Alex is getting increasingly curious in what Tom is doing, she goes out looking for him. That ends well. The others just let Alex keep that trauma. I think I just got trauma from seeing Thunder smiling.
Then we'll deal with Alex.
Okay, they plan on burying her 6 feet under. After Feathers follows her home for some reason.
I don't think this one would have followed you home if she hadn't already connected with you in some way.
And no, that's not a good enough excuse. And traumatize Alex even more. Tom, June, and D'Angelo just start gaslighting her.
You wouldn't believe what we saw in the woods.
Yeah, a bunch of weirdo mountain kids wearing silly costumes.
And then Thunder ruins the moment. They were doing so well. The best characters come back to set up movie night. Oh my gosh, I love how supportive they are. But recognizing the awkwardness, they leave. No, come back. You're the only thing saving the show. Even the others leave to let Tom and Alex have a genuinely really nice moment. Other than the poor exposition in the beginning.
I don't know. I'm not comfortable with animals. I prefer tech that does what I tell it to do.
We can see this through your actions. Alex opens up on why she's shy, afraid of the outdoors, to start the connection with Tom, enabling to help her form a relationship with Feathers. Not gonna lie, this is sort of out of character for Tom. Acting really mature and sensible, although the resolution is a little bit dumb. He basically just says, "Nah, you're wrong." Because that's how you cure all types of anxiety. But now Alex has feathers. Nice. Even Odin is apparently liking this moment. So far the feather hide is my favourite design. I like the incorporation of some feathers even though they don't really look like it. But the abilities are cool. And the general shape of it is quite unique, which is cool. I like it. It's giving me more of a gecko vibe. And I like geckos. So yeah, then the stuff I've already mentioned before, security fix, Officer Earl, dumb escaping sequence. Ending it with Alex and Feathers hiding from the Fireflies.
I know you don't understand me, but you understand me.
Wait, do they or do they not understand human speech? The episode finishes with Alex getting friends, so another simple setup and payoff that changed the character for the remaining series. But Tom says the quiet part out loud and says Thunder is looking for his family. How he knew that is beyond me, or whatever. Kind of a similar arc to what Toothless went through in the films, but the end result is vastly different, so it doesn't bother me too much. At the time of this releasing, I wasn't fond of the idea. Episode 6, Fault Ripper. Don't say it. Everyone wakes up to a big old earthquake, in which a meeting takes place to solve the issue, as Icarus could collapse. The adults plan on blowing up the area. Some ask questions in how that will help, but Olivia doesn't answer the question.
There are no caves under the station. It's why we chose to build Icarus on this spot. So I believe it will remain stable.
The writers caught themselves in their own bullshit, so she massively dodges the issue. What they plan on doing just won't work. From at least what they think the issue is.
Some of the caves in the area will collapse, yes, but that won't affect us.
The Dragon's Lair.
I'm just gonna say it now to save me the pain of saying it later, amongst everything else. It doesn't. Like, they actually launch the missiles and it doesn't expose the Dragon Lair at all, or even hurt any of the dragons. Oh, and before we move on, this is the first time we see Dr. Sledkin, who looks like Minari. Okay, but they set up that there's some sort of rivalry between her and Olivia. Setting her up as another antagonist needs to be done, but I'm questioning why now. Like, this is the last episode of the season, and she does not come back into play at all in this episode. I don't know, make her do something? Like, maybe question Olivia or something?
You got this, Mom.
Thanks, boyo.
Okay, that was kind of cute. The riders go back and check on the dragons. They're all okay. Also, I like that Alex is taking it slowly, not feeling comfortable outside from the earthquakes and flying too high on feathers. Oh gosh, this next segment is so dumb. Okay. There is some really sad music. Aww, as the riders say goodbye. They're saying goodbye to their dragons. Ironically, this is appropriately paced if this was an actual, like, ending. But the decision to play this out and exaggerate the moment does more damage than good. The audience knows that the dragons are not actually going to say goodbye forever. This is the first season. And like the majority of the audience, I don't really care because I don't know any of them. And the relationships with their dragons. They've had one episode each, with it being more of a personal character arc to overcome, connect to the animal rather than working through the arc together. This needed to be far more concise, as again is another forced emotional moment that isn't effective, as the work has not been put in. This softens any times in the future where this would be significant. Oh, for Thor's sake, the dragon just appears. They were leaning to it a mystery, and it most likely being a dragon. For them just to stumble upon it once again, and say it with me, it's dumb. Woo! If they removed or limited the saying goodbye scene, and instead have the riders figure out that it was a dragon doing this, it would make it far more effective, as it would be an action directly led by the characters, and not just shoved in. They so almost had it. They did all the set dressing, all the work of the build-up, but messed up the payoff. And if they'd done it as such a simple part of the story, this does not bode well for later in the series.
We gotta tell our parents now. If they go down there and start blasting the Fisher, that giant Fault Ripper dragon might eat them alive.
Okay. 2 things. This marks the starting point of the riders wanting to tell their parents about the dragons. And D'Angelo just named a dragon from nowhere, and the other riders could not care less.
A way to chase off the Fault Ripper, save our parents, and keep the secret.
I know they have more pressing concerns, but him saying that in a sentence like that makes it sound like they already knew the name of it. He should have just said dragon. So yeah, the name of the dragon is Fault Ripper. Don't say it, don't say it. Right, so the riders decide to go back to their dragons. So already, structurally, this is all over the place. We're almost halfway through the episode and nothing really has progressed from the first 5 minutes. They do like a Mission Impossible style mission or whatever, like Alex is like the tech person. Dee operates the machinery, with June and Tom hopping inside. If they want to get to the dragons, why don't they just use the cave and just head down to where the dragons went? We go down and the dragon is flying around.
Can it see us?
I don't think so. It's a burrower. It doesn't need good eyesight.
Aside the fact this isn't necessarily true, but the riders once again having knowledge of something they shouldn't is very laughable, or a slight change in the line would make it more reasonable, like Tom noticing the actual blindness in the eyes. And even then, Tom being knowledgeable about animals like biology is just kind of weird. Another case of none of this has really been set up and followed through. Ignoring that they are reusing the Red Death sounds, I have to admit, the design and the dragon's abilities are really cool. A small detail I really like is the teeth on the wings. They all sort of point inward, so when the dragon closes its wings to do the drill, it like forms an actual drill, which is cool. Am I neurodivergent? A4 the cable runs out and Tom decides to jump for it. What the fuck? Yeah, they should be dead. Tom and June make it somehow to the cave, discovering it to be collapsed, and they were stuck down there for all of eternity. Well, that was an interesting show. The next project I'll be working on, Thunder and the other dragons are back! Yay! I love it when things just happen. I mean, there's a slight callback with Tom like banging on the wall. I guess that happened in the Forbidden Friendship scene. But like, how did Thunder hit? Ugh. They take off, and Tom fights the, I need to say it, Fault Ripper fat one!
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I feel a lot better now. Olivia gets to... Oh, wait, I didn't explain what happened before. The adults decide to do the mission, even though they discovered the crane, like, in use. Officer Earl gets angry, but, like, okay? But yeah, they get smacked up by the dragon, and then, yeah, Olivia gets disorientated, sees Tom riding Thunder, they then free the pod. And the others come back to fight off the dragon, so... Yay! I mean, it's set up as if they're, like, saving the day. That in itself isn't, like, the worst thing in the world, but it's just, like, the same, like, heroic beat over and over again, which gets very tiresome. It's just the bad structure. Oh, at least Alex isn't there, which is nice. Carries on the idea that Alex isn't quite comfortable yet, which is great. Awesome character stuff. After a barrage of attacks and an ice ring perfectly forming around the mouth, Thunder runs out of his shot limit. Despite that Thunder didn't really shoot that many shots and it was spaced out nicely, they still wanted to establish this as a thing. I know this is in the main series, but to be honest, it gets overlooked there a lot as well. It's not very consistent, even though each dragon does have a specific number. They just kinda ignore it, to be honest. But for the 9 rounds, other than this exact moment, no one ever reaches the shot limit again. At least to my memory, I'll point it out if it does. Even if it does happen again, it happens so few times, it becomes narratively irrelevant. Hello? What? Alex? She just comes flying in with feathers? Not only is this another case of something coming out the blue to save the day, Yeah, those moments should be rare and with proper setup. Once again, they established something in the beginning of the episode for the resolution to either just happen or happen off screen. This is why I was complaining about the poor structure at the beginning. It led to a, frankly, drawn out and dumb sequence, but it leaves far less time for character moments that actually matter for the story. Why do the writers prioritise Tom and June's stupid jump across the fissure over Alex actually gaining the courage to fly on feathers, to help her friends out, developing the relationship more with her dragon and the other riders, as she proves that their friendship outweighs her fears. Due to the dragon having sensitive hearing, it's very susceptible for feathers' sound attacks, apparently leading to the Fault Ripper grabbing Tom, June reaching out to try and grab him, and Tom falling to his death.
Tom.
Alright, well, if they want to end the show like that. It's another fake out, 2 in the same episode.
Ow! That's for scaring me to death.
No, June, you don't get to do that.
But what about everything else?
And Tom, fuck right off. And FYI, from now until Season 5, I'm going to be repurposing the previous videos I've already made. I'm going to be re-editing it by changing some of the points or adding in new ones. So sometimes the edit might be a little bit janky, but please bear with.
Spared no expense.
They start the first episode off with Tom regretting his decision to beat up the Fault Ripper, despite in the moment he really did not care. I think this angle is fine. We do have some resemblance of Tom caring about the dragons, and especially if they follow this through for later instances where he wants to try and find a peace instead of actually harming the creature, this would be quite effective, and a small arc within his overall character arc. Although I do have to admit that is treading quite close to Hiccup's character. But I think caring about the dragons should be constant throughout the whole series, because that's kind of what the franchise is about. I also do find it quite humorous that the Dragon Riders have the sensors built. It's slightly hinted towards that Alex is an inventor, but at least establishing once how they build these sort of contraptions somewhere in the facility would be great, because they pull out a lot of technology out their asses. In terms of the episode, the gang fight a new dragon. Yeah, it's a unicorn looking thing. I would like to see an adult version, as at the moment it looks like something out of Rescue Riders. Unless this is adult, and I kind of have a bit of issues with it. The abilities are cool though. A bubble blast, a neat new idea that I don't think has been done before. I'm assuming this is where it gets its namesake and its class placement. A Stoker class? Really? A Sharpon mystery would make more sense. It does also have protruding spikes all over its body, but again, it's exactly like Rescue Riders. But honestly, the design itself is just kind of, I just don't like it. Like, they weren't even created with the unicorn concept. They literally just made a unicorn with wings. And it's very chibi-like. It really does not suit the other dragons in this world. D. Honestly, the more I look at it, the more I dislike it. June likes it because it's a unicorn and secretly takes it home. This still perpetuates my point with June only liking the animal because it's a mythos. She literally mentions that the idea of unicorns comes from this dragon, which is just a dumb thing to say. Because it's a wild animal, it doesn't sit tight and messes the place up and escapes. Oh, and we also get introduced to June's brother. He's alright. He serves as a, we can't tell him the secret, but he's gonna find out eventually. I've seen this type of role before, but I neither like him or dislike him. He's just there. For now, they just trap him in the cupboard.
Hashtag stressed but beautiful.
Hashtag no one talks like that. The gang actually do Dragon Rider stuff like we see in the beginning, and it's actually fun watching them trying to capture the dragon, and once caught, avoid the horde of unicorns that were summoned, get it back to the home. Alex in this episode is a bit of an enigma. They're writing her as if they'd normally write her, which at this moment I don't think is fully appropriate, considering she's just joined the group and barely knows anyone, and she's been acting all sarcastic as if she's known them for years, and oh, that's just like June.
Of all the things June does, you think that was weird?
Especially in relation to a later character episode, where she finds more confidence. At the moment, the dynamic is a little bit off. Episode 2. So this episode is about Cullison exploring Sector 9, Sector 2, which is where the dragons are kept, and where the entrance to the hidden world is. So it's their job to plug it up so the evil corporation doesn't find it. Dee tries to lead the others to seal the hole, whilst Tom slows his mother down and preventing her from discovering it. I think this episode should have been where Minari was introduced, and setting up that she's a rival to Olivia, although it would have been good if she was slightly more antagonistic. Aware she can't be too villainous because they're both colleagues, but something more other than making like snide comments, like her actively trying to take credit for Olivia's work or try to prove herself better than her or something. He tries to be as best as a leader as his dad, but fails. It sort of just gets on everyone's nerves. But in the end, they learn the true meaning of teamwork. Wow. As they all contributed to plugging up the hole. It would be sad if they completely ignored this in later episodes. We meet a new dragon, the Magma Breather, a Stoker class. Even though it really looks and acts like a boulder. There's nothing much of note. It's not overly charismatic. Fat, stubborn dragon that doesn't want to move, spewing copious amounts of lava. Although it is quite funny that it has like a personal vendetta against D or something. But that's the reason why the hole gets plugged up. At least forces Minari and Olivia to run away. But this is where we start getting into some of the biggest issues of the show. The subplot of Tom telling Olivia. In terms of pacing, it would make most sense that she discovers the dragons now. As they kept on hinting towards it, she already knows that Tom is being very suspicious. Like, they actively bring up this topic twice in the episode and nothing comes from it. Apart from what's being reinforced in every single episode in the last season.
It belongs to the Rake Corporation, as does everything we find in it.
And this is why it's so important for the subplots to not remain static, as a new subplot is now introduced, and we have like 5 or 6 going on at the same time now. Which is probably normal for a show, but the constant introduction and not really evolving over time really drags the show out. It doesn't keep your audience interested throughout watching the series. But Olivia discovers the Dragonzite, and her being a geologist is obviously curious from what the material is. There's a slight hint towards the end of the episode that the dragons have some sort of connection to the crystals. Episode 3. This episode is about Alex gaining more confidence. The class has to do public speaking. Of course, Alex, being the massive introvert she is, doesn't want to do one. It's nice to see characters actually in class. You know, they're supposed to be students.
You picture everyone in their underwear?
Bruh, don't be horny, boy. More stuff triggers the senses in the dragon world, but this time it's the cousin of a featherhide? They are treated like zombies, which, I don't know, the whole plot of Dee being bitten and started turning has sort of been done before. Even in Race to the Edge with more of a fun angle to it. And also, June just actively made the whole situation worse.
Actually, in Chinese mythology, white dragons are an omen of death.
Feathers get captured and locks inside of a cage with others of its kind. They track it down by sniffing a shriek.
Plowhorn, track that screech!
Nice one, guys. And try to go free them. But what looks like a titan wing of one of these dragons is hypnotizing and leading the group. But anyway, they got blasted back to where they came from. Dee's bit just gets even more obnoxious.
Our dragons can't fly!
Ugh, the incredibly lazy writing. And then all of a sudden, Alex just gets a burst of energy, tells everyone what to do, and storms off on her own to save Feathers. Which, in all honesty, I kind of have mixed feelings about. On one hand, it could work. In some situations, it does just take one big action. But because this is all tied with Alex's anxiety about the world, and possibly Feathers alleviating it, I feel like there should be more character work on it. To have courage, you need to be vulnerable. And you could say that Alex is being vulnerable in the moment, going in alone. But on the other hand, with anxiety, it's good to have the support. Although there's an argument to be made that the writers doing exactly what Alex told them to do is supporting her in this moment. But I don't necessarily agree to the just do it attitude. Again, for some people it can work, but it doesn't really solve or work towards the anxiety issue. You're just running away from it. In all honesty, I don't really know enough about this topic as I'm sort of still working through a lot of things myself. And it is kind of interesting either way you look at it, but from a show's point of view, I think it would have been better for more characterization. The gang holds off the horde. What is that ice? Okay. Oh, I was wrong before with them actually reaching the shot limit once again, but I was still fairly confident we never really see this again, so my previous point still stands. Anyway, Alex frees Feathers by using the hologram set up earlier. Annoyingly, the resolution is that these are actually featherhides and shed, so no cool new species of dragon, but the excuse is they are all irritative. Why do they act like a zombie hive mind being hypnotized, attack dragons and people for no reason, just because they have irritative skin? Doesn't do that, right, Kevin?
Yeah, shedding's not very comfortable, especially on my face. But it doesn't make me wanna go on a killing spree like those other dragons.
Episode 4. It's the man, the myth, the legend, Winston, and his race-swapping abilities. This is Tom bottling up his feelings and not sharing his issues and worries with the others. He's wondering what the dragon's symbol means in relation to his heritage. How this plot was started was the most banal thing. At the end of season 1, Thunder blasts the symbol into the rock. What? And it just so happens to be the same symbol on the Viking helmet. It also took 4 episodes into the new season to carry this on. I think the kiddies at home would have forgotten by now. Alex encourages Tom to open up more, to which he shares his thoughts with June in the final part of the episode.
Too personal to tell Alex and Dee?
For right now? Yeah.
Although I have no idea why he's been so secretive about it, but it's another instance of them moving the plot along in like the most smallest way they can. They are trying to drag it out to only where June only knows. Also, I've just got to say it now, pacing of this is garbage. Again, I always mention pacing, because in the second to last episode, they carry this on. This plotline should have been like episode 1 or 2 of the new season. Tom kind of deals with his feelings by going to get space and exploring out alone. Very similar to Hiccup, which is where they meet the new tidal dragons. The Floodfang. They can shoot out a tidal wave of water from their mouths. The design is good. Honestly, they weren't in the episode that much, as well as the new area they're in, which I would have preferred more time, instead of the episode being focused on the forest fire. The blaze was caused by Leonard from The Big Bang Theory.
I hate my name. It has nerd in it.
The name's Buzzsaw.
Buzzsaw. Buzzsaw. His name is Hunter Tool. I am not calling him Buzzsaw. But other than his ridiculous name, he's also a very ridiculous character. I mean, he's going to be the new Dagger. That's just obvious from the get-go, considering how unhinged he is. Going back into the fire. And then he just proceeds to die.
Probably still drives.
And the 3 henchmen doesn't really help either. 3 of them basically being savage. A savage. But his logging company burns down and he thinks it's the lightning bird that he saw. Okay, that's the most like piss poor motivation, but for such a ridiculous character, sure.
I love the smell of freshly butchered trees.
They end up putting the fire out using the dragons from before, and no one is suspicious of the fire just randomly being put out. Or any captured footage of 2 giant flying whales in the sky. Also, why do they let Linda fly a drone? Useless Linda.
You break it, you buy it.
She deserves to pay double considering how incompetent she is. Episode 5. Dee has daddy issues and needs to listen to rules, and actually Tom is a rule breaker. So we have our first conflict between the riders. I feel like this was quite organically set up. They're both personalities that kind of clash, and I'm surprised this conflict didn't happen sooner, but whatever.
Something's wrong.
Seems like I'm making a career out of catching you, Tom.
Like wood.
Tom needs to respect the rules more when he's above ground, and then Dee can relax a little bit more when he's underground. The whole episode we see them arguing, and Dee saying to Tom that his dad left him to get cigarettes and never returned.
Dad's not around? I can't possibly understand a father-son relationship. You said it. It's not my fault he took off and left you and your mom.
But this is so randomly introduced. It's never been brought up before, and it's never been brought up since. And how does Dee know about Tom's father situation? You only met him in the beginning. But the main message is they need to work together. But in the end, Dee stands up for his dad, thinking that Cullison was such a bad influence. But Dee saying he's actually a good friend, and a mutual respect is formed.
It's enough to make a grown man cry. But not this man. Get back in there, Tia.
The riders are doing scientific research on the dragon, like putting tags on the terrible terrors, but they come across a new dragon species. And I hate it. Please kill it. Chuck a dynamite into its home, burn them alive. No. Seal the whole hidden world, make sure they are completely extinct. Yeah, I hate the design of that thing. Spider legs with like a ladybug body, with wings just slapped on. And not to mention the scorpion tail mace thing. Just please die. It's officially now my least favourite dragon. At least I have that going on for it. Top 10 least favourite dragon. Number 1, the spider, well, I don't even know what they're called. They're called spider wings. Even the name is not imaginative. But at least them being in the mystery class makes sense. Because what the fuck is it? Now, I should point this out. Don't get me wrong. It's not the fact that it's a creepy dragon. I don't mind that. I really like the silk spanners. They're kind of like spider-like. And they have a really cool design. But these ones, they just have a bad design. But the firepower is cool, shooting like flaming impenetrable webs, which disrupts Dee and Tom from getting to June and Alex after they tripped. Hello? Physics? You fall down and then you end up higher in the middle of the room? Oh, and June and Alex going alone because they... Okay, this is just all a bit weird, right? So the spider thing clamps onto June's head because, I don't know, it's scared of the boys bickering. So Alex and June going alone initially to try and get it off. I don't know why they just didn't smack it around the head with a hammer. At least it would be bloody dead.
If it's any consolation, you wear it well?
Another time the show made me laugh. In the end, to break the webs, they combined their firepower. What? This isn't like combining their firepower to break through the dragonproof chains, because that makes sense. It meets at the source. I haven't got a problem with that. I have a problem with that amalgamation of a beam. Let's just hope it's never used again. And it's not. Episode 6. Tom acts like when I listen to Celtic music.
In the merry month of June.
It's a Saturday, so the gangs go to the dragons. But they notice Thunder is missing. So, for the majority of the episode, they go out looking for him. With the riders being a dick to Tom for no reason, just let him ride with you. Through a series of tracking methods, they end up finding him in their new area. Whoa. What am I looking at? So I guess we're introduced to a second realm now, a dark realm?
Or it could just be a thunderstorm. Look at those dark clouds.
Thunderstorms underground.
This does pose an interesting question about the environment of the hidden world. Can clouds form underground? I believe so. I think there has even been evidence of this in the real world. I mean, I found an article on this, but I'm not entirely sure how true it is, but just read it out and you can make your own conclusion. There's a big cave system in the Chongqing province in southwest China that has like their own weather system, or at least clouds forming inside of it. It's approximately 51,000 meters squared. This apparently happens with the humidity inside the caverns rises into the colder air, which forms the clouds in gigantic enclosed spaces, which matches the hidden world. Also, the trench that we see in the Nine Realms is apparently as deep as the Mariana Trench, which is over 10,000 meters deep. Cumulonimbus-based clouds.
I know that cloud. It's a cumulonimbus.
Which is the storm clouds, form at the altitude of around 200 to 4,000 meters. So within the range of the trench.
That's nice, kid.
So, Arnold Chief, this seems pretty plausible. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop being nerd and science stuff. We'll go back to roasting the show. Here they come across a razor whip with questionable motives. It's acting like a guardian, to which I'm presuming the Skrill. It confuses me because razor whips have never acted like this before. I don't know. There's just an unnecessary conflict. The Razor Whip has new abilities we've never seen before, like creating the tornadoes, and I don't like that. Oh no. On the post-show reflection, we now know this is technically a subspecies of the original Razor Whip called a Crystal Whip, so subtle changes have been made, but the subtle changes I'm not the biggest fan of. They turned a sharp class dragon into like a partly air dragon with like air current abilities. Just looks dumb. Also, they use a fireball firepower, which looks like so generic compared to what it originally had. That's so much cooler. And it being a sharp class dragon, we still don't see much of it cutting and slicing or whatever. It's like the majority thing it does. Okay, and the resolution is just the dumbest thing in the world. Calling someone off doesn't negate like 3rd-degree burns. And as soon as he headbutts a dragon, the fire tornado just disappears. Also, a fire tornado. Yeah, that's a very sharp class thing. They finally get to Thunder, but he's clearly been in a battle with another electric dragon. But of course from the trailer we know it's the Skrill. Oh look, a rivalry between them. But why? Tom finally expresses his issue with the symbol to the group, but I don't know why it's so personal that he didn't really want to share it. You know, thinking that you might have some sort of heritage with these dragons. Who wouldn't want to share that information? After the secrets come out, the other riders were just such dicks to Tom. I don't know why they're acting like this, because it's really not big of a deal. How are they so offended? Also, whilst the riders were searching for Thunder, Eugene was looking for June.
So, June thinks she can...
That genuinely caught me off guard. I like how Alex's mums and the chief don't really care, because they know they do the good boy acts.
And while you search the skies for a well-polished response, let me answer that question for you.
Episode 7. Eugene is still looking for the Dragon Club and tries to hack into June's computer. Honestly, there's only 2 scenes of this in the episode. It just leads to him finding the book full of drawings of dragons.
Lame.
It feels so anticlimactic, and he really hasn't made that much progress since when we first saw him. The riders think that the Skrill fought with Thunder's family, even though there's like no evidence of it. They see prints, but that's literally just Thunder's. And they even still think this after they discovering that the rival dragon was an electric dragon, because their main excuse was, there's too many electric scorch marks. But I guess the progression in the Thunder finding his family subplot is the other Dragon Riders now know. They could have achieved this in like 1 or 2 lines of dialogue in like an earlier episode. Nothing substantial happened! And I was so bored watching it. Once they enter this new crystal area, is this even part of the crystal realm anymore? The riders just aimlessly walk around for a bit, following Thunder, and then June just spills some Minotaur myths, with the Skrill being the monster in the middle of the labyrinth. Foreshadowing is a literary device. The writers think this is building tension, but it's not.
You hear something, Pat?
And then they find the Skrill, which is actually a Titan wing, hence why it's so big. They have a little skirmish and they all run away. The second half is them avoiding the Skrill, them grouping up, Tom finding a weird sword-looking thing, and apologising for keeping secrets, and he promises not to be a lone wolf anymore. Let's see how long that lasts. Just like a previous character point, because they immediately fight the Skrill and hurt it and stuff. What? Did you learn nothing from the Fault Ripper? Do you not care about the other dragons? Just because Thunder has some sort of weird rivalry with it? And also, like, why is the Skrill in this tiny cramped space? Like, it's obviously hindered. Why doesn't it just fly upwards and out? And we could go more. Tom absorbed the lightning bolts to power up Thunder to shoot the Skrill, but surely that would power up the Skrill, because the Skrill's biology is designed to absorb lightning, which at this point the Nightlight's blast has evolved into. The actual Skrill itself was fine, I guess. And from the supposed big clash, they open up a hole into a brand new realm. And they pick up a spearhead with the strike class symbol on it. What? Why is it there? Like, genuinely, it's randomly in the middle of nowhere. I could understand, like, maybe some sort of structure, like ruins or something, but, like, literally, it came from nothing. It hints towards that someone has stayed down here. Ugh. Also, you could have done something like this using something later on, like the Book of Dragons, which becomes useful in a part of the plot, and would have made more sense to be introduced it now as they dive further into the hidden world. The spearhead is meaningless, and they don't even do anything with it. It's so dumb. So, episode 1, Fire Escape. Okay, we start immediately with How to Train Your Dragon 3 armor. The season couldn't wait 0.1 seconds. I swear this part was going to be in the middle of an episode, after they adventured slightly, realising that they need the armor, and figuring out dragon scales and stuff like that. So Tom wants to carry around a sharp object. Just an average British outing. But then Tom burns to a crisp. He died as he lived. A scaly. Well, you can't tell me that suit is an attempt on that. Tom makes a dragon suit, but as you can tell, it's still missing something. I can definitely tell it visually. They lure out a dragon for it to be a portable flamethrower to test the suits. But a couple of things. You already have a dragon that can do a flaming loogie bomb, or a head that breathes fire, or heck, just make a flamethrower, because apparently they would have enough tech for that sort of thing. Yeah, I learned through Twitter that Alex made the Sentinels, and they cut that line for time. So let me get this right. They would rather keep like annoying, unfunny gags like these.
Are you crazy?
Which alone that takes like minutes of the episode, over some basic information which you probably should have known. So the dragon that actually peers out the fire realm into the episode is Fanghook, the monstrous nightmare. I do know it's not actually Fanghook, but I do find it funny they use the same texture and colorization. Could they not change it at all? See, it's just the same. Tom's little character arc in this episode is finding out that he shouldn't use dragons as tools, as they are creatures with emotions and stuff like that. Which is very odd, because he'd never had this attitude before this, and I would even argue that he didn't necessarily exploit the dragon. He was just sort of training it. Like, hey, if you fire breathe on this suit, I will feed you.
If you feed them,
they'll be your friend?
Oh, this clip confirms to me that the writers do not know anything about dragons and bonding with them.
Worked on Thunder, right, pal?
Yeah, that's nothing to boast about. I do know in this moment the writers are trying to say that that's not all to bonding, is just feeding them. But the irony of stating that, with the main two protagonists forming their lifelong friendship on just food, is so rich. I think that has to be the biggest joke of this series, and it wasn't even intentional. So anyway, an untrained dragon in the Dragon Cove area. Actually, it'll go to the fissure. And this is where Eugene sees his first dragon, and Leonard is just eating grass or something. What is it with the show the characters just stumbling across it? Could they not investigate and genuinely find it out for themselves? So they're continuing the Eugene subplot. Eugene is bored and wants to be a part of the Dragon Club. Of course, June denies and Eugene follows and fails and then dies.
Oh man, I should help him, but I won't.
And he bumps into Leonard. Sorry.
Buzzsaw.
He sounds like a 4-year-old. He's still obsessed with the lightning bird.
What do you know about the lightning bird? Lightning birds? Lightning bird! Big black bird! Lightning all over its body!
With Eugene sharing that he found some sketches in his sister's book, and then they both head to the fissure. I feel like this could have been relatively interesting if they both found out at the same time, with a both good and bad angle. Eugene joins and genuinely forms a connection with the dragon, and probably becomes a dragon rider like the others, with the other one going more of an evil angle and trying to find a way to exploit the dragons, actually proving the point that they kept on saying in the last 2 seasons now. And then if he finds a way to enter the hidden world and actually starts causing conflict, he could become more involved in the episodes instead of just tangentially related, because for the rest of the season he just appears and does nothing.
Wankers! Fucking embarrassing. Waste of our time. Fucking waste of our time.
I know all of this comes in fruition later, but for the 100th time already, for pacing and structure reasons, they should have just started it now and eventually draw comparisons. But anyway, in this last bit, Ego's fully conspiracy theorist nut.
What do you know about that station on the cliff?
Icarus?
Don't try to confuse me with code words.
No, I'm not. It's just a researchery place.
That's the cover story. But what's really going on there? Experiments? DNA manipulation? Animal hybrids?
The animation is very lackluster and does not support his unhingedness. And for some reason, the dialogue desyncs from the animation.
I mean, just hear me out. That your bird is actually a dragon.
Some people give this show 5 stars. Sorry, after that very large tangent, we actually finally get to the end of the episode. Tom catches up to the monstrous nightmare and gets set ablaze. He's dead! No, he lives because he's coated in the dried monstrous nightmare gel, which apparently is fire resistant, and the thing that's missing on the suit of armor. What? That doesn't make sense. Dragon scales make them fireproof. It's always been dragon scales. Episode 2, Ride or Die. Okay, this is a very menacing title. This is another June-focused episode. You have had a guess what they're focusing on this time. June's family issues. We've covered this many times. But now they're somewhat actually addressing it. A season or two too late, but we're here now. June's mum has high expectations of her, wishing her to be just like her, a quote-unquote successful CEO or something like that. June doesn't want that for herself, and her mum's mean about her about enjoying mythologies and fantasy and stuff like that. I have to admit, I actually quite like this setup. I think this is a good modern interpretation linking to the Dragons franchise. It's fairly common, or at least I know in Western culture that it's common, to set such high expectations for your children, and not prioritising on their health and happiness, which I personally think is the most important, which is why I said quote unquote earlier, success is subjective, and the conflict being here is that what makes June happy is her love of dragons and mythos. And we get a tad bit more information on why she likes mythologies, as it connects with her relationship with her father.
Dad gave it to me a long time ago.
Even though it doesn't go any deeper than this throughout the rest of the series, is he dead? Is he divorced? Does she still have a relationship with him? Why is he meaningful to you? The reason why I'm asking these questions is because, to be honest, I don't think the audience really cares. My main point being is I don't like the direction they head in this episode. Rather than criticising or evolving from this sort of viewpoint from her mother, or at least challenging her, she focuses on the last comment she makes.
How do you expect to survive out there in the real world if you refuse to actually live in it?
But after the events of this episode, she does some heroic actions, and she apparently does have what it takes to go out in the real world.
I've been thinking about what your mom said. You can't survive in the real world. You did more than survive today. You saved my life. Maybe the dragons too.
Even though what she's doing in the hidden world isn't really the real world. I don't see the average salary man riding dragons.
Who wants to live in the real world anyway?
But still, she was reading about Medusa, that's the thing that saved the day, and Tom's wisdom dissolves into, forget about it, don't matter.
Next time your mom comes at you about reading your stories, just pretend like you have your shield with you and deflect her words.
Which is very puzzling. I get what he's trying to say, you should care about what other people think. There's that, and then there's someone you love constantly harassing you about something that you love. I don't like the idea of them saying ignore the comments, because that won't really make it go away or solve the issue. This is apparent as later in the series, the comments still get to her. So again, we haven't really progressed. But anyway, as a form of escapism, Tom and Junga head out into the fire realm. It's just those two, as they're the only suits that have been made. Slugs? I was only joking when I watched the trailer. And snack things? Nice, they put a lot of effort in him. Didn't even texture them, they literally just a single colour and brush tool in Blender. Maybe 2 colours, please. Lava fish? As they explore the world, they find a perfectly intact shield. Okay, this is cementing the spearhead to be even more useless. It's still promoting the idea that someone's been down there, which doesn't even look like Hiccup's shield. Yeah, it's just more junk to add to the pile. Kind of sets up that the shield is mysterious, but nothing comes of the shield. It's just a shield. And we also get to see some new dragons. The flamethrowers. That's just a gun. Yeah, they're called the flamethrowers. Even though they look pretty cool, like hyena based, and have like flame horns coming out. It's like a flaming exhaust. I quite like it. You would never guess what class they're in. A stoker. I think I should clarify that, judging by the last few entries. But yeah, they're defending the Terrible Terror, and I actually like the little bit of a debate beforehand.
Isn't this just nature? I mean, who are we to pick sides and decide which dragon gets to live and which one might starve?
They both push and realise this dragon is actually from somewhere else, so they decide to help it out. But it makes me think that Tom is a bit of a realist, in the sense that he cares and wants to help dragons out, but obviously doesn't want to disturb the environment in order to do so. Although he doesn't care if June just batters a dragon around the face. But anyway, as I said before, Medusa resolution thing, cool, linking it with her mythology. And the flamethrowers hear a distant cry. And they fly off. I guess that's a teaser of what's coming up. While all of this is going on, Alex and Dee are back in the cove, chilling. Are they having a bath together? With sensors going off, as Sledkin has set a mission to find more Dragonzite. Oh yeah, Olivia shares her discovery with Sledkin. Still questioning why she does that, but sure. Apparently it's harder than Diamond, which is irrelevant information, with the foresight of the show being finished. I do like that Sledkin's actually finally doing something, instead of just standing there. Although I wouldn't define this as her finally becoming the second antagonist, because what she tries to do is a little bit lackluster. I mean, she's just mining out an area, and she doesn't do anything else for many other seasons. Naturally, Dee and Alex will have to stop them from discovering the hidden world. They were successful by a variety of methods, like loogies, mimicking wolves, crushing them with stone. Yeah, they're dead after that. How they're alive. And floating pickaxe with a sandwich. Ooh, spooky. Episode 3, Empty Fireworm Nest. Everyone has fire suits now and continue adventuring into the fire realm. But why is the music nice?
Ugh, I'm sweating like an armpit.
I'm cold as ice.
They come across a swarm of fireworms, with one of them going into Alex's bag. And then the episode splits into two. Well, more 2/3 because Alex and June's stuff take way more time. So June and Alex need to get the fireworm back into the hidden world before the Icarus station either finds out or the dragon dies. Oh no! Meanwhile, the whole swarm enters the cove looking for their lost friend. Tom and Dee try and wrangle up the fireworms back into the fire realm by using nets. I think we're dealing with a couple of really high IQ people here. And then the nets coated in dried monstrous nightmare gel. But they forgot to gel the bags that they're in. Ugh. Alex's mum discovers the new fireworm and wants to study it.
Plus, he's pretty cute.
Oh my god, they love it. They love the animal, it's so cute.
Come
come see Glomer.
Glomer? I thought we were going with Pollito.
Glomer is way cuter.
They're my favourite characters, and there's definitely no biases in that. A couple of attempts later, June lies in front of their face, and they get caught, with them not being pleased. And Eugene confronts June about the dragon he saw. I liked how June reacted, rolling her eyes to then look worried when faced away. Eugene pulls a full Candace and attempts to get the firearm and show it to his mum. I'm not overly sure why he wants to do that, considering he kind of wants to know more about the dragons, or at least join the club. I guess it's an extreme reaction from being rejected, and he gets abused mentally.
Hair loss?
Don't worry. You'll look pretty good with a shiny dome.
And physically.
Feathers!
Cool, that was a real girl boss moment there. To solve the issue, they need to convince Alex's mums that it should be let in the wild and not kept in captivity, because this species actually relies on the heat from the other dragons. But then Lucinda manages to grab the animal for Minari. I imagine Alex's mums told her when they got lied to, but she's got to Linda, she's spending like 12 seconds at the... Anyway, Sledkin now has it. And Alex uses her plan that she planned on doing from the beginning. And it's so extreme and goofy, it's actually quite funny. Setting off a missile drill. Although I'm surprised that the chief of security didn't question why the drill was set off. Surely he would be the one managing that?
Holy guacamole!
But anyway, Feathers retrieves the fireworm, MVP, and they all go back, it warms up. These dragons are very consistent like before. You're not going to do anything new with them? And we end the episode with Alex spending time with their mums, because at the beginning they weren't adjusting to the change of her going out all the time. Ugh, teenagers, am I right? Oh, and Buzzsaw makes an appearance, but he literally doesn't do anything apart from witnessing the funniest part of the whole show.
Did you see that? See what? Maybe I am going crazy. No.
Episode 4, Dr. Catastrophic. This episode is more of a simplistic one, with the Dragon Riders just doing the Dragon Rider things, and it works well. This is Dee's turn to having an arc. In the beginning, he does doctor/veterinarian things. That impresses his dad, so he takes it to heart way too much, and becomes overconfident in the dragon riding field. You know, Ascalon too. Gronkles are eating some of the crystals that don't agree with them, so Dee thought to lead them back into the fire realm, where they are from. He finds rocks, but Plowhorn seems agitated. Ignoring her, he feeds the Gronkles. But they went nuts!
At least we fed them something they didn't regurgitate. Too soon.
You're saying that as if you said something offensive. Plowhorn has had enough, so she dragged Dee's ass to the location again.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Cue Star Wars moment. They realise they are eating eggs of the catastrophic Quakin. Woo! I mean, ooh. Bad Dee. Grr, dumb. How could you? God. Dee feels like a failure. This is so dramatic considering all he did was just mistake eggs, which is supposed to be camouflaged as rocks. But it goes against his code. A doctor is supposed to do no harm, so he feels like a disappointment. Meanwhile, the other riders are leading the Gronkles to the fire realm. Fail, because of the overprotective mother keeps crashing the sweet rock party. Your name's Dwayne, you're Korg, and you're Jerry. These are technically a subspecies, fire Gronkle, and you can see like their little paws or knobbly bits on the side of their body. There's like lava-y. I think it's kind of cool. Credit where credit is due, this is an accurate depiction of a subspecies. And actually, because of that most minute little detail, I am actually going to move it up a tier, because it's me. The riders are struggling, even though they could have just led the Gronkles to a different part of the fire realm, instead of right underneath the Quaken. Sorry, we need conflict despite common sense. But Alex grabs Dee. They can't do it without him.
And she's attacking them! We can't stop her without you.
But yeah, he feeds the Gronkles the crystals to regurgitate the eggs.
Well, reptiles take a long time to digest, so I figured whatever they ate today was still in there.
Alright, show off. Even though that is actually quite clever. So the moral is, he is worth it, and he should listen to Plowhorn. So nothing. He's just literally lost nothing. It's exactly the same as before and after. He just had a bit of an off day. In terms of the catastrophic Quaken, it was handled well. Showing previous abilities before, like the shockwave thing. To be fair, it's not hard to mess it up. I don't know, see again, it's just kind of there. Episode 5. It flies in the family. The Dragon Riders are playing around. Either play fighting, geeking out, or medicating their dragon. Or breaking their back. The dragons track down an intruder. Eugene has entered the Dragon Club. Also, what was it Feathers that discovered him? And why not Plowhorn? The tracking dragon?
Busted!
Certified Candace moment there.
Mom, quick, Mom, look, before it disappears!
Eugene is, as he's always been, bored. He wants to join the club. Either that, or he'll go full Candace.
I am now, or else.
Mom!
Tom thinks that he should get a dragon. Dee, and especially June, don't think it's such a good idea. But it makes sense as they're siblings. And Alex just wants a dragon to eat him.
I'm just gonna say it. Our dragons could eat him.
So it swings in roundabouts. But I never thought I'd say this. I kinda like Eugene. Please no. Put down your weapons, alright? You're gonna have to hear me out, right? This episode developed him a bit. Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do you even want to join us?
Maybe I just want to be a part of something. Is that so hard to understand?
Anyway, the deal is he has to bond with the dragon or get out of here. Can't tell a soul. Pretty boy tries to befriend a razor whip.
Maybe I'll keep shopping.
A flogged fang. And a hot gobbler. Ah! But it doesn't work out. Oh. The big event that happens in this episode is that the flamethrowers are getting into the crystal realm, terrorizing the terrible terror. It's notable that they shouldn't be in this realm.
What are they doing this far into the crystal realm?
But they need to.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me!
So the task is to lure them deep into the crystal realm through the crack and plug the hole, which they do with the help of Webmaster. That's just Shadow Master, isn't it? Oh no. The deadly spinner, it's kind of cute. It's nice. I mean, it does look as if it's just been completely ripped out of Spore, even the arms and everything. I do like the affection that it gives Eugene, but the dragon has the exact same fire type of the spider wings, whatever the name is. It's weird, I keep on having mixed feelings about this dragon. D, I do have to say the bonding is as rushed as ever in these episodes. And this is the worst variation of it, as it's right at the end of this episode, mixed with other character stuff going on. For example, June. June's being a bit of a bitch to her brother, being really adamant and not wanting Eugene to join. Not gonna lie, this showcases her, argumentative attitude.
Won already if you weren't working against me.
Maybe I wouldn't work against you if you weren't always working against me!
But when it counts, she stands up for him, even though he ran away like a pussy. And after seeing a deadly spinner from nowhere and all of a sudden having the courage to stand up for himself or for his sister in return. Character moment? This moment wasn't foreshadowed earlier, so that's why it feels like it's out of nowhere. In fact, previously it's sort of been the opposite.
I'm not good at this, okay? There, I said it. Look, I need you to keep it together.
And also the trait for him sticking up for his little sister is completely missing from the rest of the show, which is a shame as it's another aspect of his character, which would have been quite nice to see. But because Eugene does a heroic action, he's now on dragon provisional status or whatever they call it. Just the right to try to stretch out the arc.
So I'm the leader, right?
That's totally funny gag. Oh, I really hope they overuse this. The episode ends with a more overt teaser for the upcoming boss fight. Episode 6, Magma comes to the surface. After the riders test the shield, they want to gobble the belch the lightning rod into a sword, so they go to the magma breather to forge it. But there's something wrong with the little piggy. After a reluctant examination from Dee, they need to take the dragon to the infirmary. Never mind, it dies before it could get there. I wish. They struggle getting it through the doorway, so they butter it up.
Yeah, up top.
I'm sure they're fine.
So it has a crystal stuck in its magma pipe.
He doesn't belong in the crystal realm in the first place.
Wait, how would you know that? The first time you saw it, it was in the crystal realm. They extract it, but uh-oh. Without a source of heat, the piggy's gonna die.
Dragons are cold-blooded, like lizards, so without producing more magma, he can't keep himself warm.
Excuse me, what?
I'm gonna go on a full rant, and I know this really doesn't really matter, but I do not give a shit because I care about this. This is mainly gonna be a topic for another video, so I'll keep it relatively light here. These dragons are definitely warm-blooded. Scientifically, their size, where they live, their feeding habits, and abilities. In the show, we have evidence of it a couple of times, even in the 9 realms. I wish I could go on, but I can't because of the pacing of the video. For now, they heat it up with the fire breath, but we all know that won't last too long. So they try to bring it back to the hidden world, for it to fall and die again. In terms of character arcs, this episode is more focused on Eugene. I actually quite like how this is paced. The progression is literally the next episode. Wow. Competent writing? No, because I don't really like how they treat Eugene in this. They keep blowing him off. Quite a few times he asks to help, and they don't trust him despite him being really useful earlier and hasn't really shown complete incompetency when dragon riding, other than he's a bit goofy. Can't even open the door correctly. They haven't even given him a chance. I'd understand their hesitancy if he keeps on messing up over and over again, but making a joke in the beginning of the episode isn't a good enough reason.
Someone could have been hurt.
Wasn't even that dangerous. I mean, he is just a C-tier snotlout.
Oh man, that was priceless.
They give him fake helpful tasks.
Eugene? Why don't you hang back and,
Which turns out he does fairly well at. It literally takes him to completely ignore the others and actually just take charge for once. And ironically, he's a better leader than Tom, as he gives clear, decisive directions with good ideas.
Everyone, spread out! Grab a tether!
Guys, you need to head down. But now he's proved himself once more. He's now officially a dragon rider. Yay! Totally S-tier teamwork from all the riders in this episode. Leonard appears again, and is another episode where he literally does nothing, apart from getting confirmation of his suspicions, which he was starting to doubt throughout the season. So if all of this is cut, nothing would change. But to be honest, it's kind of funny that he gets a free therapy session.
For years I've been toiling to build this logging company to make my mother proud. But just when I start to make real progress in this isolated stumpland, that lightning bird comes along and ruins it!
I'm sensing some deep-rooted anger, Buzzy. You're not searching for a lightning bird. You're searching for yourself.
That will be $500, please.
I have no money.
I want you to cover yourself. You heard me. Get out of my office, you filthy piece of...
Everyone makes it back safely to the fire realm. Stop sounding like Toothless. At the end of the episode, they commit to making the silver lightning sword thing, bringing it full circle. Wow. Despite a whole realm of magma they could have just used. Episode 7, The Sky Torture. For this episode, we are joined by a special guest, a far better reviewer.
Better luck next time, buddy!
Woo! While I want to keep a lot of the specifics of how I feel about the new season of the Nine Realms on the down low until my own review, I feel safe in saying that Season 3, particularly the final episode, has become so formulaic, it's very disappointing. Even for the pile of garbage you've come to expect.
For now though, we immediately start with something all over the place. For the Season 3 finale, we have something that was brought up at the beginning of Season 2 and has never been mentioned since, with Tom regretting how he acted towards the Fault Ripper. But instead of sweeping it under the rug like they did the first time, they actually did something with it. Alex's sensors go off, and it turns out what they thought they dealt with earlier with the flamethrowers is actually much worse. And a new dragon appears, the Sky Torture. And the only motivation we get is that it's expanding its territory.
It's like they've been scouting the territory for him.
Mainly as it gives the presumption that this dragon is quote-unquote bad or evil for some reason, especially as we've seen the effects of this all season. Throughout the seasons, we've seen a lot of chaos that's happened to the hidden world. A lot of dragons being misplaced in different realms and getting hurt as a result of that. I thought this is a great build-up to a new threat, but it has no link, because it's the dragon riders that are down there that are causing this. The big clash between them and the Skrill opened up a new realm for dragons to wander in from. 3 out of the 4 conflicts between dragons in this season is to do with them being in the wrong realm. The others, the writers just goofed at, but still links to the theme of being in the wrong realm, even though internal consistency is off, and the other one's self-contained. Personally, I think it would have been a better lead up for the Fault Ripper dragon conflict, as it's designed to create holes between worlds and give motivations for Tom's initial behaviour, for him to then reflect on it and not like it. But fortunately, they just don't comment on any of this, and in the next season they focus more on Buzzsaw and all that stuff. And honestly, I think it's more of a missed opportunity, especially linking to the final message they end up with, which I'll talk about it at the end. The new dragon, the Sky Torture, in my personal opinion, looks cool. I quite like the pure white aesthetic, and when it charges up a fire breath, you can see it boiling up within it. Although this dragon kind of looks like it should have 4 wings. It has minions working for it, the flamethrowers.
Now it's all making sense.
What do you mean? It clears up nothing! Dragon is an animal, not a despicable villain. Gru has quad fire beams coming out from its mouth? Now that's a video game boss fight if I ever seen one. Oh no. Although I do have to admit, Tom has actually developed. Despite with awful pacing and starting then stopping for like whole practically 2 seasons, then reappearing all of a sudden, he actually attempts to deal with the Sky Torture in a peaceful manner. And he was successful. I think he only attacked it like once to draw its attention, with it not being harmed. His plan is to make peace with the Fault Ripper. Why is the dragon looking at Tom? It's blind. And utilize its ability to lead it back into the Fire Realm where it belongs.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. So help me, so help me, and cut.
And everyone just casually walks off. Soccer. I like they brought back the Fault Ripper, because it's a cool dragon with cool abilities. But in all honesty, the payoff doesn't really feel worth it. Mainly because all this was rushed. Instead of creating a focused episode of the main conflict for the finale, the quote-unquote what this whole season's been leading up to, the episode splits into 3. Dee, Alex and Eugene looking after the dragons from the aftermath of the new dragon appearing. Tom and June befriending the Fault Ripper, and Tom's mum and Minari looking for the sinkhole in a forest. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that the sinkhole just appeared for no reason. Like, they don't even have an excuse this time. I know sinkholes are somewhat random, or at least I know there's geological regions for such things happening, but I really don't like the fact that it connects to the hidden world, because surely any sinkhole around the world would be able to connect with it. It just destroys a part of the world building, with Buzzsaw appearing for no reason, with terrible dialogue.
Didn't just fall off the organic avocado truck yesterday.
One of the biggest issues plaguing this show so far has been the incorporation of plot devices, only to either not follow through with them or to gloss over them so quickly the audience doesn't have time to determine whether or not it's something of actual importance.
For the time being, Mr. Chainsaw accuses Cullerton and Minari about the lightning bird. He sets up a trap, doesn't it fly? And him being as smart as an organic avocado, he sets up his own trap, falling into the sinkhole. The season ends with Buzzsaw peeking through a glory hole and finding the ice realm.
Snow.
Yeah, that's not snowflakes, mate. But yay, oh, quah, what an unpredictable ending. It's not as if we've seen this before. In this Buzzsaw bit, they do mention a couple of other subplots.
Just like I saw through the kid that was hiding it.
One never knows when more deposits of a certain mysterious, groundbreaking gem might be discovered.
It's so insignificant, it really doesn't matter. Back to the climax. After the Sky Torture skedaddled, the writers forcefully opening a random chamber, with Tom and their gang finding another item with a strike class symbol slapped on. They pick up to what looks like a case to the Dragon Eye. What? The actual...
Let's compare all 3 season finales. In season 1, it ends on an absolutely absurd note, with Thunder scorching the strike class symbol into the rock of their hideout, and Tom realizing it's the same mark on his family heirloom Viking helmet. And that's the end of the season. In season 2, the group discover the spearhead with the strike class symbol on it at the entrance to the Fire Realm, and that's the end of the season. In season 3, the group stumbles upon the locked container that 100% does not contain a dragon eye. They see that it also has the strike class symbol on it, and the season ends. All of these discoveries are preceded by a final boss battle with a big dragon they've never encountered, and every time they get the best of it. Every season ends the exact same way. This leads to not only predictability among future season finales, and thus less anticipation for the upcoming episodes, but also an extreme loss of dynamic potential. Which is something Race to the Edge and the other shows were fantastic at. The heroes in those shows weren't immune to bad things happening to them, and often, these unfortunate twists in the story would lead to long-standing conflict after conflict that the characters had to combat.
You and your Night Fury played right into my hand.
You know, how plot structure is supposed to function. Ending every season in the exact same way only works against the tension I think the creators of the Nine Realms believe they're building. Either that, or they've since decided that the only audience they care to pander to is that of children so small their episodic retention doesn't go beyond watching a bunch of moving colors on a screen, which is just the complete opposite of what the original shows were going for. It's sad, and unfortunately, it's what we've come to expect from the Nine Realms at this point. But that isn't going to stop me and many other Dragons fans from mercilessly shitting on it.
Episode 1, Cold Open. Opening the episode from once we left off, Tom trying to open the container randomly stashed away in the grotto. He's obsessing over it as it must contain answers to his connection to Thunder. Eugene and Dee go off helping the dragons that were hurt by the Sky Torture incident. Alex's equipment detect a strange temperature reading from a sinkhole that opened up in the forest. So the same structure to many other episodes prior. So the gang split up and reunite at the end to save the day. Oh gosh, kill it with fire! The other Cullison is obsessed with an object. The crystal thing that we've been looking at for many seasons now. Eugene, after being promoted to Dragon Rider, now thinks he is qualified to be the leader of the group. Ugh, he's such a snotlout.
He's the Dragon Whisperer.
But, I'm sorry, he's the Dragon Whisperer?
Under my leadership.
Still talking about being the leader, okay? Is it me or is that Floodfang shrunk? The other three enter the Ice Realm. Damn, the textures look nice. Thunder gets caught in a dragon trap. Buzzsaw is back, wonky eye and all. Of course Thunder escapes. Why didn't he just do that sooner?
Hello, Mother. Lightning Bird has a name. And friends.
I am at the edge of my seat. Oh, desperate for information about the random assortment of crap around the realms. He looks for potential people down here.
Wu-Wei, hide.
Unfortunately, they stumble upon...
I'm Keith.
Keith? Honestly, that's the best name out of all the options. I'm going to stick with that. So Keith is doing a stupid broken leg routine.
It's time to finish what we started, Sparkles.
Ha! Sparkles. So with Keith reluctant to fly out with a broken leg, June goes out to get D, because he's Doctor.
Looks like the fire's burning down.
No it doesn't. Alex and Tom are suspicious of Keith. Of course, with his many not-so-subtle cues. Ooh, again. Fluid animation. It's kind of a shame that I feel like I have to point that out. Unfortunately, the mediocre animation is more often than not. Like when Sparkles is getting up after a slip, the shake should be more side to side like an animal, or more specifically a dog, rather than a shake like a human. It just looks odd and it kind of falls into Uncanny Valley. To be honest, most of Sparkles' animation is kind of lackluster. It's a shame too, because I know they can do it. Tom finds Keith's real name on the hatchet.
Property of Leonard.
Which begs the question, why did he use an alias? It's not as if he's famous. This is where the stories merge, with Eugene recognising the description. This also leaves me the question of, what's the point in the split story? We waste a lot of time with quips of Eugene wanting to be the leader, something pointed out many times in this episode, and many episodes in the future, with of course him not really fulfilling the agenda because the writers are scared of doing something outside the status quo.
Any chance we can pit stop? I have to pee. Hold it!
Get told by that. Keith convinced Alex and Tom to get more food, but leave Thunder. In my first watch, where I wasn't paying much attention, I was thinking, oh, you bloody idiots! You were sus of him? Why did you just leave the dragon? But it turns out, they had a pretty alright plan. Innit, bruv? I don't know why they didn't just call him out on it while they were talking. It's not like he had to convince a neutral party, or risk a chase where almost anything could have happened and ruin the plan.
Only my mother calls me Leonard. The name's Buzzsaw!
And you can bury yourself in a snowdrift and get hypothermia.
What the?
Yeah, no, that was not planned. But of course, the typical B-story characters are here saving the day. The moral is, obsessions can lead to very unhappy life. Case study, Buzzsaw. Thanks? I guess? Cliffhanger. Yeah, I don't know what to say here, something just happens. It doesn't even reveal any new information about the gems. It's just a reminder of, hey, they're a thing. And also a reminder, this is season 4, and this was introduced in season 2, and we've learnt nothing new. Episode 2, Uncharted Territory. They are on the search for Keith as he is a danger to the dragons. But also the key to the container? More on that later.
Those storm clouds are moving towards us. Maybe we should head home.
A storm's a brewing. Tom enters the cave, followed by June and Dee, making sure he comes out before the storm hits.
That storm's coming in hot.
I think you mean coming in cold. You see what I did there?
Shut the fuck up. June finds some prints. She spins it into being a Yeti, but it's obviously a new dragon.
It's here.
The gang leave the cave. Both Feathers and Webmaster have gone missing? Could they not sit still for 5 seconds? After a while of searching, they still haven't found them. Tom, actually being responsible for once, suggests to leave as it poses a further risk to the team. Alex is reluctant, as Feathers doesn't do very well in the cold. However, they're just about to agree to search again at the first light the next day. We see both Feathers and Webmaster wander alone in the snow. I just wish they used an original sound for the Deadly Spinner, especially as it's a part of the main group. Anyway, I quite like this moment, telling a story with no words and nice music, which is the best part of the show. Both Eugene and Alex are worried about their dragons, with a moment of reflection between them. It's nice as they grow a stronger relationship with each other, and retrospective of the riders. Equally, June disturbs Tom in his bedroom. Tom is unsure that he made the right decision, which, he did. But Alex and Eugene are both missing, presumably looking for their dragons. Meanwhile, both Feathers and Webmaster are being stalked by the Yeti Dragon. I like that we see further respect develop as Alex shows her technological intelligence and Eugene shows his social intelligence. Ish. Not gonna lie, Pete's kinda dumb. Both intelligence goes out the window though when they both go down the hole without a long enough rope. Luckily, Wu and Wei saves them in time. After the gang air their issues with each other, which is just them sending complaints towards Tom for him making the decision of staying down there longer than they should have, apparently resulting in the two dragons disappearing. I do not buy that, Chief. It's hard to comment on this because it's such like meaningless drama. I know the writers are not going to change from the status quo and Tom's going to remain the de facto leader despite being awful at it and everyone disagreeing. But oh no, he learned from his mistake. Yeah, fucking right. Now the weather has cleared, they all go looking and track down for the two missing dragons, which are now confronted by the Yeti Dragon. Its name is the Yeti Wing. Yeah, I know, imaginative. And it's a mystery class dragon? Why? It should have been tracker as it literally tracks down both Feathers and Webmaster. And it looks like it has a large sniffer. I like the mixture of the fur and scales, although we don't see much in terms of its abilities. It has a generic ice blast and can smash into other things like the Crimson Gorgutter. Another bee, really. Anyway, wrapping the episode up, they make it back home safe. What's with the cringe click thing? It feels against his character. It's genuinely embarrassing watching writers create dialogue for Gen Z characters. But some fine storytelling happens. It's all too convenient that Tom drops his helmet and the broken horn is the key, despite him dropping it many times before and nothing happening. Oh, and the keyhole shape is the wrong way around. Tom nor the riders figure it out, it just sorta happens. The container opens to a book. Thank you, Odin, that is not the Dragon Eye. But I have to admit, I think it is a good idea to introduce the Book of Dragons into the show. On one aspect, it's still aggravating due to a reveal later on, but we'll get there when we get there. But for a show about dragons, it's kind of imperative that they should have knowledge of them, instead of doing this weird thing that they've been doing for the last, 3 seasons. They named some dragons but not others. In all honesty, I think this book should have been right in the beginning of the series, replacing the helmet, because Hiccup didn't really wear one. It was a bit more of a subtle visual way to show his disconnect from the Viking culture, which at the time was hunting and killing dragons. It's more plausible that he would have held onto the book rather than the helmet. Do the writers not know Hiccup's character? They could have used the book as a tool to find new realms instead of just stumbling upon them, and to solve some dragon conflicts. It'd also give more personal character reasons for them being there. Perhaps archaeologists found Viking stuff, specifically linking to the people in the book. I just thought Olivia should have so been an archaeologist instead of a geologist, so it won't be so random that Tom discovers stuff from his ancestors there. Episode 3, Journey to the Snowcano. This is a painful one. I'm going to bring you along with every single excruciating detail. If I have to suffer, you're going to have to suffer as well. The gang diverts flamethrowers from the Crystal Realm back into the Fire Realm. Wait, haven't we already done this?
You don't want to do that because we were just playing.
To protect her brother from being incompetent, he's such a snotlout. The standoff between the flamethrowers and Wu and Wei happen, leading them to hurt themselves and being out of mist breath. Dr. D acts like every doctor in existence, saying to wait and rest. The first page of the journal has the original Dragon Riders. Okay, nothing too offensive so far, but oh, that will change. June goes on about an unrelated Chinese myth about a Dragon King losing his breath because of their children or something. I don't know. All I know is that it's nothing like this situation. We may get tired of listening to June's stories and the useless doctors, just like the NHS. To be clear, that's a joke that the NHS is severely underfunded.
I don't think June should be taking Wu and Wei out in their condition.
What are you talking about? Wu and Wei took June. They're heading towards the mountain, but the journal is saying the mountain bad. They can't just fly to the top because the winds around there are too strong, which is a bit of a lame excuse, but whatever. But because it was documented in the book, Tom's leaning more towards trusting that and for the safety of the team. And June stays adamant about doing what's best for her dragon.
They didn't just make this stuff up. It's not just some myth.
Oh my god, Tom, you've already made your point.
Some myth?
Oh my god, you just let it go.
Myths can provide answers to the unanswerable, Tom.
They're compasses to meaning. It's not about whether the myth is real or not. I'm trying to understand my dragon.
Let me try and understand this. You're understanding your dragon through a completely unrelated myth in China, whilst navigating and relating it to places in the Scandinavian part of the hidden world. What? But also this extra exchange is completely pointless. You've already established this, writers. We can move on.
I'm not saying it's real, just that maybe there's something to be learned from it. My plan is to do whatever it takes to help my dragon.
Now you think Wu and Wei are acting it out?
I don't think that, but maybe whatever they need to heal is on that mountain. Don't worry, you two. I'll help you get there. But Wu Wei seem to think what they need is up there. I have to help them find it.
Too many times if you ask me.
To me, it's about keeping us safe and what's best for the team.
Wu and Wei are part of the team.
Oh my god, he did say that. Are these two having two different conversations?
It's almost like, oh, I don't know, like they knew.
I just want to be sure it's safe.
As June and Tom parrot their points one more time, Wu Wei are like, "Peace out, you wee bastard." Cue montage of climbing the mountain poorly. They are now dead. But they eventually make it up to a halfway mark, and they start another argument. Oh my god.
I don't see any skulls. Do you? Guess your book doesn't know everything.
This is genuinely started to get quite infuriating. Later there's going to be a romantic subplot with these two.
Coming from someone who looks for answers in a 1,000-year-old myth.
Maybe I'm forgetting, but isn't that book also 1,000 years old?
No. Well...
Okay, so June is teasing Tom about listening to the book, even though it's evidence that it has details about the area. He's pointing out the irony in June not trusting the mythological book, despite that's what she's been doing this whole episode and previous episodes and seasons. It's her whole character.
I'm just being cautious.
And again, it just ends up being a complete waste of time. And at the end, Eugene just exposits the main conflict.
It's either June's snooze fest myth or Tom and the book he found in a hole.
Well done, writers.
Our fearless leaders!
Eugene, shut up about the leader thing. This is the 3rd episode he's mentioned it. They need some Wii to chill out.
Like what?
Am I a troll?
I am ready. Feels like my hair is singing.
Oh, never mind.
Poison gas?
Is Walter White making a cook?
I've had a good chuckle over that one. I'm coming after you.
Also, how were the dragons affected as well? The dragons pulled the riders out. Webmaster. So they could just fly to the top of the mountain now. Whatever. As long as it gets the plot over with. June is still relating the myth to physical locations, despite her saying that she knows the myth isn't real.
In the legend, there's a lake. We're pretty far from any lakes, but gotta be something up here that can help Wu and Wei.
And again, pointless. We already know this.
We were lucky to survive back there, and Wu and Wei are fading fast. We tried your way, June, but there's nothing here.
Although Tom is being completely rational here and making so much sense, more rational than normal to be honest, we do finally learn more about June, why she likes myths and legends so much. 2 or 3 seasons too late, but at least it's something now.
I know they may not be true, but the stories exist for a reason.
I'm gonna kill myself!
This is like the 100th time she said it in like a 20-minute episode. So basically, June's grandmother and father told her the myths and legends to help guide her through life, I guess. That in itself, I don't have an issue with. I mean, it's quite sweet having a special memory or thing that you did with your parents. It makes the most sense why she's so attached to the mythology stuff. I saw that from like season 1, but we're here now. I feel like this should have been a thing established right away, so throughout the ongoing seasons they could expand on it.
But I'm choosing to trust their guidance. To trust my dragon, trust my heart.
But also June is conflating trust and guidance from the myths and legends with the dragons. I'd understand her point more if she was just fully on the side with trusting her dragon. And wasn't it Tom in season 3 that you should listen to your dragon?
But a good thought can come from anywhere, even a dragon.
They're just backtracking from their character.
If you really believe, we're behind you.
Finally, they agree. But then the Dragon King, I'm thinking of June's myth. A giant mist twister appears out of the volcano.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? In this image, it's throwing dragons to their death.
What if it's not?
I'm going to myself and it's your fault!
Honestly, at this point, they are both equally to blame. Tom continues to point out stuff from the book, which June has been adamantly against, so he agreed to go with her, and June is still blatantly ignoring evidence within the book, despite this one time she was correct. They soon realise that the
Titan Wing!
I'm sorry, a Titan Wing? How do you know that? You haven't translated the Book of Dragons yet! Is not attempted to attack the riders nor harmed Woon Wei. And then June realises that she should trust them. Wait, she's been trying to say that all episode!
My Book of Dragons says
I know what it says, but the Vikings weren't the only people who knew about dragons.
The pacing of the episode is so awful. It starts with Wu and Wei running out of myth breath, and then June talks about an unrelated myth. Wu Wei starts taking June to somewhere, and then a slight disagreement on the way. They land, they have an argument. They find out about the wind, they have an argument. They realise the wind doesn't affect them as they climb the mountain. They have an argument. They climb the mountain, they have an argument. There's natural gas, they have an argument. They resolve their differences. Mist Twister appears, they have a disagreement. They attack the Mist Twister, they have a disagreement. And then the final resolution. Do you see the problem? And it's not because I'm against characters having argumentative behaviour. That shit makes some of the best TV, but it needs to be spaced out and not repeat themselves verbatim every single time. Also, 2 Breaking Bad references for 1 episode. Hell yeah. But yeah, they protect the Titan Wing and Woon Wei from the falling debris, which has been falling for ages. Does gravity shift when there's a Titan Wing around? Wu Wei go into the mythical healing spring and are regenerated. Turns out it's some of the Mist Twisters' home. I like the colours. The episode ends with Sparkles looking a little sad. He misses his family. So just another little Belle moment. Hey, look, remember this subplot? And Tom realises they don't have all the information down in the book, so he seems to update it. And what? That's just vandalism at this point. This episode is infuriating in so many ways. The first part is the awful exposition throughout the entire episode. This is kind of the thing throughout the whole series, but it's more poignant here. Every character is saying what they're thinking and feeling in every part, and it just bogs it down. Good exposition is told through character action, and the audience can pick up a lot more through just how the characters behave. You know, the old adage of show not tell. We know June is worried and caring and wanting to understand Woon Wei because she would be so adamant and just trusting them and going along with them. We will be able to tell if Tom is caring about the riders through his actions and making precautions and trying to figure stuff out. I quite like Eugene's dismissal of the stories, and you could sort of interpret that they didn't have like a special relationship with his grandmother or father, unlike June. But the frequency and the repetitiveness and ultimately repeating Tom's points as well just sort of spoils it. The other two literally add nothing apart from giving precautions because he's Doctor.
You should really put some ice on that. Oh wait, you're already on ice.
And the patients shouldn't be wearing themselves out. And everything gets 10 times more convoluted through the forced incorporation of the random myth. It has the most vague connection through someone losing its magical breath, which you could interpret their children as the other riders or whatnot. But it feels worthless, and this is a big thing with June's character. She loves the mythos, which, fair enough, but more often not, it bogs down the story, and ultimately never adds anything. The screw in the maze is like the Minotaur. Thanks. You just explained where the writers got the concept of that episode idea. This dragon must be where all the Yeti myths came from. We now know where the design of this dragon came from. The only time so far that it's become mildly useful is in connection with the Medusa story, as a resolution for the flamethrowers, by using the reflection of the shield against them. But they only do it for that episode. They never do it later, which just makes the part in the episode just even more pointless. Could they just not out firepower them with their dragons? Because they never seem to have an issue since. I did like it when she used it to trick her brother. That was quite funny. But wait, if he never believed in him, then why did he fall for the trick? And honestly, I wish they dived more into the philosophical side of it, because I think that's more interesting. You could use it to solve some problems, like have the characters stuck on something and think of alternative solutions, coming from different concepts from different cultures and philosophies and stuff. Perhaps you can incorporate myths to solve the issue instead of just randomly shoving it into the story. My favourite part is when she named Woon Wei, using the concept to figure out the solution. Still a little bit lame because all they used was just their firepower, but the groundwork's there and it could have been expanded upon. But now we just have this dragon is the king dragon, despite Woon Wei is supposed to be the king dragon because they're the one who lost their breath. What? It's so confusing. And one last thing, I feel like the vibes are off. I've already explained before how realistic the dragons feel, relatively speaking. And this just gives the angle of, oh, they're just made up and magical creatures. This doesn't quite sit right for me, but yeah, we'll move on. I've talked way too much about this episode already. Episode 4, The Decoy. We open with the new dragon getting lured into a trap by you-know-who. Before I talk about the degenerates, I would like to appreciate the new dragon. I really like it, the sound, the design, colours, it's cool. Despite the class placement. Yeah, this thing is in the Stoker class, despite being an ice dragon, one that breathes ice. But I like it. But the Kazoo kid comes across the Timberjack, more on that later. Olivia introduces the riders to a crystal. The gang know it as Dragonzite, nearly slipping their knowledge about the hidden world. Luckily Eugene was able to save it.
Did you know they found another piece of Dragonzite?
Isn't that not the same piece? Tom's getting worried as the adults are now getting quote-unquote closer to discovering the realms.
I don't want to say anything while Tom was almost blowing the secret and Eugene was sucking up to his mom.
Ugh, he's such a snotlout, hitting on the leader's mother and all.
First name basis.
Alex's senses are going off in the ice realm, so the riders rush over to see what the trouble is. Dragons are being captured by Keith.
Porcelain tea set? What is with this guy?
I'll have you know that is a very standard and rational thing when you go on an expedition. I should know. I'm British.
I've just started this calypso. It is minging. It's minging.
Keith explains that he lures dragons with a carved whistle that sounds like they're cool. That's good. Explain your plan to the people who oppose your actions. He calls upon the Timberjack, which is nice to see. The dragon has been fairly shafted for others, only legating it to background cameos. But the creators immediately mess up. They add on these razor-sharp teeth to the wings, which is so dumb. Teeth is there for grip. Something like that will be used for sawing, not slicing wood, which we see in the episode. It's so clear that none of the creators have done any woodwork. I couldn't cut through this irony with a typhoon meringue. A chase ensues with the gang getting hell out of Dodge. So Keith is controlling dragons using a device rather than forming a bond with it. But, how's it not escaping from the rope? Cut it! Breathe fire on it! Heck, just use your actual strength! You can escape!
Exactly. Me and Webbs will lead us in, and then
Whoa.
Eugene once again offers to lead the group. They decide to go with Tom's plan, which is a shame. First of all, it makes more sense. Eugene knows how to distract Keith as he's done it competently before. Tom's plan kinda sucks.
Thunder and I will sneak into Buzzsaw's camp, get the whistle, then signal for you guys to fly in and free the other captive dragons.
I'll do all the work whilst everyone else sits back. Not going to utilise the fact that you vastly outnumber them is also something different. We always have Tom leading the missions/plans. It would be nice to change it up a bit and see qualities from other riders other than their one trait. Tech, Doctor, Silly Goof, and Mythology. Fluidity in characters and actions. Lastly, this would also serve as a conclusion or development in Eugene wanting to be a leader arc, instead of being stuck on the same part, winding through many episodes. Give him a chance, let him mess up, do it over many episodes instead of character focused episodes, where everything achieved is stale. Don't get stuck on the same part of the development all season. Keith's plan actually took me by surprise. Considering how incompetent he is, I was fully expecting that being the solution, but no.
Wow, I am getting good at this, right?
No. But the competence soon goes soaring off a cliff as you trap them in a nice cage. Just break out. Once again, Eugene makes some good points.
More time? This kid screws up left and right and I get passed over?
You guys ought to really listen to him. Not the part of him looking beautiful, he is hideous looking.
Beautiful hair.
But back to Tom. Just break out. But Keith declares himself the king of dragons, which, I agree, Tom, a ridiculous notion. But from that, Tom manipulates Keith into riding a dragon. Ooh, what a threatening villain. And the main character laughs at them, easily manipulates them, and at the end of the day, they're called fucking Buzzsaw. And yes, I'm never going to let that name down. All the time they're still using it. My gosh, it's as easy to lift the side up to escape. And it looks really weak there as well. Sparkles, blast it. You can now if you're worried about Tom being hurt. Tom teaches bad techniques of dragon riding whilst trying to pickpocket the whistle. Tom manages to get both him and Keith riding the Timberjack. June has finally had enough and goes to check on Tom's progress.
Dragon Riders, mount up.
Should have been Eugene, but oh well. The riders go and attempt to free Sparkles and the other dragons. The small ones roar in panic, and somehow Buzzsaw hears this. How? Does he have Superman's hearing? He then proceeds to murder Tom. Sparkles sees this, and then by some miracle manages to catch Tom. What's the hell? Didn't know thunder can move faster than the speed of sound. Without Tom, Keith crash lands the Timberjack.
You know what? I just decided. I don't want to lead this mission anymore.
You aren't leading the mission in the first place, mate. You're fine. The thing is, I can't really tell if that's supposed to be a joke, or that was his attempt at leading the group, because if that was the latter, he didn't do jack. Septiceye. Apparently Tom rolled a nat 20 with the pickpocket roll and switched the whistle before he got shoved off. What the fuck, don't use it!
But I think you've actually got a pretty good handle on this leadership thing after all.
Oh my god, the ending lesson is Eugene realises that Tom is a good leader, which is a bizarre conclusion to make, as he did come up with a poor plan, mess it up, and through a massive stroke of luck, it all worked out okay. Just ignore the fact that Tom taught Keith how to ride dragons, / train them, the fact that Keith could just recarve the whistle because he made it in the first place, and one more for fun, because I just messed up the list, he's bloody dumb!
Lone wolves don't fist bump.
Please end the suffering. Well, we end on Olivia asking where Tom has been. Through the clip midway through this episode, we know she knows that Tom is lying. As well in the beginning of the episode where she gets super suspicious. I would have thought she would have challenged him on this, but they just want to keep on dragging it out all season. Episode 5, The Nightlights, Part 1. Tom and Sparkles are flying through the Ice Realm and breaking out caged dragons. So Thunder can just blast the cage. That's the lightning sword? But the concept of the lightning sword is so dumb, because it doesn't fit into the narrative they're trying to construct. A sword is a weapon in which he uses against other dragons. But I thought Tom loves dragons and doesn't want to harm them, and feels guilty about harming them. What about these dragons? But then they come across one of Thunder's siblings. These writers or creators make the same issues over and over again, and I'm getting so conscious that I'm repeating myself so much throughout this video that part of me just wants to like move on, but I still have to point it out because it's still bad writing, because there's no lead up to this, there's no character work involved. They were thinking about his family, then they just discovered them. Olo, which is the laziest form of incorporation. It's tied there by assuming by Keith. I imagine he like sets up a trap or something. Tom takes it to D to see if it was hurt by the snare. Turns out it's infected by adorableness. I think that's the wrong diagnosis, Doc.
And man, are they ugly.
I'm surrounded by idiots.
And they name it Shadow. Now that they found one of Thunder's siblings, they can lead them back to Thunder's family. But why couldn't Thunder do this in the first place? I don't understand if they were like nomads, which they were kind of treating it in like season 2. Like why were they in the Crystal Realm? If they were there, which the show wanted you to believe. But having a static family home sort of situation is very puzzling how Thunder got lost or was separated from his family in the first place, and / or how he couldn't find his way back anyway. To a certain point you may not be sure. But as soon as he got into the Ice Realm, could he not recognize like a bit of it and think, that's the way home?
So let me get this straight. Nobody wants me to be the leader, but you're all cool with following a baby.
Yep.
My gosh, I thought the last episode was the last of the leader bit. Before they get there, they explore more of that weird dark bioluminescence realm. It's questionable if this is part of the dark realm. There's not much consistency with that one. But Tom discovers a old chest with booby traps designed for humans. But not gonna lie, how haven't they been set off by dragons, or otherwise still functioning work fine thousands of years later? We're so close at like doing the full discussion, so I'll come back to this in a bit. But they make it to Asgard, which is what I originally thought this realm was supposed to be, but since we get Asgard in a later season, then it's probably more Vanaheim, although it's probably more like the nature realm. I don't know, I'm not too sure what the realm is based on, but it's like the pseudo-gods, I guess. I'll talk about the realm situation soon. So 3 more nightlights come out. Also, does this mean 2 of Thunder's siblings have died? Considering we've seen every set of hatchlings of nightlights or furies come in 3s, Sparkles is all alone. And then the parents come out. Oh gosh, they look even worse than Thunder. There's so many scales, and That's gonna get me age restricted. Apparently they don't like humans because they're not used to them. Wouldn't that also apply to Thunder in the beginning? Oh, the sound design. Using stock toothless sound that doesn't match the animation and situation. It sounds like an eyesore, and it really takes you out the experience. Tom's sad because he's going to lose his best friend.
I just realized that this might just be goodbye.
Good. I want it to stop. Oh, but the yearly family reunion isn't over just yet. They meet Granddaddy. Oh, the Elder Night Fury. He immediately pretty much disapproves Tom. Merely because he brought a weapon? This is why you don't make swords, for hurting dragons, you idiot. Oh, but he got better sword. He never once used it against the dragon, unlike Tom. Shadow sneezed and accidentally fired at the Elder, and then they retaliated against the riders. I thought they would be smarter than that. The skirmish ends with... Oh my gosh, a well-paced blast. They do a fake out thing. Show, you did that in like season 1. Yeah! I have to admit, it's only for like a couple of seconds, but it's still not any less funny. But because Thunder risked himself and Shadow was like, yeah, he cool.
I think he's saying we're cool, but we're not cool. You know what I mean?
Sure. Tom realizes it's time to say goodbye to Sparkles. Aww. Unironically, in an isolated bubble, it is kind of effective. Like, they have really nice music, it's nicely paced, but through the context throughout the whole series, it's completely ruined. Because they pulled this shtick like so many times, and you can kind of tell it's not going to be the end, especially as we still got one more episode. The audience can tell this isn't going to be a proper goodbye. So once more, it is completely pointless. And as we're talking about the Thunder's family and whatnot, I guess we can talk more about the subplot. In the next episode, it becomes a definitive conclusion to this part of Thunder's arc, but I think this is supposed to serve as like a mid-series twist, as especially as it relates more to Tom's character growth, since nothing substantial has really happened since like the end of the first season where he realised that he does somehow have connection. But ultimately, in the end, the elder guy allows Thunder to carry on adventuring with Tom. Initially, when I first saw them introduce Thunder's family, I wasn't the biggest fan of this decision, but to be honest, considering how little it impacted the plot prior, the absence of Thunder's overall arc for the second half of the series won't be noticeable. But here would be a good point to start his next stage of his arc. Now that he's found his family, he could be training for the Alpha, or something to do with the Alpha, like the Elder Dragon teaches him a bit of it. Because they start this in season 6 and that comes out of nowhere. They try to use that moment as a setup for a later part, for like the finale stuff, but I think it would make more sense for it to set up now with the help of his parents, and it gives him direction for the second half of the series. This could be done by replacing the dumb goodbye scene. We can still have Tom thinking that he's going to be saying goodbye to Thunder, as it does put the thought in the audience's head that this won't last forever. There is going to be an eventual goodbye. And plus, I think it would serve as quite a good climactic moment, especially since we got this. Tom's worse than Mr. Buzzface over here.
Which I guess means you can't be our leader.
Eugene, this is not the time.
Yeah, it hasn't been for the last 4 episodes.
I'm just saying, I'm the oldest.
Yes, we get it. Move on. But as they leave, Shadow catches up to them, and within a 2-second time span, they've been attacked. And also, sure, let your little one risk their life just to get some extra help. But before we move on to the next episode, there has been another subplot line throughout this episode, and it's Olivia really getting suspicious now about Tom. I'm just going to reveal it now. By the end of the next episode, she finds out about Thunder, at least, even though she knew something was up in like season 2. But we're finally here now. Ugh. But they achieve this by Olivia asking Tom a question and him being so blatantly lying through his teeth. Later, she's trying to call him because he's way past his curfew time, but after no response, she decides to look through drone footage and discovers the lightning hole and more inappropriate files on Tom's laptop. She then decides to be proactive in the next episode, and then gets stopped by Sledkin, but now she's suspicious of Olivia, thinking that she's going to get more Dragonzite. I couldn't tell that she was close enough to collide with the wall. And in the next attempt, she gets Useless Linda to follow her, even though, Minari, you should have just done that.
I'm as slippery as they come.
Why are you relying on Linda?
Linda, what you doing, flint like wood?
Olivia unintentionally gets away, leading to the cliffhanger at the end of the episode. In all intents and purposes, that subplot between the two episodes was well paced. I would have preferred a payoff with Sledkin as well. Perhaps she also discovered them, so then now we have an additional antagonist who's actively doing stuff. Because other than like 1 or 2 attempts, she's still just been there. We're getting to over the halfway mark through the series, and we have one main antagonist, which only appears in a couple of episodes at a time. But that aside, I wish they did this like ages ago. Episode 6, The Night Lights Part 2. The writers are trying to decipher what happened at the crime scene. Through their investigation, they come across an old lair. A desk with bits of paper, mallet, and a mural of... Fuck off. Fuck off. I can finally explain why this is awful storytelling. It's clear that the creators do not know Hiccup's character, because the very presence of all of this, going back to the hidden world with Toothless, literally ruins the entire story of the franchise. Hiccup is a peacekeeper.
The world wants peace.
That's why he made the decisions in Dragon 3. He prioritizes negotiation and other methods over direct conflict, and in the few times where he does have to engage, he never attempts to game end anyone. He just more impacted their business, and he freed as many captured dragons as he possibly could. But in all honesty, that is not a sustainable method. And credit where credit is due, in the show he has about a 50% conversion rate, with him having more impact on some than others. There are some allies, but there's still far more against dragons. And he knows, because of Drago, and even the presence of Grimm or the other warlords, combined with the enemies in the east and south, it's impossible to convince the entire world that the dragons are cool and fun.
Oh, some minds won't be changed, Hiccup. Berk is what you need to worry about. A chief protects his own.
So he has to compromise. What's better? His little personal relationship with Toothless and the other dragon riders and their dragons, risking their lives and happiness, or protecting them for the rest of their lives in a place where they could be secluded and safe. He also came to the realization that he relies on Toothless a bit too much. If he wants the opportunity to learn and properly grow into his own person, perhaps it takes saying goodbye to your closest friend. It's a mature decision to make in a world that does not like dragons. Relating to that part of growing up, sometimes you have to make those hard decisions. Sometimes you have to say goodbye to people, family, loved ones, and friends, because there's stuff you can't control. Maybe you naturally drift apart because life gets in the way, or for very specific reasons you aren't able to see each other anymore, or unforeseen circumstances that you can't change. Personally, this is a great message. I think it's the franchise's strongest. It's a theme that you never really see too often, and I believe gets stronger as you get older. Perhaps the execution of that theme or message wasn't necessarily the best, but I feel like once you get it and experience it, it hits you in the feels, man.
But with love comes loss, son. It's part of the deal. Sometimes it hurts, but in the end, it's all worth it. There's no greater gift than love.
And no, I didn't mess up the cut here. The film was very explicit at this point. Hiccup sacrificed a lot, and what the Nine Realms did completely undermines that. So, with Hiccup constantly going back to the hidden world, increases the risk of the dragons being discovered. And we can see the issue's prevalence in this. Why does Hiccup have a spear? Does he have to fight other humans? He set up traps for them. Does that mean it's been discovered? He hid away the Book of Dragons. Were they about to find it? And this is one of the major points I have issues with the show. They fundamentally misunderstood some of the franchise's messaging and character arcs because they kind of want a fan-serving moment of, hey look, remember Hiccup? But because this is so woven into this whole series, it's extremely disappointing. I would have thought the creators would have had a better grasp at their own franchise. Also, people may be pointing out, well, what about the epilogue? He goes against that in the epilogue. Personally, I just chalked that up as a one-time thing, because he wanted to prove to his children that the dragons weren't dangerous, so that one major experience made them change their mind. They didn't enter the hidden world. I'm sure maybe one visit with just a secluded boat would be fine, although it is left up to interpretation where he goes on from here. The idea or suggestion that Hiccup made many trips there, considering he's the chief of Newburgh and he has to run that village, so he couldn't just hang out in the hidden world the whole time. Wouldn't Fishlegs want to see the new dragons or meet Lug? I don't know, it very quickly falls apart once you introduce the idea that Hiccup visited it a lot. Oh gosh, and they dig themselves further in the grave. They find Hiccup's peg leg, which implies a lot. But Tom reunites with Thunder and his family. They're fine, just a bit shook up. The elders show them the Snow Wraith tooth. Oh yeah, and the Snow Wraiths were set up prior, I just didn't bother to mention them until they became relevant. For some reason, the elder acts like a grumpy old boomer and kicks the riders out. I'm assuming he knew that the riders accidentally led the Snow Wraiths there, but then because it's on accident, surely it wouldn't be their fault. I don't know, it's just more forced drama. And the Snow Wraiths attack. I also find it funny every time they shoot the blast, there's just like a massive air horn. Inception. I have to admit it was disappointing for the climax to be yet another set of dragons. They've done this every single season now. They really need to shake it up. And I feel like out of all the previous seasons before, this one could have been the best opportunity to do so. Because Buzzsaw's down there, and he's been like an active threat throughout this entire season. Even episodes that he doesn't appear in, at least the riders are conscious about him. And to really establish him as a big threat going forward, why not him discover the other Nightlights, and because of his beef with the Lightning Bird, he could have threatened their lives. Doing away with the Snow Wraith and actually have like character conflict, which they've been trying to build up for many seasons now, but never pay off. This would have the same amount of stakes, if not more of a motivation or reason why this is happening. It gives a reason why the elderly boomer doesn't trust Tom and the other riders so much. Vacuum and bad. And it gives, more importantly, Mr. Chainsaw Man here an actual antagonistic role. But he'll finally achieve something. But yeah, the Snow Wraiths continue their onslaught of attacks. They even hit Feathers while she was cloaked, leading to when the riders retreated into the Bio Realm or the Dark Realm. I still don't know what that is. It leads them to think that it has some extra visual abilities, which is cool. They figured something out about the dragon, relating it to real world animals, and they pay this off later when they cloak themselves in the mist. Even though technically I don't think that's how that would work, but you know what, I'm going to take what I can get. Although it's disappointing in the sense that nothing really comes of this. The mist just clears and then Tom just continues fighting them. It's not very creative.
I know what you're gonna say, it's not my fault.
No, it might very well be your fault. Or maybe it's my fault. Or June's. The point is, Tom, it doesn't matter whose fault it is. We have to fix this and get our dragons back. Together.
I have to admit, I do like this bit from D though. Tom comes up with the idea of modifying the human traps to attack the Snow Wraiths. That goes as expected. But as the other riders are... I don't know. I'd say dealing with the Snow Wraiths, but that's a strong word. Distracting them? The elder who was watching Tom and Thunder fumble around the whole time gives the nod of approval and gives him the lightning sword. He accepts them now, wow. And all three of them go back and fight against the Snow Wraiths. There's some cool shots which I'm showing you now, but it still has like all the other previous flaws from like any other conflict. The Snow Wraiths never hit their shot limit and they're firing as if their mouths are like Gatling guns. The other riders do nothing. Directing that shot through your sword is pointless. The elder could have just fired at the dragon.
Oh no! Anyway.
There's 3 heroic beats within a minute. Sorry, I only just noticed. The Elder Nightlight has like 2 fins on the tail? What? I should also take this opportunity to talk about the Snow Wraiths as well. Their depiction is fine. It's not overly offensive compared to some other dragons, but the poor animation is very glaring. Compare clips from Race to the Edge to this. It's like, how did the animation just dissolve in quality? They got the firepower relatively consistent. They gave it like an additional like snowy beam, but I think it's fine. More like the elongated version of the short blast. They don't overly go on all fours that much, but I guess the Snow Wraiths could go bipedal. It looks kind of funky. I prefer it in their old sort of stance. Their running in this looks goofy as hell. They can eat Hiccup's foot. What? Show. I know you don't have a fundamental understanding of Hiccup's character, but do you really have to disrespect him like that? What the actual fuck? I wanted to take this opportunity to circle back to the realm situation. Because this show is called The 9 Realms, there is indeed going to be 9 realms. Hopefully. Now, of course, we're only halfway through the show, so we don't know all of them just yet. So far, we have 4 confirmed realms. The Crystal Realm, with the yellowy bit, oceany bit, purpley bit, and the silvery bit. We have the Dark Realm, the Fire Realm, and the Ice Realm. I'm not too sure where the Bioluminescence one fits in. At the bottom, the Fissure and the Overworld fits in. Like, is the Overworld Midgard? And it's not overly clear if the Bioluminescence Realm is connected to the King's Realm. They preference that the Bioluminescence Realm is a new realm and is underneath the Fissure, so the bottom of the Fissure and the Bioluminescent Realm is somewhat connected. There is evidence that realms can have multiple parts to them, looking quite different from each other. Like this one, I even forgot to mention this earlier. It's like a canyon connected to the Crystal Realm? I don't know. For now though, we'll move on and we'll come back to this another time with more insight. Episode 1, Punishment and Torture. We start off exactly where we left off from season 4, Tom's mother finding out about the dragons and shooing it away like it's a small cat.
Go! Get out of here!
Of course, Olivia drags his boy away, being very angry at him for disobeying her and putting himself in danger. So after a week, we see the gang go see him whilst he's grounded. Tom is translating the Book of Dragons, which took them long enough, 5 seasons in. They decode the Book of Dragons using the internet.
Tom and I found some runes on the internet.
Anyway, the runes helped us put together a key to decode the Book of Dragons.
And there's this weird romantic tension between Tom and June, and I could not care less. And judging by their previous interactions, this potential relationship will definitely go well.
Just don't narc on us, Colorson. I know where you live, okay? Because you live here.
Again, with this series and painfully unfunny jokes. So the sensors are going off in the Ice Realm. Why now and not the numerous amount of times that Buzzsaw has been capturing the dragons? I love consistent technology and them writing it out for convenience sake.
The Dragon Middle Schooler.
Yes, the wet wipe is back, with a new hairdo. He just looks like any celebrity with long hair, and slightly bigger bass. Keanu Reeves has kept the Timberjack, with a remade whistle, as of course he will have a new one.
And I'll have old Jack here.
Coincidence, or does he know it's actually called a Timberjack? If so, how? He also captures a few flamethrowers.
I see you've met my gang of fire spitters.
Fire spitters is a better name than flamethrowers. They're still not that great. So the gang is captured, which is confusing. There's like 4 of them with 5 dragons. Just burn him. And that even goes for the captured dragons as well. Breathe fire. You can escape.
Wherever they are, the Sky Torture isn't far behind.
But they warned Jared Leto about the Sky Torture.
Sky Torture? Ha! Another dumb name.
I couldn't agree more. And also, is this a bit of meta humor as well? Jabbing at us critics, complaining that the names are bad.
Thank you for your cooperation, Birdwing.
That is a feather!
Flamethrowers? What an idiotic name.
Meta humor doesn't really work when you are continuing the thing that people are criticizing you for. Wow, what great lamp shading, guys. So with the gang still captured, Thunder EMPs the surface to get Tom. By now you'll think they have backup measures for the amount of time the power goes out. Oh wait, they do. The disagreement continues between Tom and his mum, with Thunder being a very cute puppy to try and win her over. Oh god, I just gagged.
Thunder isn't the only dragon, and I'm not the only kid who has one.
Through this little chinwag, Tom divulges there are other dragons and his friends are riders as well.
Tom.
I don't know how this comes out as a surprise, considering Tom has been playing Dragon Club for many months now, and hangs out a lot with the other kids. A logical conclusion is that at least all the other kids know about the dragons, if not have some of their own, like Tom does with Thunder. They actively made a scientist lose IQ just to stretch out this plot arc over another season again.
But yeah.
No way.
Mom!
I said no.
Honestly, base decision. And a very slight subversion of expectations. Now, I was about to criticize the dialogue for being the most generic, uninspiring slop.
I mean, when you put it that way, it sounds like a bad parenting decision.
But they turned it around. But of course, the plot has to plot, and they do the same shtick they've done for 5 seasons now. Tom must fly in on Thunder to save the day, because the other riders are completely incompetent without him. So he explains the gang is in trouble and eventually he gets less off. But I do admit, I do like the pacing of this conflict. It took a while to convince her, which makes sense for a parent. It wasn't just one nice speech, continue on your merry way. took a lot of convincing. So he frees the riders, and the Sky Torture appears.
What do you say? Tommy?
Bye. This time, Tom actually has a strategy for once, to submerge it into cold waters so it can't use its firepower. And this was set up early in the episode, which is nice. They defeat it, and discover a new realm. My god, how lazy is that? It's just a hole. It's just a hole. How does this hidden world work? It doesn't make any sense. I like the anxiety Olivia has waiting for Tom, but now she wants to know everything. Don't know if that would lead to anything. For the track record of this show, nope.
You are correct.
But before the episode ends, Jack Black kidnaps his previous employees. Definitely gonna be sued for that, Jesus. Don't know why they are here talking about him. Go home. Why are they mourning the loss of their boss, but they're not? Why are they there? And why is it just the two of them? What happened to the other guy? Episode 2, Welcome to the Wonderful World of Dragons. And now they've just confirmed that Tom is a furry. There isn't really much to say about this episode as it's fairly straightforward. Tom and Olivia have calmed down with each other and she wants to tour the hidden world for safety. So they do that. The riders set up a facade of safety by grabbing the most docile dragons. But the plan goes to pot when a new dragon, that Eugene puts in the roster, causes chaos. Its ability is to aggravate and disorientate other dragons by sound. This thing is an evolved Scuttleclaw, and it's a sharp class? Should have definitely been Mystery from his main ability. This is the third time now that I'm replacing this rant. The first one was about where the dragons would fit in the evolutionary tree, which is just not relevant. The second one is about the evolved versions of these dragons. And I was complaining about that wouldn't happen because evolution does not happen that quickly. And you may think cartoon logic, but this logic should also apply to humans and every other animal that exists in the modern time. However, I was actually wrong-ish. This inconsistency is still relevant for the Nightlights. John Telligan does actually clear this up in a tweet here. Some variations went topside, and other variations stayed underground. And there's different variations from the many different environments in the dragon world, which is consistent with how subspecies work, so awesome. Although I think it should be called something different, instead of Evolved X. Like the Scuttle Song or something? Because I'll be honest with you, these changes are different enough to classify them as their own species. This change, I don't mind so much. To be honest, it gives more to the Scuttleclaw because they had very little to begin with.
That means he likes you.
That face.
She is not a dinosaur.
Whoa, Alex, what's the diss on dinosaurs? And if you think about it logistically, surely they'll be closely related somehow. I mean, it depends on your definition of closely related. Anyway, going back to the episode, the plebs take an embarrassingly long amount of time to figure out that the new dragon is causing the issue. Like, quite a few times they're just staring at it like, what is the issue? It's like, I don't know, maybe it's the new thing in the general vicinity. Or looks like that creature is doing something, even though he can't hear the noise it's making. I guess they had to pad out time somehow. But in the end, Olivia realises it's not safe. But see the bond the children have with their dragon, and she won't be able to stop them even if she tried, as proven by them going behind her back for 4 seasons now. So she leaves them with the forewarning of the riders needing to tell their parents. Honestly, this whole episode was just a complete waste of time. That's why I went on that tangent. Literally nothing happens. Her realising it's safe but not safe could be within a part of another episode. And it starts the season-long subplot of Olivia wanting them to tell the parents, even though the other riders brought this up in Season 1! Episode 3, Barrel of Vine Tails. We join the riders hanging out, I guess.
Why are you hiding it?
Come on, spill it!
But also the riders are just being plain rude. They're his treat, and if he doesn't want to share them, then that's his prerogative. And it's not as if he's been selfish, because he just shared his other treats, which disappear in the next shot. So 3 minutes into the episode, the actual plot starts. Tom wants to find a possible relation to the owner of the book, and all he knows is the word hiccup.
I know the word hiccup is used to describe him, but that's probably because he had Viking indigestion.
Bruh. In the book, there is a final resting place. So they head to the nature realm. Oh, they're setting up a constant unfunny bit with Eugene trying to get the chocolate, aren't they?
Oh no, not by a long shot.
Yep. How to build suspense 101. Put in eerie music that builds. Making it feel forced, which I hear that sound and I get tonal whiplash because I'm like, hey, that just sounds like stock sound. But what's revealed is the new dragons, Vinetail, and I quite like these, as they are based on something no other dragon has been based on yet.
Monkey.
Although they are in a tracker class, which I guess doesn't really fit in anything else. Nah, I'll stick with B. B for monkey. Wait.
The book!
My tablet!
So,
Monkey.
do what
Monkey.
do. Steal crap from your bag.
monkey.
Nab the tablet and the book, so a chase ensues. Then a tug of war happens. How strong is that book? And more importantly, how weak is Plowhorn? At this point, I'm just... I don't care anymore. One of these creatures is stronger than Plowhorn and able to support 4 others. Also, you could just blast the monkey at the back. And don't be like, oh, they can't attack the dragons. They literally did it in the last episode. And the amount of times Toothless has done a stun shot in the previous series is... But they lead them to their screaming carnival plants.
Okay.
And we find out that the monkey leads them into a trap for some reason. We find out later the reason is they wanted help to get back to their home. So why trap them? He does not look impressed. I need help with something. I know, let them die. Also, they like to do weird bargaining, which I guess that's inspired by IRL baboons and stuff like that. Monkeys. So Tom, of course it's Tom, it's always Tom, none of the others can figure it out for themselves, barters the tablet and the book for their lives. And the solution is to pull them out. Okay, sure, they're brittle enough for a slight tug, but strong enough to withstand a loogie. Maybe aim at the vines next time. And again, how are those dragons stronger than 4 humans who tried it before? This whole thing doesn't make sense. But oh, the dumbness doesn't stop there. I'm gonna go on my Joker arc in a minute. They make their way across by dropping a few boulders. The vines reached the height of Woon way earlier, and you're telling me they can't go more than a pebble?
I think if we head back to the bouldered area...
You're not seriously gonna keep looking for...
June, what do you expect? That is exactly what he would do. It's been 5 seasons now. How don't you know this? So it turns out the thing they were looking for is just there. Sure, at least it moves the plot along, I guess. And this is apparently not a final resting place. This is where Hiccup sat his scrawny little ass. Honestly, I give up at this point.
This is a pretty nice resting place.
Yeah, right next to the dragon-eating plants. So in the end, Dee learns the meaning of friendship. Sharing is caring.
Haddock.
They also find the word haddock and get confused. But later when he's recalling the events to his mum, she confirms the relation of that surname to their family.
Really? That means we're haddocks too.
So Tom is a descendant of Hiccup. We all saw this coming from day 1. I don't know why they made it out as if it was a big twist.
Well, he was a very big man with a very big beard.
For a minute there, I thought they were referring to Sturk, but then I realised that's impossible. Maybe it's like a slight Easter egg thing. Episode 4, Scent of a Dragon. June's mum has been an ass, and Eugene is being annoying and cringy.
Take a good whiff. Boom! Roasted.
So nothing new, but it sets up the family dynamic and the relationship they have with each other, which is the drama that centers around this episode. Well, just between June and Eugene, which the group just ignore anyway. Their mum is overly motherly to Eugene and expects a lot from June. But we join the riders halfway through the mission, which is a nice structure change, and they appear to be going after a dinosaur. Oh, they're going after a T-Rex! June repeats the sentiment of telling the adults as she's been accused of goofing off, even though what she's doing is a real tangible thing that she's passionate about. Meanwhile, Olivia hates keeping the secret from the other parents. She almost slips up to Alex's mums. These are my 2 favourite characters. They are so adorable. And later wants to contact Tom about spilling the beans.
You see my beautiful angel son, Cal?
It's designed to differentiate between a human intruder and an animal intruder.
Rude. Don't burn him.
Haven't had a shower in the last 9 days.
Is wrangling the new dragon, the Snifflehide.
Rich people love exotic animals. For pets or using their skins as fashion.
Oh my god, for once he's acting normal.
I was hoping something had swallowed you by now.
Oh my god, Christian Bale has actually made me exhale once. What the heck is going on? I don't like it.
Arctic Chill Max body spray.
I think it smells nice.
Oh yeah, that's musky.
The henchmen are the true comedians. And now they ruined it. I think including the henchmen actually improves Jason Momoa's behaviour, as it creates someone to bounce off from. And they act like the straight man, even though they clearly get. I found a weird rule in this. There can only be one outlandishly cringy character per episode.
She'll get through this in a sec.
For the last time, burn it! But Harry Styles runs away as Eugene gets taken away by the Snifflehide. Wait, I haven't actually talked about this dragon. Initially from the trailer, I wasn't too fond of it. But throughout this episode, it has really grown on me. I love the patterns, design, adorable behaviour, and most of the sounds it makes.
Oh, hi there!
That's a deadly nada sound. Sound design be like, what is sound? I will confidently say that the Snifflehide is my favourite dragon from the Nine Realm. For those people who ask, your question is now answered. But I can't leave this segment without pointing out a few inconsistencies with this dragon. In some shots, the underwing is partially translucent, and in others, it's opaque.
The book says they do have bad eyesight.
Yet we get a POV shot with perfectly fine vision.
Its sense of smell is as good as having perfect vision.
Yet it can't smell the riders at its nest.
Wasn't June's gripe that he literally can't take care of himself?
Based Alec's opinion.
Maybe it evolved to be a meat eater since the book was written.
Dumb Alec's opinion. The Snifflehide is being motherly towards Eugene because of his Lynx body spray smells like her eggs. I don't think I need to tell you how contrived all this is, but for the sake of my mental health, let's just go along with it. Encouraging his development along, the dragon encourages Eugene to fly free, little bird. Fly free. He does a little smirk and jump off, while June thinks he just seppuku'd himself. Tom's very chill about the whole thing. Even though if you watch any other media, you know what's going to happen. Back to the Future moment. Also, Moist Critical comes flying in on a timberjack to get the dragon and the nest. But they get rid of him by covering him with the Axe body spray, but with a mother Snifflehide chasing after him. But even though they ward him off now, what's stopping Jacksepticeye for coming back for the dragon and the nest? Stupid actions like these is the reason why Markiplier has thrived so much in the hidden world. But this is the last time we see him in this season. Again, one of those seasons he just turns up and kind of just does nothing for a bit. But at this point, I'm kind of just expecting it. In the end, a new lesson is learned that June's mum treats her differently is because she thinks she's a lot more capable than Eugene. I admit I kind of suck on these nuts. Fuck off. I'd admit I'm kind of a sucker for newfound appreciation for family, but June's mum is still being a dick. And it falls flat because one half of the party is ignorant about the situation. So although they're trying to progress June's arc, it doesn't really progress because one of the major factors of it progressing is her mother gaining knowledge about the dragons themselves. But I don't know, they could tie in Eugene and realising that raising them differently isn't healthy for either of them. Although I heavily dislike that all the onus is on June. I feel like this is where the writers are showing a bit of bias. Like, oh, the parents could do no wrong. It's not the parents' fault. Me sitting here from an outside perspective, I'm like, June's mum's attitude is very bad, and we can clearly see how it negatively affects June. I just hate that this is never touched upon or ever reflected on. There is some blame on the parent as well. I kind of wish there was a bit more of a conversation between them about their relationship. Communication is the key to any relationship. I also really don't like that they've done a 180 with Eugene's character. Like, in the previous seasons, he was actually growing and somewhat maturing a bit. Still being goofy, but overall, you can see the growth. And now he's just gone more absurdly silly again, which is just disappointing, to be honest. But before we end out the episode, Minari has probably been told that Olivia has a secret she wants to tell, and vaguely threatens her that she'll find out. Where's human resources when you need it? Episode 5, Sting It On! The episode opens with Snowtails being chased and stung by speed stingers. Bit slow, innit?
Scavengers.
Oh, don't do my voice dirty. Please. Please. Then cut to Tom and Olivia having dinner together, talking about once again her need to tell the other parents. Tom remains adamant of not wanting to share the secret, and Olivia cementing her point of view as a parent, being extremely worried about him, and it's not right for the other parents to be ignorant on the situation. But in all honesty, this one taking a little bit longer, I kind of like, because she's trying to put the agency on Tom and the other riders. The whole situation is relatively complex, as there's a lot of parties and a lot of opinions, and if done correctly, it could be quite intriguing. But could we rely on the 9 rounds dealing with this in an appropriate manner? No.
Wilma!
For now, Wilma wants to— whoa. Minari's name is Wilma? Wilma Balls fit in your mouth? Wilma Balls want to explore the sinkhole in the forest for more Dragonzite, which, oh no, leads to the Ice Realm. Whatever are they going to do? As per standard of this show, they do the dumbest idea that just works. Tom plans on grabbing some Dragonzite to give to his mum to give to Wilma Balls. But logically, she would just question more like, where did it come from? Is there any more? But the confusion doesn't end there. Olivia goes down there on her own and without telling anyone to grab some samples herself. Why? Top 10 parent here. To prevent the riders going down there to do it, even though they go down there anyway and are far more safe on the back of dragons as seen before. They excuse this bizarre decision from the beginning of the episode, but she forgoes all logic and reasoning just to set the episode up. She knows it's unsafe. Her dumb decision to grab the Dragonzite and going down there alone isn't justified. The Dragonzite looks so misplaced in the world. So Tom, Alex and Eugene are down there looking for Olivia. discovering her frozen in place, along with some snowtails. The characters quickly learn it's from the speed stingers with all new patterns. I like the different patterns, colorization for the different areas of the same species. This happens in real life, or they could technically be classified as a subspecies, but that's all the compliments I have for them, as once again they have messed up an original dragon. Their speed and accuracy is gone. Just standing there, moving side to side of an opponent looks awful. Yeah, a speed stinger wouldn't just stand there, then roar, then attack, unless the opponent is cornered. To be fair, that's just a dumb trope in a lot of shows that just always annoys me. Why would a predator just stand there blatantly open, then make their presence known, then go for an attack? And it's just not how they behave. And the venom is inconsistent. Despite grazing Eugene so he wouldn't get fully paralyzed, the effect took hold faster than a full jab to Alex. Who just wanders around for a bit and could divulge important information. Plowhorn Wu and Wei take time, despite the sting has always been instantaneous.
One drop of their venom can paralyze a human or dragon in an instant.
I guess they had to nerf the effect just so characters could get behind cover and talk out their resolutions. The writers of Buck handled this conflict so much better. The boom boom goodbye, which we never see, is used in the dumbest way possible. Just fly up! Fly up! Fly! And now they make the speed stingers completely incompetent by them just stinging each other. Again, highly speedy and accurate creatures. Then we go like, whoop, whoopsie, I stabbed my friend. And with what they're doing with Feathers shouldn't just work due to them just being so fast. Feathers wouldn't have the reaction time to move out of the way, because when she goes invisible, she's still physically there. She can still get hit. And what's more rich is they all get unparalyzed just in the nick of time to save the day. Oh, thank you, Nick. Now, fuck off. Even Sparkles, who just got stung 2 minutes ago, gets released. Why do they always do this? Meanwhile, Dee and June are with Wilmubbles and Officer Earl to slow them down so they don't get into the hole in the forest. Dee distracts his father by making him complete an online safety course. How hasn't he already done that is beyond me, but sure. And June distracts Wilmables about her book, playing on her ego, which is kind of cool. Why do June and Wilmables just get along so well? Life according to Wilmables, a nutty story, a load of old bollocks.
A short story.
A work of fiction. Very funny.
But eventually she gets down there and gets stung by a speed stinger. But it wasn't quite seen. After all this debacle, Tom realizes that his mum does worry about him, and anything tangible that comes from his... Nope. In the next episode, he still keeps the point with no hesitation, nor regularly updates his mum on what they'd be doing, so she doesn't worry as much. Olivia confirms that she's going to tell the other parents about the dragons, but the riders get some luck in the next episode. Episode 6, Deep Freeze. A deep freeze has blown across the Icarus station, and there is a major risk of lost lab test results, and people's lives. So Olivia says she's going to tell them after the crisis is over. So the riders have some time to come up with a plan. A real plan is not to risk the dragons, say goodbye to them, and seal the dragon world up. But they are too selfish for that, and it never crosses their mind. It's either the company finds out, or the company finds out later. Oh, see the difference? Like fucking Where's Waldo? Because it's only by sheer extreme luck they haven't been spotted sooner, and even then still quite a few people have still stumbled upon them. However, I believe this is the best paced episode.
Communications are down.
And the music complements the tone well, or rather I should say I kind of like the style of it. The first part I like. Whoa, transitions! Whoa, they put their project in Premiere Pro. All the riders express wanting to share the secret with the adult, and Tom still expresses his point about the company exploiting the dragons. Unless the writers just make it so they don't, so Tom's point would just be completely invalid since the beginning of the show.
Headed this way and temperatures are going to plummet.
That's bad. Okay, look, I have to get credit where credit is due. When I like a bit of science going on, I have to point it out, because it's very few and far between, which is sad. At this point, I can't be bothered to go into detail about how all the adults are being moronic. They should have more backup ideas to survive through a normal freeze in Scandinavia. How does that cease all operations? They should have been prepared better. Linda is useless to a whole new degree, to the point of complete incompetency. She forgets how to drive a car. She should be fired. So with diet issues, call calls for drastic measures. Riders think to use the dragons to help out, which this being the beginning of the last episode won't end well. But yeah, flying to the ranger station to get help under the cover of darkness would work.
They could start a fire and warm everyone up.
You don't need a dragon to start a fire. They split the group up. June, Alex and Tom attempt to get the generator started as Eugene and Dee go and find Linda. Their plan consists of destroying company property as a distraction.
We are gonna get in so much trouble.
Who will they blame? Dragons? Dragons don't exist, right?
My mom knows they exist.
Yes, consequences for your actions. Oh, who am I kidding? They're gonna get away with it scot-free.
Tom is gonna get in so much trouble.
But Feathers is invisible, so it would lessen the risk of them being seen. Wu Wei thaw out the generator, and Sparkles starts it up. I'm fairly sure adding more electricity wouldn't just solve a busted generator, but cartoon logic, I guess. But it all goes to pot when Wilmables leaves the infirmary, discover the dragons, and trank Sparkles, leading him to being shocked, exploding the generator. Olivia comes back finding out what the riders have done, and she's not pleased. Meanwhile, Dee and Eugene have been searching for Linda to help her and receive the supplies. They grab some lights from nowhere and pull the car back onto the road. There's a lot of faff around these points which ultimately just wastes time. So with not even a chance of the generator get back working, they need to get help. People head straight for the helicopter. Is there no more cars? Other messaging devices like radios? Olivia telling the riders to use their dragons to go and get help? They'll have to explain what they did, but she wants to tell their parents anyway, so win-win, I guess. But the helicopter doesn't get 1 feet off the ground before it just plummets. Tom and Sparkles save Olivia. Moonway and Feathers hold the helicopter for a bit while Officer Earl gets saved by Dee and Plowhorn. And this is how they reveal the dragons to the adults. What the whole build-up of needing to tell the parents, spanning multiple episodes, from Olivia and the other riders, is wasted when they just stumble upon them. They can't have character moments that grow and connect our cast of characters. The development they were developing has now just been stripped away. There are a couple of goofs and gaffes from their reactions, but nothing much. Doesn't look like it's going to be a good start. And it's a shame too, because this is a fantastic opportunity. They could change up the status quo. They go back to the status quo. This season broke me. The prior videos before, I was releasing every couple of months alongside each release of the new season. And I was trying to script for the first episode of this season, and for all intents and purposes, this first episode isn't necessarily bad. There's some bits later on which I'm not fond of, but we'll get there. It's more of the overarching consequences, or should I say the lack thereof. Remember in like every season prior, Tom was saying, oh, we shouldn't tell the secret because the company will exploit the dragons. So now the company does know. What happens? They don't exploit the dragons? We have Mr. Longhair McGee over here who's been interrogating the dragons this entire time. And we got Mrs. Obsessed with Rocks get bricked up on the scent of dragonzite. And that's it! The other adults do bloody nothing! Rate Corp does nothing! Oh my god! This has genuinely turned a, mid to low tier show to a genuinely garbage show. They've set this thing up the most throughout many seasons. And it just doesn't happen. The main conflict doesn't happen. Oh, that's just a misnomer or a mistake from Tom. He's naive of the world. He's a young boy. That's not what they lead the show with. Episode 1. Dragons everywhere.
Watch out! Dragon on the loose! Coming! Heroic one-liner!
Look how witty our dialogue is! So now there are dragons roaming the surface, causing chaos. However, there is a reason for this. Later in the episode, we find out that Sledkin and useless Linda raided a dragon nest for dragonzite, which disrupts the environment of the dragons, causing chaos. The classic environmental sort of theme, which suits well for dragons. So, cool, some good basic storytelling. But all the adults either really love Tom and just him, or is expecting too much of him to sort out everything, which is very odd, especially from many of the characterizations of these adults. Why is the chief of security just whinging at Tom to do stuff? Surely he would think of protocols or defense mechanisms, or do something to defend the research and the people on there against the dragons, which are clearly disrupting them. Would he not set those expectations upon D'Angelo, like he's done for like everything else? What about Mrs. Workaholic? Does she not really care what this means for the business? And more importantly, how it related to her daughter? This is addressed in a later episode, so I guess they're saving it for that. But surely an offhand comment or a different form of reaction or behavior from her would make more sense other than just whinging at Tom again. And because everyone has such high expectations for Tom specifically, I have no idea why Tom specifically, considering everyone has dragons.
I guess since I was the first one to find Thunder, and we have a connection to Hiccup, the whole town looks to me to fix all the dragon problems.
Because that makes sense. He feels pressured to be in that lone wolf again, which was sort of resolved in like season 2. So character backtracking, yay! Although I do have to admit, for a while they were quite consistent with that aspect of the character. It's hard to fully support that notion considering how incompetent the others are, but that aside, because of this newfound pressure, the others get either jealous or annoyed that he's not working as a team, which is quite funny to be honest. As the dragon disturbances aren't letting up, Tom decides to head into the fissure to find out what the cause is, and the other dragon riders to sort the ones on the surface out. Thus, the episode splits into 2. The riders initially trap the dragons into the infirmary just to contain them for a bit.
That smash sounded expensive.
Whilst they try and figure out another solution. Eugene comes up with the idea of using eels to scare the dragons back to where they came from, with Eugene finding fake rubber snakes, which does the job. Yay, the riders did something for once. Wow. Meanwhile, Tom finds a new area of the nature realm through a cave which I'm assuming Sledkin dug out, as he notes that he's never seen it before, and quickly discovers a deadly nadder? And oh my gosh, they've done such a poor job with these. First off, the spines of the tail is always erect. Like, they are just stood up on end. They are either perpetually aroused, or the animators are too lazy to, like, lower them down. This wasn't an issue for a show that came out, like, over 10 years ago. So, what the heck? I expect this sort of quality from like a side game, not from like a main animated series. Actually, I tell a lie, the tail spikes were down for this one bit. I can't tell whether or not that was just an animation mistake or an intentional decision. I feel like it's the former considering the amount of times the tail spikes are out at inappropriate times. Secondly, even though I could somewhat overlook this because it's just writing contrivances really, the Deadly Nadder misses their spine shot a lot. Described and shown to have very fast and accurate spine tail shots. And despite one hit in Thunder later, all the others just miss. But I guess that's a little bit more understandable because they can't just turn Thunder and Tom into a porcupine. Another part is when Tom and Thunder hides behind a rock and the Deadly Nadder is like sniffing around and it just doesn't spot them. How? They are a tracker class dragon, still flying track Toothless from Newburgh to the hidden world. How couldn't the Deadly Nadder smell the two nerds behind a bloody rock? So Tom tries to train one, which he gets relatively close to. I mean, Deadly Nadders are probably one of the easiest dragons to train. Don't tell Astrid. If I do, I think my head would be chopped off. But two others come out the brush and start attacking. Once again, not a single one out of the three find Tom and Thunder, just again crouching behind a rock. Tracker class dragon! Although it's not explicit and it's still questionable if this was intended by the creators, but I'm going to take this interpretation because it just makes the show better. I do think Thunder is infected by the venom at the moment because a slight stab in the side wouldn't cause this much distress or at least limit his ability to fly, although there has been worse excuses prior. So of course eventually the Deadly Nadders find them. Took them long enough. So what is actually quite a intense bit of combat between Thunder and three Nadders. You can really see Thunder getting overwhelmed, and then it goes dumb again. Tom decides to 1v1 a Deadly Nadder with a bloody lightning sword. Look, I can understand a Viking, right? Because they're literally born in a society where they're fighting dragons. But this, like, nerdy-ass boy... The shot limit is like completely ignored in this as well. All this pressure leads to the point of Thunder going alpha mode, which I did reveal earlier in this video, but when I first saw this, I'm just so done. In context of this happening, it makes no sense. Toothless went alpha mode in the second movie because he was challenging an alpha dragon, and since defeating that alpha dragon, became an alpha. He's fighting against three common dragons! This suggests that he's had the ability this entire time. Why didn't he just use it the many times prior? Why didn't Thunderlight alpha the Fault Ripper dragon or the Sky Torcher, the Flamethrowers, or literally any other dragon? I guess that is Trilogy the same thing as Dragons 2, is like, oh, he's doing it to protect his rider, but it completely falls flat when it's just against three Nadders, which, albeit dealing with a lot of pressure, but even then for a Night Fury, or technically a Nightlight, but pretty much the same species. Really? Toothless managed to fend off like 5 Death Grippers, which would be like far more predatory as a dragon species. This is is utterly pathetic.
So, I'm not a very good leader.
Yeah, Tom, you've never been a good leader. I guess it's him recognizing that him doing everything isn't a leadership quality. There has been a few moments prior in the series where Tom has shown this flaw before, but they have sort of already covered this topic. So I'm only sort of questioning why it's happening now. Like, it's quite late into the series to have leadership troubles. I would have thought this would be like one of the first arcs the character goes through. But if they follow this through, then it's quite mid. Changes have been made, but it doesn't really feel like the character is growing a lot. They're so wishy-washy with Tom's character that I have no idea where it's going to lead. I'm even recording this audio with the foresight of me seeing the entire series, but it's been half a year now working on this project. I've sort of forgot everything that's going to happen. I've been working on this for half a year. What the... It's so dumb. I wish I could go on, but I can't because of the pacing of the video. Fly up! Fly up! Fuck off. Fuck off. Episode 2. Break in case of an emergency. So the main adults are going on a field trip or whatever, and Dee's father is setting expectations of Dee being responsible, you know, yada yada, stuff we've seen before. His never-ending quest for his father's approval.
Okay. I knew it was a long shot.
So, stereotypical teenager stuff. They go behind their parents' back and not listen to the rules. Eugene brings up the dragons from the lair to have a party. D'Angelo just turns into a mother real quick.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
And makes his opinion known that this is not a good idea. And the other riders, from the exception of Tom actually, which is quite interesting, all want to hang out with their dragons. I really want to interpret this as Tom maturing over time, but as we've seen evidence throughout this entire series, the wishy-washiness with his character, just going back and forth with so many like lessons and arcs, having some random matureness even in the first season, it's hard to say if there has been growth. But eventually he even falls for the temptation and joins the party. D'Angelo then once again approaches the group and says, no, this is bad, and then inexplicably everyone else agrees. Okay. Whatever makes this episode go faster. But as the others are leaving, there's a bit of a clash between D'Angelo and Eugene, which once again is quite organically set up. You can tell these two are definitely going to clash at some point because of their personalities and how they view the world. Kind of a similar situation with Tom and Dee earlier in the season, but I guess from Tom's quote-unquote maturing, that role is more taken up by Eugene. Which, to be honest, I think I prefer more because Eugene's more exaggerated in irresponsibleness, which isn't a bad thing. The type of guy to only like start being responsible when they're like 25, if that, and make too many bad life decisions. The type to be a daddy at like 21. But if you're happy with a nanny, then you're in for fun. But you're here, but you're there. Sorry. It gives even more substantialness to the growth. Predictably, stuff goes wrong. The dragon spots the sheep and start chasing it to play around with it. I have to admit, I quite like this bit. It's quite funny. It's using what the franchise has set up prior to cause some consequences, so the very basic thing for a sequel series. They all chase it into the hangar. D'Angelo tries to make a quick decision to lock them in there, so Eugene just slaps the crap out of a console. I love how he's so incompetent. A couple of the dragons escape, but these lot are still trapped in the hangar with everyone else outside, with the added agency of needing to put the dragons back to the lair so the adults don't find out. They explicitly told them not to play with them. Despite the other numerous amount of adults still on the station, would they rat them out? D'Angelo is so right, the dragon idea is such an idiotic move since the beginning. But this is where the episode quickly dissolves into just It's the same exact issues from Journey to the Snowcano. The constant bickering of the repetitive messages, the boring dialogue, exhausting exposition, and the awful pacing and structure of it all.
Way to ruin everyone else's fun, D'Angelo lame-o. Well, this wouldn't be happening if you didn't break up the party. After you crashed our dragon party, you crashed my super cool dragon party. I'd rather have fun and get in a little trouble than never do anything, dude.
They are trusting us. We have to take some responsibility. My dad is gonna find us in here and probably ban dragons from the surface for good. Those are state-of-the-art drones. Do you know how much trouble we'd be in? And your dad will totally find out and never trust you with anything ever again. Because you never take responsibility violates trust. Dad's never gonna trust me again anyway. All right, I get it!
And then they try to solve it numerous amount of times, with Eugene each time being so incompetent, it just ruins all chances. They can't just blast out because it'll leave too much evidence of the dragons being there. They tried to hack out using Alex's tablet, but apparently it was inside with Eugene and Dee. Okay, Eugene presses the random self-destruct app, leading to the tablet to being frozen.
But alas, I am without my tablet and therefore useless.
I do find it so funny that the writers just point out one of their biggest flaws with this character. Tom tells Thunder to short-circuit the door, which inadvertently zaps Eugene.
Good boy.
Okay, I actually quite like that bit. And then Dee remembers that his dad has a secret key to help him get out the hangar, and June's bright idea is to bring up an untrained Terrible Terror to pass it through the air vent. Obviously, this goes to pot, although it is quite adorable. And in addition, for Dee's father messaging him that they are coming home early, this puts even more pressure on the two stuck in the hangar. So D'Angelo finally decides to do his ultimate backup measure, which is setting off a small fire so all the emergency exits were open. He didn't obviously want to do that because
it strains resources, puts
others in danger, and violate trust.
But then Eugene hesitates.
Let's just say I don't have the best relationship with my dad, and I don't want you to ruin what you have with yours.
This I sort of predicted before, or you could extrapolate from context prior. This is just the writers just really confirming it now. What this means for the character though? Nothing really much. This is very much of a side thing, so it's hard to tell how the not so great relationship with his father really truly affects him. So they manage to get out, although their job is far from done. So Dee and Eugene go to the control room to get the terror and reset everything, and everyone else sorts out the drones.
I'm so sorry about it. I had no idea how trust falls even work.
Bet you did that on purpose, and you are a queen for that. This is where the parents come back from their field trip, with Officer Earl going to the control room to sort out why there was a fire alarm. Eugene actually uses his social intelligence to sort of bust them both out of the situation, whilst also taking responsibility at the same time. Although I do have to admit, I kind of preferred when Chief Baker could just see through the bullshit. That was very entertaining. This is where I quite like that there is something to Eugene's character, underneath all the really annoying tropes and the really cringy attempts at being Gen Z, there is actually something quite intelligent underneath. Whatever you do not take a shot every time I say like. And that's kind of it in terms of his inspection. What? You're not gonna have any other alarms for all of this chaos going on? You're not gonna question why a lot of the drones will be damaged? The amount of times they got burnt or just landed on the ground. Stuff is gonna break.
But I can see how bending the rules can be a little fun too sometimes.
What? D'Angelo was the only one who did not need to learn the lesson at all throughout this experience. He was 1000% correct. He's not adverse to having fun. He has fun all the time in the hidden world. He just knows when it's appropriate to be responsible. Case in point, what happened in this episode. Episode 3, Undercover. This is sort of the finale between the weird stuff between June and her mum, and the end result is a little disappointing. We can actually finally make progress because one side of the party isn't ignorant on the whole situation, so potential for development is very much there. And we start off the episode with June practicing her pitch to her mum about them consulting about the dragons. It doesn't really tackle the main point of what they were saying earlier. It never dives into the potential of June finding success from looking into mythologies and these dragons, or going the other way and saying success is subjective. She may not become rich and or famous, but she truly loves what she does. It's also quite depressing to see that her daughter has to schedule in to have a chat with her mum, like it's a bloody business meeting. That's not a critique, in fact that's more of a compliment to show how bad their relationship is. But of course June gets nervous and sort of fumbles. And that's where they sort of leave it. At the end of the episode, after Wilma Ball stuff, June's mum does recognise that they could use a consultant about dragons, despite consulting with Tom this entire time, and it's quite a minor acknowledgement compared to what they were setting up earlier.
There will be consequences for your actions.
Bitch, don't lie. And they walk off and that's sort of it. It feels so mild, I kind of want a bit more. And unfortunately, they sort of ditch this to focus more on June and Tom's romantic subplot. So, a lot of build up, a lot of time wasting to ultimately be kind of a nothing burger, in all honesty. Their relationship is still quite relatively strained. And honestly, I see no significant progress from the beginning of this show to now. And I think that's a shame. So yeah, back to the Wilmables shenanigans. She's now obviously going to be an active threat alongside Buzzsaw. So in this episode, she manipulates June to go down to the Hidden World to gather more evidence about the Dragon's Eyes. And Dee goes along because he's like, we should give her the benefit of doubt, because Tom was naturally against this whole idea. In this episode, we don't necessarily learn anything new about the Dragon's Eyes, which hasn't been the case for many seasons now, which is very frustrating. They just sort of exposit what we can visually gather from like even previous examples. If Dragonfire interacts with the gem, the dragons like it, it gives off thermal energy, yada yada. All the other riders are suspicious of Wilmables, so they go into her office to spy on her crap, and they find out that she's the one who destroyed the Nada nest. And after confronting June that they shouldn't trust her, they try to show evidence, and Eugene's incompetence reaches so far beyond his character. He doesn't know how to take a photo on his phone. I expect this from like an 80-year-old grandpa, not like the social media guru over here.
Hashtag.
Everything was wrong. Call of bondulance.
Oh, sorry, the excuse was that he's got distracted by sweets. ADHD moment right there. It's all to stall the plot and make it contrived that Jude doesn't believe them and thinks Sledkin is being genuine. But this sort of just rubs off the wrong way. I don't have specific words or any specific thing that I can really point out why this doesn't feel like it works. Why don't you trust a group of your friends over one person who's like seems to be wanting to like work with you? But being this adamant, I can understand skepticism, but not whatever this is.
That I have something to offer?
Also, I'm surprised Alex just doesn't whip out her tablet and does some weird hacking thing just to show her the evidence, but, you know. Writing inconsistencies, character inconsistencies, you get the point. We're 6 seasons in, nothing new. Also, they do point out the environmental damage that is caused from removing the Dragon's Eye from the area, which is good.
But her collecting messed up the dragon's ecosystem.
And I find it so funny that Jude actually comes back with a very decent counterpoint.
And how many times have we accidentally done that?
I'll give credit to the writers there. I don't think they'll ever actually be very explicit with that. But it is good that they point this out because it does further cement the idea which they'll eventually lead to at the end of the show. So the dragons are starting to act a bit strange. I mean, it's odd why they're on the surface in the first place. Surely they'll be in the lair at night, but whatever. They track it down to Sledkin's lab, using the Scuttleclaw's siren call on the terrible terrors who are part of an experiment with the Dragon's Eye. And honestly, this is great to see, for the purpose of the story that is. But I don't want to praise this too much because it's only Sledkin that does this sort of stuff. This should be on a much wider level. Anyway, the children are idiots and Sledkin just overhears them. There's a decoy van chase sequence, then they catch up to her, and then June's mum discovers what's going on and sends Sledkin away. So then we have what we said before. End of the episode. Episode 4. Webb's Masters. This episode is a little bit more simplistic compared to some others. It's just focusing on the relationship between Eugene and his dragon, which is actually great to see, because other than main character syndrome over here, we literally get nothing special between any of the riders and their dragon. I do want to point out, like, of course we have gotten some episodes, but they all completely fall flat for various reasons we've said before. But this is the first time when they properly focus on it, and it's quite effective as well. Although, how bad is that? We're 6 seasons into this series, and we've only now gotten an episode when they're focusing on the relationship between a dragon and their rider. But the episode starts out with the dragon riders having fun skiing down a snow cliff, if you could call that skiing, and Eugene boasting that he has the best relationship with his dragon. A Eugene moment right there. Webmaster then just randomly pisses off and finds a giant blade of grass for the dragon then to lead everyone else to the new giant realm. I swear, every time they introduce a new realm, it gets more and more lazy. Aesthetically, this giant realm is very similar to the nature realm. On an art direction standpoint, I probably would have changed a few things to make the two realms quite distinct from each other.
You know the expression, go big or go home? Can we just go home?
My attitude with this project at this point.
I have decided that we will explore this new realm on foot.
Quite a lazy way to prevent the riders from flying. I'm not too sure why they want to do that. Is it because it's harder to animate? In all honesty, this is sort of more played off of a joke and we literally get nothing else. I swear even people tried to like tweet towards some of the creators and they gave nothing. It even ended the episode with the Death Grippers just being eaten by it. Although I so want to know what that dragon is. Oh yeah, speaking of Death Grippers, the gang discovered them, and in all intents and purposes, they're fine. I do like the different colorizations. And that's about it. My critiques are such minor that it's really not that important. Like, their firepower's a little bit off, like it tends to set on fire as they're launching it instead of just acid. The choreography and sort of the animation pace just sort of really bogs down these really predatory dragons. In this, they 1v1 a lot, where they tend to team up in a pack. So another C, they just added colorizations.
I instantly regret this!
What the? And their mind control... I've really struggled to articulate why this feels like a tad bit off. On a technical level, they are correct. The Death Gripper Venom is used to submit other dragons, even themselves, into obedience. In this context, it kind of looks a little weird. I would have thought the Venom would be a little bit more sedative, and maybe the dragon might move into the nest of the Death Gripper, but not really act like a minion of theirs. They are dragons that eat other dragons. Oh no, it's giving very stereotypical villain sort of vibes, and feels weird, man. Honestly, at this point, this is just a me thing. I literally have no credible point other than, it feels weird. So, let's move on. But the main conflict is the Death Gripper stinging Webmaster, submitting him under mind control, for Eugene to have moments with his dragon and snap him out of it, and there was a part where the dragons once again reached their shot limit. Obviously this is just drive up some tension, but as I say, this is more of a franchise specific critique rather than this series. You've heard me talk about the shot limit before. Eugene comes in to rescue the day, but actually it was feathers. But Eugene, Webmaster are all happy again. Yay. Episode 5, Sledkin Stakeout. This episode is once more focusing on the Sledkin shenanigans. I haven't seen Buzzsaw all season. Oh wait, there he is. And never mind. The episode opens up with June's mum laying into Wimmerballs and banning her from any more experiments using the dragons and the Dragonzite. But naturally, as she has some weird fetish with the gems, she isn't gonna give up lightly. For now though, the gang is in the nature realm. They spot 2 gronkles. The point of disturbing the ecosystem is ignored when they get involved in the dragon conflict. This isn't me saying that they shouldn't have flaws, but they brought up this theme a couple of times now, and they should start recognizing it, or at least pointing it out.
Talk about a Dr. De-escalation, am I right?
For once, the riders are expressing what the audience is feeling. Wow. So they come across a cave which has obviously been exploded, and chunks of Dragonzite have been taken out. Knowing it's Sledkin, they go and confront her. But before that, they do come across the Cavern Crusher. There isn't really any comment I can make on the Cavern Crusher, as it's barely in the episode. It's relatively calm and peaceful, despite them sort of being shown that they are food motivated or aggressive. Obviously, different individuals can have different mentalities and situation. Like, the dragon could be chilling. I also find the thing on its beak a little weird. Like, I know this is the most, like, nitpicky point. This isn't necessarily bad. It's just kind of weird. The original design, the beak looks separated, whereas this is just, like, folded into the skin. I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Although, I do have to say, I don't like what they do with the eyebrows. The original design did not have them. Like, it's not natural, the stretching, the textures. It doesn't really do anything in this episode. C for Cavern Crusher, fuck it. For now, all you need to know is that D'Angelo treats its wounds, because it got caught up in all the stuff. So yeah, back to confront Sledkin. She claims that she's been in her dome this entire time. Check the security tapes, they do. The riders then do a stakeout. It's almost as if that's the name of the title. Watching her and useless Linda, nothing comes from that. June and Tom have a weird romantic bit between each other. Oh. Get this off my screen. They get another detection of an explosion. I don't know how Alex's tech is detecting explosions, but okay. They go back to the cave to find a dynamite and Sledkin there. So it was her this entire time. Tom then proceeds to approach the live explosive. How dumb can this boy be? There's a scuffle over the remote and it explodes. I do have to admit, I do like Sledkin's reaction to this.
They shouldn't have even been here. That little brat set it off. You saw him.
That whole interaction just felt very appropriate. It was nicely characterized, okay? I have to give as much credit as I can.
You saw it. They did this to themselves.
The fucking bitch. But obviously the riders are fine, although they are trapped within rocks. They run out of oxygen extremely quickly. We know they're going to be fine, and we know how they're going to get out. Sorry, can we compare these two animations? By no means the Race to the Edge is absolute pinnacle. What is this? So with hard evidence of her being down there, they once again interrogate Sledkin. and pressed quite hard this time, mainly because she entrapped kids down there. Yuso's Linda, living up to her name, accidentally reveals how she was getting into the hidden world, and it was just a hole in the dome. I mean, that's very dumb, but also very cartoon logic as well. In all honesty, I'm not a big fan of, it just requires a little bit of tunneling just to get to the hidden world. Otherwise, this would have been discovered years and years ago. Sledkin proceeds to escape, so we'll see her probably in the next season, but at this point... Wait, hang on. Webmaster? Thunder and Feathers? Although, right at the end of the episode, this is when something very interesting happens. All of a sudden, Olivia reveals that...
The dragon site's strange oxygenating properties...
What? Okay, before I dive into that. The reveal of this is very random. I would expect it with some research they conduct on the thing. Not just some random exposition at the end, but... we finally have at least a little bit of more tangible information about this gem. And now I can finally go into why the oxidizing properties is... They were so close for something that makes sense, yet so far. Prepare yourself, buckle in, this is going to be like another couple of minute rant. Let's go. Out of all the things and systems that require to sustain life, oxygen is a bit of an odd one to focus on. Mainly because obviously we just have oxygen on this planet. Perhaps it's quite difficult for oxygen to seep into the underground. But then when you look at the biology of the hidden world, it makes even less sense. Because there is plants, trees, foliage down there. The thing that can produce oxygen. And we know it's through the method of photosynthesizing because they are green. They have chlorophyll in those leaves. Even plants which have a lot of blue in them, they can still process the solar energy. So it only makes sense that the plants is the thing that produces the oxygen, not these bloody gems. There's also possibilities of plankton or that glowing algae we see in the ocean part of the crystal realm, and later another ocean part of another realm. They too require solar energy to photosynthesize. Then it leads to the question, and also I have been sort of pondering this anyway. How does light get into the hidden world? Every time you look into each realm, they are very well lit. And if we could explain how the hidden world is lit, then we can explain how the plants use photosynthesis. Surely it would be from the gems. And that's not even that far-fetched, because even through the setup prior, every time we see these gems like interacting with the dragonfire, it lights up. Every time we see the gems in the hidden world, they are glowing in some form, especially in the crystal realm. I always assumed that the crystals are the thing that lights up the place. That's why I've never really questioned it. This is 100% true in the film, as this big crystal is the main source of light. I guess the gems will have to give off some form of solar energy, and in addition to thermal energy, as it kind of looks like it heats up, in which then the plants can use to photosynthesize. And I think the majority of those crystals would be in the sky, or more accurately, the ceiling of the caves. Looking at the sky boxes, we can't really see anything, but that could just be a perspective thing as it's so far away. Stuff could be obscured by the clouds or fog, and the different colors in the sky could indicate a different light from the crystals. And might I add, this is like my favorite artistry bit in this entire show. I love every single skybox. They all look so pretty. I love the colors. But also we do know there is a day and night cycle down there, although they seem to be different per realm. When it was night in the ice realm, when they revealed the nature realm, it looked like it was in the day. This sort of supports the idea that each world goes on a different system, and the day-light cycle might be faster in some realms than others. It could be the result of temperature or climate differences reacting with the crystals, in which makes sense for the crystals and how they would light up. Like during the day they heat up and brighten up and start slowly fading, making it appear like it's nighttime. Another interesting detail is in the ice realm. In the nighttime we can see an aurora, which is the sun's solar radiation hitting the Earth's magnetic field. To be even more pedantic, the ions from the solar wind colliding with the oxygen and nitrogen atoms in the Earth's atmosphere. And because there'll be oxygen and nitrogen naturally in the atmosphere in the hidden world, it still does lead to theories of how is there solar energy down there. I feel like at this point it would just be the suspension of disbelief, and it just accepting that these gems can produce solar energy. It's the exact same thing with the oxygen. Perhaps there's like crystals that reach the surface and absorb the sunlight, which then spreads throughout all the gems within the hidden world. Or maybe it's just a reaction with thermal energy and it's magma. I mean, it is possible to create synthetic sunlight, so whether or not this can happen naturally is questionable, but it's a cartoon. I don't know. My job isn't to come up with an alternative, just pointing out how the current system doesn't work with the world building and how all the other evidence points to a different different explanation. And it's still very much linked to the theming of the Dragonite. This is somewhat diving into the later seasons, but it's all relevant now. The gems being in every single realm indicates that it's some sort of structure that connects or at least holds realms all together, or these different biomes. If these biomes represents the different realms, then these crystals that appear in all of them represents the branches of the world tree connecting them all. This is also supported in the final season, but this is only minor spoiler stuff. But this is the God's realm, and is the quote-unquote source of the crystal stuff, / the interpretation is the roots of the world tree. It's even maintained by a dragon that's based off of Nidhogg, although technically in their mythology they're just gnawing the roots, and that's why we use the word based. Perhaps the fire from this dragon solo radiates these crystals? I don't know, it's kind of started to get a bit complicated. It's a shame because they had a lot of potential, because they have dedicated quite a lot of time to looking into these gems and wasted it. This is where our lack of development really hinders the eventual full explanation. I can't say that word for the life of me. Explanation. Because it wasn't the time, it was the lack of exposition, which is a very odd bit of criticism for this show. If they did go through the solo or the radiation route, they could have done a small hint at when Olivia was pointing the gem up to the sun that it glowed a bit more. I don't know. You may be thinking at this point, why are you diving so deep into this? But I think it's quite important, as it's the whole world building and function of everything to do with this series. I think world building is quite important. Some shows not so much, but in a show like this, where literally it's in the title, very much so. And a show has a whole theming point around the ecosystem of the hidden world. It's very much embedded within the story, as both set dressing and story significance. But in terms of how I feel about this, it's a bit weird. It's nice to have like Norse mythology inspiration and taking quite a creative stance on it, but at the same time, I don't really like it. And that goes for the 9 realms as well. Mainly because it feels like it limits the hidden world rather than expands upon it. You could look at it as the 9 realms represents the Scandinavian part of the hidden world and the different mythologies from around the world, especially ones that include dragons within their legends, having hidden worlds akin to their mythologies. Although I prefer to look at the hidden world as something extremely expansive and extremely mysterious to the human experience. I'm thinking more akin to the Hollow Earth theories, something very similar to the monster universe. These dragons are very unique organisms that seem to only be able to evolve through very unique environmental factors, and considering they are extremely diverse and fill out a lot of their own niches, they literally act like another entire ecosystem exactly like Earth. That's why I really like the idea that the hidden world is as expansive as the world, and why we have stories of dragons or lizard-like things in almost every mythology from around the world, and it's the extremely rare occasions where a dragon has come up from the hidden world and either slain, or in some cases in China where they worship these deities, but they may eventually go extinct or return to the hidden world or disappear from various other factors. I do have to recognise this is just a personal take. That's why I appreciated the hidden world in the third Dragon movie to be quite vague, because that's when your imagination could run wild and interpret it in so many different ways. It also works as a bit of a catch-all question, like, why does this dragon work in this way? Well, it evolved like that for a very specific reason, adapting to a habitat in the hidden world. Whereas in the 9 realms, it somewhat spoils that. It gives a very clear direction of what the hidden world looks like, and I sort of believe the imagination coming from this world is better than actually giving us lore reasons, especially in a show that isn't written as optimally as this one. Oh gosh, I spent way longer than I thought I would on this topic. I'm so sorry. Episode 6, Poison Control. Richard F. Buzzface doing something really antagonistic and threatening the lives of the riders. He learns that the riders have a book that has information on a bunch of dragons. It's kind of questionable how it took this long for him to realise this, but you know, whatever. So he sets up an ambush to get it. His plan consists of poisoning Thunder and trading the book for an antidote, which honestly is a pretty decent plan. Tom is quite quickly willing to give up the dragon book for the sake of Thunder's health, in which Dee tries to encourage to give a little bit more time because they could potentially find a cure. They get some luck because they find a hobgoblin which has been poisoned but seems to be fine. The setup was actually pretty decent because this hobgoblin was actually trapped in the cage as a part of the ambush strategy, so naturally they would take it back to the infirmary to help remedy it. And after thinking it's the flowers that they eat, they go and collect them, with Eugene's incompetence actually becoming useful for once and distracting the hobgoblins who are guarding it. There is quite a sweet scene between Thunder and Tom, but it half falls flat because from not being the strongest relationship in the world, but just through sheer amount of time spent with them, it has somewhat made their relationship a little bit more believable at this point in the story.
You know, Alex, I thought I had a pretty great life before I got here. I adventured all around the world, I did exciting things, you know, stuff kids only dream about. But then I met Thunder, and none of that other stuff mattered.
This also sets out the possible challenges of saying goodbye to each other could present. Quite similar to Hiccup, could he ever feel whole again without his best friend? But luckily Deed gets back in time, and feeds Thunder the flower petals. It still doesn't work, and as Thunder's health goes into critical condition, Tom takes the book to trade. Tom goes down there with only feathers for the fear of the other dragons getting poisoned. Although I'm surprised Feathers didn't defend Tom sooner. He got to the point of physical altercations, being tied up, and then being directly threatened to get poisoned by Buzzsaw, in which the other riders come back in the nick of time to save the day, because Dee actually found the antidote, which is the slugs that were on the flowers. I'm genuinely impressed with the subtlety and setup for this. First being the most slightest of hints in the Hobgobbler's mouth, when they're first talking about the illness, the slugs naturally being on the flowers when they go to pick them, but as an audience you wouldn't really think too much of this, because we see these little critters all over the place, and then once more a little bit more explicit, it being on the flower which Dee just chucks away, so he could think that he can cure Thunder. And with the genuine stakes of Thunder's life and trading quite an important item to Tom through either character and plot stuff, I genuinely have to praise this episode to be like quite good. Obviously it's not without its flaws, it still have general series issues, but episode specific stuff is more nitpicky, like why does Buzzsaw just go on a whole like villainous monologue? You could have kept the secret that the thing that he gave him wasn't the antidote a little bit longer. It ensures you that you can escape with the book, and at the end the writers made it extremely blatant who they were basing this character on. Yeah, we know. But yeah, Buzzsaw escapes with the book. It's always quite satisfying in a conflict where the villain actually gains something. It really intrigues you for what they do next.
Greetings, citizens of Raketown!
Oh no. Episode 7, In Too Deep. Honestly, I'm starting to get way too tired. So, as it's about another 3 seasons in, let's bring in another content creator to help cover this.
What the fuck, dude? Why are you bringing me back into this? I've done my time. I served my sentence. Seriously, this is like drafting a World War II veteran to fight in Iraq. The fuck's wrong with you? I already talked about both Season 6 and this episode already in my video that you guys should go check out now. Ugh, whatever, I'll talk about it again. Season 6, Episode 7 is whatever. It's also the only finale episode of the show that doesn't feel like a finale at all. Now that I've seen the whole show from start to finish, I can safely say every finale episode, save for this one, had some kind of finality to it. Season 1 had the gang fight the Fold Ripper, Season 2 had them fight the Skrill, Season 3 had them fight the Sky Torture, Season 4 had them fight the Snow Race, Season 5 didn't really have a fight. In fact, it's the only finale that doesn't have a battle of any kind, really, but the parents find out about the dragons, which is still big, I guess. Season 6's finale, however, felt just like any other episode. The only thing remotely feeling like a finale in that episode was literally in the last 2 minutes where Buzzsaw just inexplicably attacked the base for no good reason. What was stopping him from attacking the base earlier? If he really did want revenge for his logging company, if that's really what he wants, who the fuck even knows at this point? Nothing was stopping him. If anything, the previous episode was the real finale since there was actual weight to it. Thunder was poisoned and almost died. Buzzsaw got the Book of Dragons and confirmed to everyone that he was just a dagger ripoff. You could have put this episode off until Season 7 and it would have felt right at home, but it's not like the writers cared. Also, can we talk about when this episode dropped? Like, I know it's no one's fault at Dreamworks, it was just insanely bad timing, but I mean, damn. Talk about damn. Anyway, that's all I gotta say. And I swear to God, if I ever have to talk about this show again, I will go into Vietnam mode and go ham on everyone in the room. Got that?
Honestly, this episode really doesn't have anything to do with the Buzzsaw stuff. Like, he incites the incidents, but after he pisses off, the riders focus on freeing the Octofin trapped at the bottom of the ocean. To be honest, that was their fault. Like, how didn't 4 dragons hold up something that only 2 Gronkles could? Buzzsaw pulls out the Book of Dragons and puts it back somewhere. Without any context, Buzzsaw capturing that dragon looks kind of funny. It doesn't look possible, but I'm sure it technically is. Did they lure it in by whacking? Sometimes you just write jokes for yourself. Speaking of, I actually really like the design of this dragon. This is definitely up there with one of my favourites. Having crocodilian mixed with octopus design is actually pretty cool. I do like its like inking ability that it has, very reminiscent of octopus stuff. We have had crocodilian like dragons before, but hey, evolution basically decided to have 2 types of crocodiles in the world. Why not have it with the dragons as well? That's the placement. Also, one more thing. Where are they? They don't say whether this is a new realm or if this is a part of another realm. It's just here for 1 episode. My guess is that it's a part of the giant realm, as it hasn't been explored all that much compared to all the others, and there's giant plants we could just about see in the background, which are very similar to what we saw in the previous episode. Once more, Tom blames himself for handing over the Book of Dragons to allow Buzzsaw to cause chaos, so he becomes very adamant in trying to save it. It's nice to have this character trait back. The writers decide to use the Bactosphere to dive down into the ocean depth. As they're doing that, they're debating whether or not to tell the parents about what their plan and Buzzsaw. It's the same issues they've been doing for seasons now. I really thought we'd gotten over this. Oh, and it gets worse. June's mum approaches them and...
Playing your fantasy swords and claws game? Not the most productive way to spend an afternoon. If you're all going to pretend, you might as well pretend to be students and learn something.
I'm sorry, what? Can't you see the very real dragons? They're doing stuff with real creatures! We've had our whole arc of June's mum finally gaining like a little bit of respect of what they're doing, but she just hasn't learned anything. So everything between June and her mother is pointless. You know what? I'm going to summarise this so quickly because I really can't be bothered anymore. They go down, they pick up the Octofin. Eugene fucks up the machine. Just ban him from any sort of technology at this point, even his bloody phone. A shellfire comes out and starts attacking them because it's in their territory. Tom decides to cut the dragon free. He managed to do that cutting 1 rope and being out in the water for a very, very long time. Surely he would have drowned minutes ago. The Octofin saves them and starts freeing the whole thing. And then the fight between the Shellfire, the Octofin, the dragons come and save them. The other dragons manage to hold their breath and also swim down for a long period of time. Decompression sickness at all? I mean, it's debatable how really deep that water really is, but whatever, I do not care. Everyone's happy, they save the day. Rake Town is destroyed because... you know what. Wow. Episode 1, Hobbs and Saw. Officer Earl finally acts like how he should have been characterised in Season 6, not respecting D'Angelo's decision to focus on the Dragon Hospital / being a veterinarian, because he wants him just to be like him, and not liking the dragons because they cause chaos.
Banning dragons in Rake Town and shuttering your little hospital.
The pressure is heightened because of the recent attacks, with D'Angelo and his father disagreeing. And what's nice about this is they really make significant progress. Dee finally lays out his actual aspirations and goals in what he wants in life, and his father takes time to appreciate it, but also see the amazing work he's already done, like creating the Speed Stinger anti-venom, and caring for the creature afterwards, even though I don't think the Speed Stinger will be so willing to be looked at, but whatever. This is one of the parent and child relationship that's actually developed for once. The Cullisons have been quite sameish the whole time. June and her mum has been a complete mess. Eugene's relationship is non-existent, and Alex and her mums have been completely forgotten at this point. So it's nice to see this. One of the reasons of his attitude change is because of the new Hobgoblin, because after saving it, the dragon forms a bond with him, and then proceeds to get on his nerves. But after being more open-minded with his son, and with the little dragon showing his loyalty to him, Officer Earl too forms a connection. He's like a little ranger guy, little ranger.
I'm gonna build him a perch on top of the big dome so he can be our lookout dragon.
I love you, son.
And oh my gosh, we found Cal.
You see my beautiful angel son, Cal?
I know I've already used this clip, but I'm running out of them. Please cut me some slack. Although, I do have to say, I feel like a Night Terror would have suited him a little bit more. But I digress. This is once again a nice episode, barring the other stuff, but the placement is completely baffling. Why is this in Season 7? This should be one of the episodes at the start of Season 6. Or you could still keep it here, but have more of a conflict between Chief Baker and the dragons in Season 6, which would probably make more sense, to be honest. And just one last thing, because to be honest, this has gotten on my nerves. The amount of times the writers have caused chaos should produce consequences, just hasn't. They've damaged drones and probably millions of dollars piece of equipment, and there's been nothing from it. I'm surprised he hasn't been banning the dragon shenanigans ages ago. But it takes a small dragon to eat his taco meatloaf, or whatever it is. I don't know, it's a very American dish. Where's my beans on toast? I do have to say, the minor dragons I haven't really talked about, because who cares? Although I do like the horn changes with the Terrible Terror, depending on what realm they're from. So, C tier. But I do want to say, in this show, I think they did the hobgoblins fantastically. They really added to the personality from 3. Even additional abilities, which I think is very natural for this dragon to have. It gives more of a reason for it being in the Stoker class. So far this is the only original dragon that's reached S tier. So whilst this is going on, some of the other riders are still trying to get the Book of Dragons back. Oh my gosh, they're training for once. Honestly, there's nothing to say about this because they just completely fail. Like, they sneak in, they grab it, Tom trips because he's an idiot, and as they escape, forgot to pick up the book again. This genuinely just feels like filler. Although we do see Buzzsaw developing the new weapons, which is just crossbows and like a catapult or something. They learnt from the Book of Dragons. Why does the Book of Dragons show you how to make a crossbow? I mean, it is quite ridiculous because bang bang. Episode 2, Hearts of Heroes. For full context of this episode, this is the worst one in the entire series. It once again has the same issues of Journey to the Snowcana and the other ones, but what makes this significantly worse is the crutch or the starting point of this argument is so dumb. And when I watched this episode for the first time, it genuinely made me angry. Like, usually I'm chill as a bead. Like, most of this I just don't really care, in all honesty, despite, you know, exaggerating it for this video. Because this episode is so insufferable, I'm going to be very loose with the script and the planning of this, because to be honest, I just want to skip through it. But first, let's start with the other stuff. The new dragons that appear. They're kind of inspired by beavers, and they have a weird hive mind thing going on with the queen or the leader of the colony having wings. There's a mixture of bee inspiration in there. It's cool to see another niche that the dragons fill up, but as like a dragon species, they're fine. I really don't have anything to say about them. All of the concepts in this dragon has kind of been done before. Although they're called wood chippers. I don't know what the fascination is that these creators have with tools, but we have yet another dragon named after one, as well as a bloody man. Speaking of, he appears in the episode. He all of a sudden decides to go after the dragon riders, because he wants their dragons. Bro's thinking he's Team Rocket or something. He just acts more as an external threat to the main conflict, by chopping down the giant tree that they're stuck in with the beaver dragons. What's the TARDIS thing going on with this tree? It looks massive inside, but it's tiny on the outside. Okay, whatever. The actual B-plot of this episode is also just dumb. Literally nothing happens. The two guys just get captured by the other riders and get interrogated for his plan, but the plan is Buzzsaw going after them, so at the end of the episode they catch up and save them all in the end. Final act, you know, whatever. So, the bad thing of this episode. At this point, Tom and June are getting a little bit more lovey-dovey with each other, but the worst thing about this is the fact they're straight. Although, on a serious note, the amount of shows that have just an unnecessarily romantic subplot is like, it's so not needed, and it's definitely not needed in this. Both the setup and their character growth throughout this entire series has nothing to do with romantic stuff. I'm not saying it can't develop over time, but they already have quite a lot on their hands, and already messed up numerous amounts of character arcs and development. They still have Tom finding himself plotline going on. You could find that through exploring your sexuality or falling in love with someone, but knowing what the conclusion is? No. And also, they don't positively add anything, so it's boring. And this is even more funny because this is a shining example of a bad relationship. Let me explain. They haven't quite confessed their love for each other, or like. Oh, we like each other. The writing is fucking cringy as shit. The other riders, well, more Eugene is teasing them, so naturally they'll get flustered. And in this flustered state, Tom calls June weird. And that's it. There are many arguments over and over again for 20 minutes because Tom called June weird. What the fuck?
In fact, since you're so weirded out by me and I'm so yikes to you. Wouldn't have happened if you didn't give a big, cringy speech about how unlikable and weird I am. We can start with yikes, or could you have possibly said weird more times? I'm sure you don't want to be stuck in here with me any longer than you have to be.
Oh, so hanging out with me is dumb.
No. Guess it's actually a good thing I'm around. I guess you offended her too. You're on a roll. If you mess this up, you'll be stuck in here with me forever. Better than watching you dig your own hole deeper. She doesn't think I'm so repulsive.
Oh, hear that, Thunder? Now I'm dumb and stupid.
Well, clearly, no one here feels like bonding.
Clearly.
Weird.
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, but I was put on the spot. I didn't know what else to say.
Whatever.
Shut the fuck up!
I didn't know what to say. I got anxious.
That's how I felt all day.
Ugh, finally, the resolution.
Ugh, never mind. This is pointless.
Please end my suffering. This couple should not exist. They have no chemistry. They don't even have basic communication skills. And what's worse, this is played off as genuine. They should have changed the capture the flag thing they were doing at the beginning of the episode to capture the fucking red flags. And we could have avoided this disaster. Although... trauma. Not gonna lie, I had a bit of a crisis with this realization. With what they presented before, with June's mother rejecting her interests, the very notion of Tom rejecting her, especially as she has feelings for him, could trigger that. So her overreaction would make a lot more sense. However, I know this was clearly not intentional by the writers, mainly because their argument.
It wasn't just what you said, it was the way you said it.
Yeah, June never mentions anything to do with rejection, so it's just me way overthinking it. And there's no setup prior that could potentially explain her sensitivity to being called names. It did lead me to a criticism of they could have incorporated this overreaction with her trauma, and it would have been quite effective. And link all these themes together. I don't know, like having a relationship may help heal her rejection sensitivity. Or maybe Tom could provide enough confidence to allow June to pursue her passions. You know, having that support which she dearly needs, because she ain't getting it from her brother nor her bloody mother. Mwah mwah, just another bit of missed potential. So, as it stands, yes, this is bad. You know what? For once, it's actually nice to see bad representation of heterosexual relationships.
Well. How the turntables...
There's romantic subplots in Race to the Edge, as that's very much of a natural development between Hiccup and Astrid. They started the franchise off being a love interest, and by the time they were in the second film, they were engaged, or at the very least confirmed together. It's hard to tell if Stoic was being serious or joking at that point. So it's necessary in Race to the Edge to develop their relationship more, and especially in terms with the coming of age story this ultimately tells, and the support that Astrid provides Hiccup, and how Astrid softened over the years. Is very much appropriate. I'm gonna have a very hot take, but to be honest, for me, that was the thing I was least interested in, mainly because I sort of knew they were gonna get together, although my headcanon of Hiccup being autistic actually does enhance it for me. I was much more invested in the relationship between Heather and Fishlegs. That was actually quite cute. And then they ruined it. And now we just need a series-long plot arc of Snotlout finding his true bisexuality. Episode 3, Hearts of Glass. What's with the 2 episodes with hearts in the title? What's with the 3 episodes begin with H? This is once more involving Sledkin and her never-ending quest to get the Dragon's Eyes. Oh my gosh, she's gone insane! So yes, as a result of this, the riders have discovered a new realm. The aesthetic is kinda cool, with glass structures and sand. That's interesting. But June seems to recognise it somehow. We'll get to that later. But ultimately this episode kinda turns into a bit of a nothing burger. Like, a new dragon appears, the Glasscaster. Could they think of a less inspired name? Kinda ugly looking. I get the inspiration, it's supposed to be the goblin or the dwarfs from Svartalheim. They have a cool purple flame, and it interacting with the black sand creates like a purple glass thing, which is kinda cool. It also uses the glass structures as a form of tracking. As stuff touches it, it sends like sound waves or whatever. I mean, it's unique. Doesn't really make much sense, but it's unique. But I'll be honest with you, I'm still not really feeling this dragon. But the riders and Wilmables get trapped in the glass structure by running away from the Glasscaster. So they need to try and figure a way out. Meanwhile, the dragons need to sort of regroup. Thunder has a bit of an arc in this episode of being more assertive. So basically just him training more to be in the alpha. Initially the others don't really listen to him. Then over time they do. Not gonna lie, this is the most personality we sort of see with these dragons. Especially Feathers. Kinda cute in this moment. The dragon riders eventually escape.
Tom would never leave us behind. He's one of those heroic types. Huh?
That's kind of funny. Sledkin also inevitably escapes because of the Dragon's Eye is harder than diamond and can cut through glass. Whatever. They make it out. And that's sort of the episode. The biggest bit of stuff that comes from this episode is at the end, where the writers are now making it very explicit that these worlds in the hidden world are the 9 realms. And this is where June's love of mythos is finally becoming relevant. You know, halfway through the second to last season.
Today's realm makes 7.
7? There's 8. We've got the crystal realm, the dark realm, the fire realm, the ice realm, the nature realm, the giant realm, and the king's realm. You know, the realm of the fairies. Yeah, I can see why this is Tom's favourite. At this point, I'm just going to include the bionomal essence bit as part of the king's realm. Oh, and Svartalfheim. That creates 8.
Whoever started the Norse myth about the 9 realms was talking about the worlds of dragons.
I'm going to be fully honest, I'm quite confused by this. This could be interpreted in multiple ways, and I don't think I like either of them. The first one could be Hiccup is the one who sort of created the mythos of the 9 realms, as he's the one who visited them. But that's not true, because him and everyone else around him believe in the Norse gods, and the stories that these gods are a part of are very much entwined with the realms. It's hard to say whether or not this is the writer's intentions. They have massively ballsed stuff like this up before. So then it leads to theories of when Norse mythology was first created, someone has already visited the 9 realms, and then by the time when Stoic and Hiccup are around, it morphed into a Viking legend, a sailor's tale. Very debatable whether or not it's true. And I guess that'll make a little bit of sense. And FYI, when House of Train Dragon takes place, I think is around the end of the Viking era, for various factors that I'll go into for a different video. Well, never mind. But I'm still very skeptical of this, as the hidden world is very inaccessible without riding a dragon, and the legend incorporates the edge of the world and falling off of it, you know, probably boats falling into the hole.
But those sailors who turned back told tales of a great waterfall.
I very much doubt that they got in far enough to, like, really explore the realms of the world.
And dragons guarding the entrance to a hidden world.
Yeah, seems possible. I mean, it is plausible, but what are the chances of someone able to, like, survive long enough and misinterpret a bunch of the creatures? Like, why is this Yeti thing misinterpreted as like a Yeti rather than a dragon? Dragons exist in Norse mythology, and Yetis are more of a Himalayan folklore? How is there a unicorn from this thing? How does the, as we perceive it, the Asian-inspired dragon not impact Norse mythology in the House of Train Dragon world? As they're basing these dragons on mythology, I really think they should have just stuck with Norse mythology, as that would make most sense. And there's tons of creatures they could base it on. But to be honest, I don't really like the whole concept in general. I definitely think the hidden world should never have been accessed by humans. The only ones who have seen it would be Hiccup and Astrid when they went down on Stormfly. Sorry, I'm going on a tangent. Episode 4, In the Cards. Honestly, this episode's kind of funny, because the main conflict is just caused by June. Everyone in the group has their own sort of aspirations that they want to focus on. D'Angelo wants to focus on the Dragon Hospital. Tom and June want to focus on the mythology of the 9 realms.
Midgard is the world of humans. Is that the surface?
No, don't say that. Otherwise you're going to have one extra realm. Alex wants to focus on tracking Buzzsaw through her senses, unknown, and Eugene exists. They all can't agree on what to do. June decides to do a tarot card reading. At this point, I'm convinced that the writers know that the audience feels like this, yet they persist on torturing us. The cards say that the team will eventually break up, or some crap like that, which sort of puts everyone on edge, kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy shtick, in which Eugene also plants the idea into Tom's head that this breakup doesn't necessarily mean the group, but the between Tom and June. Please be that, please be that, please be that. But also tells them that there's like fake eels being munched on around the place, and after some disagreeing shenanigans, they find out that it's typhoonmerangs, which is actually quite nice to see. We barely see these dragons, and the depiction is fine, like really nothing to critique. They even added like a courtship dance thing to them, which is cool, inspired by like I think some birds of prey that do this sort of thing. It's so romantic. I'd say B, they added something interesting to them. But this inevitably happens over Rake Town. They need to save the day, but because of their arguments, they can't decide on what to do. So, interestingly, the dragons take charge, and this also supports Thunder's arc, with Thunder shown being more of a leader, coordinating the other dragons to move the typhoonmerangs out of the Rake Town and into the fissure. And the episode ends with everyone sort of going their separate ways for now. Although I do find it funny how narratively narratively significant this is, to an extent, as this sort of conflict carries on through the next few episodes. And it being started by a contrived thing really undermines it. And another point is, why are the Typhoomerangs on the surface? They don't even give a reason. It just supports the queries I had hours and hours ago in the video. Episode 5, Eugene's Lean, Mean, Extreme Dream Team. That's a mouthful.
That's what she said!
I rewatched this episode last night, and it's the next day, and I forgot what happens. Eugene is extremely bored and wants to carry on dragon riding, but obviously can't because high school drama, I guess. So, from adventuring alone, he comes across some flamethrowers in the ice realm. He deems it's time to create a new dragon team. Yay! Although I sound very unenthusiastic. It's actually something that I was somewhat craving for. Switching up the dynamics and actually pursuing, I guess, joking about in the previous season with Eugene wanting to become the leader. I don't think this is supposed to be a narrative arc, more so a gimmick for the episode, so I won't go too deep into it. But I think it's nice to see Eugene actually act upon that desire, I guess. So after recruiting Alex's mums, this guy, Peter, I forget his name, he's so forgettable, and the random bubble horn, to be honest I probably forgot where it's come from, they start training, with Alex watching on because she's looking out for her mums. Also, I know this is a bit, so I really shouldn't be critiquing it. This goes way past Webmaster's shot limit. Ultimately, this ends up just being a massive waste of time, and Eugene goes back down to the realms alone and gets caught up in a trap. You know you could just burn your way out, right? Alice gets deep because she feels guilty about blowing up at him earlier. You know, for endangering her mother's life.
She ejected? Cloud can smell his body spray from 2 realms over. Come to think of it, so can I.
That's the funniest D'Angelo has ever been. Meanwhile, all of this is happening. There's Tom and June's stuff going on. They continue to talk about the Norse stuff, and they go on a date. I mean, a picnic's actually quite romantic. No, don't get into it. No. They go to the ice realm as well. Ah, what a lovely place for the two of us to have lunch. Somewhere where we freeze our fucking bollocks off. Wimmerballs and Pussface have a meeting. Awfully convenient that they stumble across this as they're flying over. One wants to decode the Book of Dragons, so the other offers in exchange to access to infinite Dragonzite, even though no one was impeding her before, except for the Dragon Riders. But it's the Dragon Riders. Although, random thought, if she has internet down here, how doesn't Buzzsaw? Speaking of, he just doesn't have a phone or any technology, like, why? Is a phone too inconvenient? Yes. The answer is yes. This is kind of implying that this is going to be a big team up and become an even larger threat to the riders, but this is just not true. They're still very individualistic with their goal and how they are tackled. At least a couple of team up moments would have been cool, like we get at the end of the episode, but that's it. All the riders bump into each other as a, huh, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? For once, Eugene actually leads the Dragon Riders and fights their way out, which actually works. And it's kind of hilarious because Tom complains about him being a crap leader in a later episode. Is he jealous? But the episode ends with them deciding whether or not to get back together again. Ooh, what a cliffhanger. Episode 6. We finally have an Alex episode. How long has it been? 28 episodes? I'm not counting Uncharted Territory because that's an Alex and Eugene episode. Ish. The lesson was more on Tom and realising that he was a shit leader. And even then, that was in the beginning part of season 4. First of all, Alex has a new fit. The black really suits her, not gonna lie. I kind of wish this is her default fit, but you know, whatever. The episode starts with Alex wanting to have some alone time, with all the riders keep on bothering her about techie stuff, which frustrates her because she is so much more than just tech, the writers said desperately. But in this instance, they did actually disprove that notion because they've actually did something with her. She got the Book of Dragons back all on her own, and in such a sassy way. It's amazing. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. They keep on pestering her to the point where she gets really angry and storms off.
Come on, Alex. You're being dramatic.
Bitch, you can't complain about anyone being overdramatic. Oh my gosh, the animation, the sass. What's going on? The Thunder tries to stop her by biting her and then destroying her tablet. Wait, I'm sorry, what? He bit her? And then later she just focuses on the tablet being destroyed, which, yeah, that would make her upset. But, writers? Have you forgotten her backstory? I know you don't care much about this character because you haven't given her anything to do for, like, many seasons. One of the most significant part of her anxiety is from the dog biting her. What? And don't give me the bullshit that she's gotten over it, because they have done zero work to do that. There's been minimal 1 episode and a bit off screen, and this was only in the first 2 seasons. She eventually bumps into Buzzsaw. He just appears out of nowhere for like all the time. Bro, it's like a sixth sense for everything.
You're the dragon, twerp.
Bro's going true Team Rocket.
We've got a cheer on the twerp. Are you, twerp?
Alex manages to manipulate him for her to work with him. Yeah, this is just a bit weird. Despite the deal they made last time, Slicken just decided not to do it. At least not yet. So the events of this episode can happen. Wow, competent writing.
Not.
Oh, and whilst we're on this tangent, Wibbleballs just has a base of operations down there with super high-tech kit. How does she have the money for this? How are they even building all this? I mean, it's just cartoon logic, but it's just a little bit ridiculous. Like, she's fired or quit? I don't know what to say. She drove away from the science station. How does she have access to all these resources? Because she ain't through bloody useless Linda. Narratively, this is quite insignificant, so it really doesn't matter. It's just quite funny, to be honest. The other riders feel bad and go to her mum's to fix her tablet. And after that's done, they look at the saddle tracker, find that Feathers is in the crystal realm trapped by these 2 blokes.
Boys, saddle up.
I bet they will later. They distract them by... I mean, I don't really know what to say at this point. Did Thunder just come out? They bump into Alex and Buzz Lightyear in the maze of the Crystal Realm. As Alex, again, being the smartest person in this entire world at this point, leading a trail of broken sensors to follow them. Even though they do have Plowhorn who could track her down, but sure. I do prefer the smarter method because it characterizes the characters better. But because Alex hasn't quite got the Book of Dragons yet, she actually turns around and betrays them.
I said fire!
And this was the last straw needed for a Buzzsaw to give Alex the Book of Dragons. But then Alex promptly pissed off. But the villains actually fought ahead for once and photographed the entire Book of Dragons. Using technology? What is this?
We have everything we need right here.
Episode 7, The Rise of Jormungandr. June's finally becoming, actually useful for once, and is looking for the Dark Realm. The others are pressuring her, because they need to stop Buzzsaw.
I know where to find the Dark Realm.
Guys, you have already been to the Dark Realm! Oh, sorry, it's now been retconned. Ugh, I'll get to that later.
The apex predator to all dragons? That explains why Buzzsaw wants it so badly.
No, it doesn't. We learned in the last couple of episodes that Buzz is looking for a quote-unquote
Death Dragon. Death Dragon. Death Dragon. Death Dragon. Death Dragon.
Yeah, they were very subtle about it. I'm so lost on his motivations. First, he thinks his login company was burnt down from the lightning bird, so he wanted to go and hunt that. And that sort of evolved into wanting to hunt and capture and sell the skins of all these other dragons. Sure, that makes sense. Why not make a new business out of your new passion that you found? Despite not actually doing anything that he says. Literally we see no dead dragons at all. Which wasn't an issue in Race to the Edge. But now he's going after the Death Dragon, and in this it's the apex of all dragons? What? The World Serpent? Even in Norse mythology he was kind of chill. One of the most significant things he's ever done was kill Thor in Ragnarok. And even then he still died or got transported back in time. I don't know. Also, apex of all dragons? What? 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 That's just not a thing in the animal kingdom. Yes, there's apex predators, but there's vast many of them? Well, actually, I tell a lie. There is a single apex predator that rules everything, and that's humans. This thing ain't a fucking human. This isn't even in reference to being an alpha, because the Nightlights are the alphas, which is a whole can of worms that I'm just not going to go into, as that dives into criticism more on the actual franchise in itself, rather than this specific show. So let's just accept it, and B, they don't say it.
It probably also explains why dragons are afraid of eels.
Any excuse is that this is the reason the dragons don't like eels? What? That's so dumb. Dragons don't like eels because they're probably poisonous. It's not hard. You don't need a complex explanation for it. There are creatures in the world that are poisonous, and these eels tend to be multicolored, which give the warning sign that they are poisonous. Some animals obviously do that just to trick them, but still, it's just natural stuff in the world. It's not that deep, bro. Now going back to the retcon thing. Instead of this actually being a dark realm, it's the entranceway to the dark realm. Like, maybe that was their original intention, but it wasn't very well executed. And in the mythos, Helheim is guarded by Garma, which is translated to the Crystal Whip in this, which they did sort of hint at in the second season. They said it's guarding something. It's bollocks then, and it's still bollocks now. They try to tie the mythology aspect a little bit too literally, and now we're at a bit where we're expanding upon an original point. I mentioned before that I never liked the vibes of integrating the mythology and these dragons so literally together before. I do think that is quite a big criticism part of this show, and currently as it stands, the Norse myths are based on the behaviours of these animals, whereas the actual creation of this is the other way around and the animals is based on the Norse myth. It kind of feeds itself in a bit of a stupid circle. What came first, the Norse myth or the dragons? This very much leads with issues with the world building and motivations, and goes against previous notions that's been set up in this franchise prior. Here's a good example of this. Currently, the application of the Crystal Whip feels a bit forced. It plays the role as a guardian of the entrance of this dark realm, because that's what it is in the Norse myths. We get a very clear representation of what it's supposed to be, and that's it. There's no additional reasons why it's here, like for food, shelter, mating reasons? I don't know, there's a very long list you can pull from. Let's compare this to in Race to the Edge. They sort of did the same thing, but justified it well enough to make it feel natural. And that's the Sentinel Dragons on Vanaheim. If they recognise you as something that is not going there to pass away, then they will guard the island. Like when Hiccup and the gang visit the island for a second time, and against the Grimnashers. Additionally, if you get onto the island and try to leave, they will prevent you from doing so. At surface level, they're just acting as protectors, but there's potential theories that could explain this. The island is a skeleton of an alpha species. There's a very intrinsic relationship going on here. But that aside, just purely looking at their ecology explains the reason why they act the way they do, despite the initial inspiration for them. There's food, fresh water, they sleep there, and they purposely maintain their island. Even them protecting it could be interpreted as them protecting their territory. To be honest, in the first episode we even get enough justification, but we visit these dragons a few times throughout the series, and the more we learn about how these animals work, the more it makes sense on how these animals exist in this world. But yeah, comparing this to the Crystal Whip is absolutely hilarious. And this is just an additional side note, because I have a feeling some people are going to be questioning or thinking this. Even in relation in the original series, there are obviously myths around these dragons, but why it works there is because there's just a side thing. It could be very easily concluded that these people would make stories and legends about these animals they come across in the world, but it's not the main motivation and why they exist or do what they do. There always seems to be quite a realistic reasoning behind their actions, because they are treated as animals, despite the quite fantastical elements to them. And although this is a much minor note at this point in the story, but I did sort of pop off about it, this does infest many other parts of the show. And much more poignantly, the main threat, the World Serpent. There are more details which I will dive into later on in the next season, when they become relevant, but keep this pinned for now. So now they enter the Dark Realm and discover a red dragon's eye. Throughout this entire time they have been arguing or bickering with each other, despite trying to set some ground rules to stop that, whilst they're trying to sort out Buzzsaw, but it still fails. But they all get worked up to the point where they have a go with each other. More so D than anyone else. But after D'Angelo immediately regretted what he said, he quickly realised the mist that comes from the dragon's light must lower their serotonin levels.
Like a sad, angry pit in your gut.
Oh, I thought that was just viewing this show. But after some more time and heartfelt speeches, they get back together. Yay, the true dragon riders again. Although I'm sounding very unenthusiastic, this is okay. It was paced over a few episodes, and despite liking the changing the status quo, I can't help get the feeling of this feels somewhat meaningless. It's probably because how they're all characterised and written, and all this was contrived in the first place. They're projecting the notion of, oh, they're true best friends now. A bit corny, a bit cheesy, the big team-up moment before the disaster at the end. I'm just really not feeling it at this stage in the show. It would work better if I cared about the characters, but, you know. So, oh, they come across the cage of the quote-unquote death dragon.
Hiccup must have locked this dragon away.
Oh my god. I'll hold him back, because this becomes more relevant later. Buzz will come back with a sky torture. Bro's a better dragon trainer than literally the dragon trainers. The setup for this was nice. I mean, subtle, not subtle, I don't know, I don't really care. It ends up being pointless because he just gets eaten. Now he's alive, but I'm just gonna imagine that he's eaten, it'll be a little bit more entertaining. I support the propaganda that Tom is trying to peddle. The Dragon Riders get beat because they are completely useless. And in a pinch, Thunder frees the dragon from the cage. Why? Literally, why? I guess they're trying to frame it as like, oh, Tom's in danger, I need to save him. But like, you're a bloody nightlight. You're bloody fast. Pick him up and fly away. You idiot. This would be so much better if Buzzsaw just freed the dragon in the first place. And now your Manganda, well, you know what? I'm just going to say World Serpent. I can't say that name. The World Serpent is now released, ending the season. From the first glimpse of his design. Oh boy. There's going to be so many rants this season. Part 2 of why the World Serpent sucks. The design is just pathetic. It's so disappointing. For it to be said it's the apex of all dragons, it really looks very wimpy. It doesn't even have wings. 90% of the dragons could just avoid it by just flying up. I can't believe it struggles with terrible terrors. How pathetic. But even that aside, just looking at the size of this thing, that's it? Bro's bloody tiny. Compare this to Bewilderbeast. Apex my fucking Bewilderbeast foot. The other stuff with the two giant tusks and the Cobra aesthetic, meh. It looks really uninspired. I could argue there's worse dragon designs even from the original series, but this is more baffling considering this is supposed to be a very important dragon, and the concept itself is not unique. We've already had a World Serpent or a Ragnarok-like dragon before, in the Purple Death, which I think is designed and incorporated in the story so much more fantastically than this pile of garbage. Also, look at the size of this thing. Now that is a World Serpent. We even have the Screaming Death, which is also kind of World Serpent-like. Again, designed and incorporated, and its abilities as well are so much better. Firepower is okay. It has a generic fire breath, which is fine, but it also has like a deadly mist thing which it uses most of the time, and the idea of it slowly killing the enemies, and I guess would be more effective against dragons because dragons are fireproof, but honestly I think that's the only thing it has going for it. And even then, compared to a lot of dragons, a mist breath, especially one that has toxic traits in it, is not unique whatsoever. But yeah, Episode 1, How to Train Your Manganda. Oh my gosh, this episode is so infamous. I think this has to be my favourite worst episode because it gets so much wrong. At this point, I just have to laugh. I have to laugh the pain away. It's behind you. Are we in a pantomime? So the riders try and fight against the World Serpent and fail because they're incompetent. But quite conveniently, all the riders, bar Thunder, are strucken with the toxic breath. So it's just Tom that's able to do stuff. One of which is finding Volker's staff. We know exactly where this is going. Oh, fuck. Before we get into this disaster, the creators absolutely confirm it was Hiccup that locks your Manganda in the cage. Why is he wearing a fucking Viking helmet? Do I really need to say that this is so against his character? We've learned before that the creators don't have a fundamental understanding of Hiccup's character, and this only adds evidence to the pile. Hiccup would not, I repeat, not lock away a dragon. His whole thing is that he decided to spare Toothless and go against societal expectations because it made him an outcast. He learned that the Vikings' traditions and values were incredibly flawed. This is one of the many things that cemented Hiccup's morality, which was then explored more in Race to the Edge, and criticised in Dragons 2. And which again led to the actions in 3, where he tried to find the most peaceful solution. And, you know, still freeze dragons? So at this point in the 9 rounds, yeah, this definitely wouldn't happen. And also, whilst we're at this topic, how is this dragon survived? I'm personally of the opinion that these dragons tend to have similar lifespans to other organisms on our planet, based on their size, habitat, intelligence, and stuff like that. With a few exceptions of specifically the larger, more alpha species, more akin to the lifespans of longer living organisms. John Telligan has done a tweet stating that everyone in the building has a different opinion. I imagine some people think similarly to me, whilst others think about the classic mythos of dragons whom live thousands of years. And I'll be honest with you, this is an aspect that can't really be answered, as we have very little evidence within the franchise itself. I think the ones we do have leans towards more of a lifespan like the ones on our planet, but that's also partially irrelevant because it differs from species to species. But even that aside, it has no food, it has no water. This thing should be bloody dead! With Hiccup's character being eroded into dust, and the World Serpent's existence is kind of being glossed over, what other things did they miss out on? Ooh, I don't know, maybe the function of Volker's staff? I'm going to ignore the fact that it should just be eroded into dust by now. Once again, they fundamentally misunderstood something about the franchise. In this, they give the impression that Volker's staff was a hypnotizing tool, which is just, no. The only resemblance of when something looks hypnotic is when Hiccup pulls out his dragon blade and does a little dance with it. Did the creators confuse Hiccup's sword with Volker's staff? But all the time in the films, it's just used as a commanding tool. It makes a noise, and the dragons recognize that noise as a command. It's the same thing with Drago screaming at the Bewilderbeast, or Hiccup shouting Plasma Blast, or telling your dog sit. The animals will recognize the sound as a certain action. They even do this in this show! I didn't think the animation could get any worse, but I stand corrected. But Tom has the whole training arc and learns how to use it, but he struggles against the Death Gripper, he goes back and whines to the riders, and then magically can do it successfully in front of the Death Gripper without any additional training or newfound thing he learned. It was just under pressure, so he just did it. Literally the same writing issues from season 1. But the star thing becomes ultimately useless because he just ends up feeding it again to the dragon. What do we expect at this point? Are they going to go through the whole Haddock bloodline of possessions? And the trial and error aspect with trying to deal with the World Serpent doesn't work when the main character is learning the same lesson for the umpteenth time. Tom's character backtracks more to all the way to season 2. He's just done a full loop. Yay! As he pursues to take care of the World Serpent situation all on his lonesome.
I'm Colorson, and I'm a total dweeb fest. I was just, mocking you.
Okay, Eugene, you have one good joke. I guess June tries to be a supportive partner by giving him a rock. I would say this is sweet, but I do not care, and neither does Tom. I guess it somewhat helped him out initially, but it really did not go far. And it's even more funny because Alex knows Tom's character better than Jude does.
I trust him.
If you really believe that, check out where his saddle tracker is.
They shouldn't be in a relationship. Oh, did the writers just listen to us? They break up at the end of the episode? Woohoo! Oh, all what's right with the world. And now we focus on all what's wrong with the world. Selfish, ignorant billionaires. Wow. Episode 2. The Great Foster Fake Out. A lovely filler episode. Totally appropriate for the final season and with an ongoing threat in the hidden world. Let's have a little bit of a gan around the village. The episode basically boils down to everyone around the Red Corp covering up the existence of dragons right in front of the CEO through various means and shenanigans. Because at the beginning of the episode, Tom and the other riders decided to introduce the dragons more to the people and encourage them to have one of their own. Again, how is this not a season 6 thing? Apparently he's doing it to protect them against the World Serpent. So we're just going to ignore the fact that there's like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dragons under there. The logic is outstanding. The episode ends with him leaving, not knowing. So entirely pointless.
Science!
Okay, they just put a Breaking Bad reference in this. Only I can do that.
Walter.
However, before I go on to a rant, there is a couple of things to mention. One, I do find it kind of humorous that Mr. Egg likes Eugene because he's such a yes man and is like the epitome of an executive. It's just very fitting of Eugene to weasel his way up through something like that. Oh, and there's a thing between Eugene, June, and their mum. She wishes them to cooperate more together instead of squabbling like siblings. Oh, why did I even mention this? Who cares? Oh, and at the beginning and the end of the episode, we do see Sledkin. It's just a reminder, to be honest.
Perhaps I will meet a dragon of my own after all.
And there was a moment where Tom wanted to share the secret of the dragons to the CEO.
Maybe we should tell Mr. Rake.
In which then Olivia counters.
I know you want this to work out, but you were right from the start to keep the dragons a secret.
What? Why? Wasn't it Tom with the whole idea of not sharing the secret with the company because of exploitation and whatnot? And now all of a sudden he doesn't care? And then Olivia's like, no, you were correct this entire time. Because of people like Sledkin, despite being very adamant that Tom needs to share this information with the other parents, you know, who work for the company. For the context of this episode, this could have led somewhere, perhaps working into the conclusion of the show. I don't know, like the company shifting gears for dragon preservation or something, and ultimately deciding that Tom was wrong for thinking the way he did. I don't necessarily think that's a good conclusion to make, but it's a conclusion.
But you have to keep me in the loop. No more surprises.
You've been repeating this since season 6. But this gives me whiplash and reminded me how much of a missed opportunity this was. Prior in the show, literally the first half of it, they set this up so much as if it was inevitable that the company was going to be involved in the dragon conflict. And it just hasn't been. It would have also directly involved the parents a bit more. This is the main reason why I was complaining about the pacing at the beginning of the show. Not only is it bad storytelling for the main villain to finally become active halfway through the bloody show, and the second one finally doing something 20 episodes before the end, but they could have had an additional overarching antagonist, connecting these two individuals' actions, which in return would introduce a lot more organic, interesting conflicts, but also support the ending message that they go with. And this is sad too, because they had the means and plenty of time to explore this effectively. In addition to focusing more on the company, the knowledge of the dragons should have been leaked out, which not only would open back up the franchise for potential new stories and directions it could go in, but a meaningful consequence for this show and for the rest of the world. If there is going to be a show set thousands of years in the future, one of the most important questions I'd like it to answer is, how would the knowledge and existence of dragons affect the modern world? As we know that Hiccup isolated dragons for their own protection because humans and dragons can't coexist, with the hope of one day of them returning. This could have been the day. Like, I'll be fully honest with you, I can kind of take stupid characters or dumb little episodes and plots, and Race to the Edge definitely had those moments. If like the world building and the expansion of the franchise was interesting, but they just don't do it because they want to avoid something a lot more nuanced. Oh, and if you were wondering why I was a little bit more chill in my presentation of this rant, medically, I can't work myself up anymore. This show has stressed me out so much that my doctors have advised me to stop.
But I don't care. I do for the content. I'm on that Sigma
Episode 3, Science vs. Nature. This episode is another attempt on dealing with the Jormungandr situation, and them utterly failing. On the surface, they're trying to gather up the last of the dragons to take them back to the hidden world, despite the threat still being very much alive down there. Oh, so they can make it the appropriate speed. I mean, they are trying to look for a safe spot for the dragons, but it feels like a bit of a fruitless endeavour. But as they were looking, they came across a dying deadly nadder, which finally, some consequences or something threatening. I don't exactly want to relish in the fact that dragons are dying, but it proves that the world serpent is a threat. Although it's slightly weakened by the fact that the other dragons, who have supposedly died, is all off screen.
There's no sign of the other natters. They must have...
They could have been a little bit more explicit and showing that it was the world serpent, like with the death song in Race to the Edge eating another dragon. And they definitely could have done something like this, as in the next episode they show something arguably worse, so they have no excuse. Put your tailspines away? And I also think this sort of scene should be placed more or less as soon as we see the world serpent, as it would set the stakes immediately. As they're healing the remaining deadly nadder, they also now need to deal with Pete and his speed stinger.
Okay, Jerry, let's go for a jog. Wait for me!
Poor boy. But this does lead me to the question, how did they originally train the speed stinger? They're very notorious for being aggressive and difficult to train. Hiccup and the previous Dragon Riders barely managed to train one, and that was an injured baby. Was this the same one that D'Angelo healed? I'm just gonna say that and move on. But this is when Tom finally gets the idea to use technology for once. What?
A ballista! With that,
We could hit the World Serpent from a half a mile away.
They want to synthesize the speed stinger venom, enough to take down the World Serpent to put it back in the cage. An actually decent plan for once, using an already made weapon that can shoot large projectiles, and from a decent distance. A tranq rifle only has like 80 meters at max, and it probably won't be able to contain enough speed stinger venom. Despite morally, this is all over the place. I said numerous amount of times that Tom's love for these dragons are too inconsistent. In some cases he does all he can to find the peaceful solution, and then other times he does not care about harming it. And this remains true for this dragon as well. Despite trying to find a relatively peaceful solution by either hypnotizing it or tranking it, he still doesn't care that everyone else is attacking it and perhaps injuring it. And also, it's arguably worse imprisoning the World Serpent for thousands of years, so I have no idea what the fuck Tom's morality is. Eugene and D'Angelo are tasked with getting the venom.
Thanks for keeping it down, Pete. I appreciate it.
Okay, you get a second funny joke. And then Tom, June and Alex go and get the ballista. Their relationship takes a unique highlight in this episode, dragging Alex along in this awkward will they won't they scuffle.
Has June, like, asked about me at all?
Honestly, I wish they would just move on. We've been witnessing this for a few seasons now.
What did you guys talk about while I was gone? Did Paul mention me?
Oh, and there's quite a silly moment in the middle of their... He immediately steps on an isolated twig, which alerts the two goons.
The chicken is not amused.
But whatever, they get the ballista, they have a giant bolt full of speed stinger venom, and they capture the two men. Also, what's funny about this is that this is the last time we ever see them.
Buzzsaw didn't let us have very much for breakfast this morning.
You got any human food?
So I guess the bury your gaze trope remains true. So now they're going after the World Serpent. They lure it in by attacking it. It's a smart boy and realizes it's a trap. So to fool it once again, they do the exact same thing. Really? Buzzsaw comes crashing into the party. That's pretty good meme format. Because he's extra pissed that his camp was trashed. He was never this pissed off before, but sure. And he proceeds to fuck up their plan and then pisses off. Great contribution, guy. Oh, earlier in the episode we do hear why Buzzsaw freed the Death Dragon. It's so the dragon can weaken, or what the show should say, kill the other dragons for his business.
Business is booming since the arrival of the Death Dragon.
Uh-huh. How's that working out for you with all of 0 clients? Because nobody knows about dragons. And the episode ends with the riders going back home all sad because their plan failed. Despite they could just retry it, the ballista wasn't destroyed, they could just pick up the bolt again, could do another attempt. It's not as if the dragon can learn from its mistakes. Episode 4 of Gods and Monsters. That's a pretty cool title. But not so much of a cool episode, because this is wrapping up all the Sledkin stuff. Wow. The riders start out sulking in the cave about the World Serpent situation, and D'Angelo comes bursting in saying that Player Horn has gone missing. Wilma Balls kidnapped the dragon to use it to track down the crystal thing she's after, which we'll get into later. Although I didn't realise like a 5-ton dragon would be so easily kidnapped, but okay. Remember in the first season when they were quite hard to shake? But as the riders are searching, they come across Buzzsaw, who's upset that Jack has been blasted with the Death Dragon mist thing and now is currently dying. And as Dr. D is driven by his code, he goes to help despite his missing dragon. Although I do want to be clear, that wasn't a criticism on D'Angelo, that was just genuinely good character writing. Which kind of leads to a bit of a mixed moment. I think I'm allergic to bad storytelling. On one hand, it's kind of sweet, just literally the surface level takeaway from it. There has been a slow build up over a few seasons of Buzzsaw actually bonding with Jack, and this is the payoff.
It might be time for you to look in the mirror, Buzzsaw.
With D'Angelo basically telling him to change his ways. So, like Dagger before him, he's going to have a redemption arc. That's where the issues arise. After this, which is primarily going to be focused on the Wilmable... we have 2 episodes left, which also has to deal with a turd of a dragon. So, the inferior ripoff is not even going to have time to fully establish that change and have a very quick and forced resolution. I probably would have forgiven it a little bit more if this is something new for the franchise, but in all honesty, this is more common than not. And that's where they leave Buzzsaw for now. I don't even think I have the energy to get angry anymore. Before they leave, he gives information of where the lair is, which they go to. Apparently there's an elevator to the surface, so I guess that's how they got all their equipment in. Probably gives a little bit more context. Even then, ruins well building.
Yeah, just add it to the pile.
I hate there's just like a little staircase to the... whatever. Points I've made before. Hey, Babinzy, honestly, I'm just describing the episode for context. They eventually catch up to Sledkin, okay? Alex does the whole hacking thing. A little bit contrived, but sure, whatever, I don't care. Because she's going after this gem thing. Okay, the score didn't need to go this hard on such a shit show. As per usual, the 5 Dragon Riders struggle against 2 gem breakers. So all the gem stuff is connected to this thing. I really don't know how to describe it. And after it's taken out, all the oxygen is removed from the hidden world. I've already talked about how dumb that concept is to begin with, but having it all sourced here, I feel like is even more dumber. It just turns Sledkin's environmental theme into capturing the MacGuffin, which in turn just makes it utterly fail as a concept. Instead of focusing on many things which has a wider impact, all they now need to do is to protect this one thing, which does not translate well at all. Oh, and it completely falls apart because the Dragon Riders don't recognise the environmental damage they themselves have caused. They called this out once and haven't changed at all. In the next episode, they build a cage in the Nightlight's habitat. Sledkin's goal is so cartoonishly funny. She's so obsessed with the gems that in like a life or death situation, she goes after it and literally dies. Okay, show. Apparently you have the guts to do that. Oh, I don't know if I've ever said what her motivations are. Why would she be so willing to risk her life for this gem? Money. Yeah, that's actually it. Money, prestige. Something very basic, but works fine. Her being so reckless in this moment is bafflingly stupid. I mean, I get the gem thing might risk falling into the hole, but you could come back down here with like an excavation team or something. She seems to have the resources to do that, or you could still share the existence of the dragonite. Oh, and this is the reason why she never exposed the existence of dragons to the outside world. She wants the credit for everything, which is an okay enough excuse. Tom puts the gem back there and everything's restored. With the end of the episode with Tom and Olivia just talking about it. Grr, people like Sledkin bad. Okay, I can see where this is going. Just before I go on a little bit of a tangent, we do see a new dragon. The Gem Blaster. I hate that name. It's a mystery class, which makes sense. Oh, what does it do? What does it do? Blast the gem? They should name it that. Okay, I know the previous era had like literal names, but I feel like there was a step removed. Like they used alliteration or they brought out the thesaurus. I can't say the word. The concept name was so much better. The Forever Crystal. I much prefer that. So I'm gonna say that. Yeah, the etymology of How to Train Dragon is kind of interesting. So I'll probably look into it one day. But yeah, the Forever Crystal is pretty cool, I guess. I don't know, there's nothing much to say about it. It gives me the vibes of the Forever Wing, which as a concept I already like, but in crystals instead. The design is alright. I like the tendril stuff and the gems on it. It looks better in concept rather than in the show. It has a cool blue fire. It's the thing that perhaps oxygenates the gems, or it's the thing that stimulates the reaction. I don't know, all of this was overlooked. Although it suggests there's only one of them because it's maintaining the gem, which again doesn't support the world building. Once again, taking the inspirations of mythology and applying it too literally. Although an argument could be made that this is like a ceremonial thing, and it's like either just an individual does it, or once it reaches Titan Wing, it goes and does this, and all the other individuals are just being normal animals. I don't know. I think this is where my opinions differ from a lot of standard reviews of this show, with me not minding the two villains having separate goals. Buzzsaw is more directly harming the dragons themselves by supposedly killing them and turning them into goods to sell, and Sledkin is more tackling the environmental themes of harming the environment which disrupts the hidden world and the dragons within them. Both themes great on paper, but absolutely awful in execution, which we've expressed before, but with primary message of dragons good, without meaning highlighting animal conservation through dragons. This could have been quite effective. There has been a few moments throughout the franchise that complement this analogy. You know, the dragon hunters could be like animal poachers in real life. The hidden world could even be viewed as like a nature reserve. The themes suggested in this show could very easily be an expansion on that, especially with the environmental stuff. That's such a big aspect of animal conservation and very important for animals themselves and the state of the planet, even for us. And this is partly why I have this extra level of disappointment, because this is something that I am quite passionate about. Arguably, my interest in animals and the environment and stuff like that is all stemmed from How to Train Dragon to begin with. But for the show just to completely flop in this aspect is quite depressing to see. And they were so close too. They could have so easily made Sledkin dig up a bunch of Dragonzite and have massive amount of machinery all for the corporation. They could even dive into the nuances of greenwashing, because on the base they have a lot of green energy, but as it's just one person's selfish greed, it really impacts the final message they go with. Episode 5, Ragnarok Part 1. The external pressure of resolving the Jormungandr situation has escalated, with the parents coming to the conclusion that if the dragon comes to the surface and wreaks havoc on the station, they would have to shut it down and evacuate. So yeah, good for setting up those stakes for the last couple of episodes. Also, suddenly Alex gets a notification of the nightlights being attacked, so the Dragon Riders go and see if they're okay, which they're not. Oh no. Tom figures the World Serpent will come back to finish them off, so he decides to set up a trap for him, which is building a cage out of Gronkle iron in the Nightlight's home. Yeah, as well as destroying that family's home, it's not even 100% confirmed that he'll come back. He's going off of a hunch from a piss poor motivation.
Why is the Serpent doing this? What does he want?
Ragnarok.
Part 3 on Why the World Serpent... That makes no sense. Why would a dragon in this franchise want to end their home and the stuff around them? The dragon would also die? And again, these dragons are treated as animals as well? Not some child of Loki twisting their villainous mustache to trick the protagonists from their nefarious deeds. Because lo and behold, at the end of the episode, it turns out that the dragon had those nightlights to trick those riders, so we can go after the gem in the God's realm.
Child of Loki.
What the fuck? As well as being completely contrived, it's also against this franchise's theming.
Good dragons, under the control of bad people, do bad things.
It's always been people bad. Even in the first movie when Hiccup murked a dragon, the dragon was just defending its home. The fault was very much still on Stoic. Throughout the TV shows there's been beefs with dragons, but they've always acted realistically, or at least have some form of redemption or newfound understanding. Even in this show, for the most part, whenever there's a conflict with a dragon, there's always been a good enough excuse for it. The weakest one definitely being the Skrull. And even as a dragon that supposedly wants to cause Ragnarok, it's really not that destructive either. Literally the two previous dragons, the Sky Torture and the Fault Ripper, is far more devastating. This dude just has bad breath. Oh, and it gets even more rich. So in this dragon is the basis of the Norse myth in the How to Train Dragon universe. And in Ragnarok, Jormungandr likes to fight another god, and that god is supposedly Thor. And do you know what Thor's the god of?
Thor is the god of thunder.
This dragon and this dragon are prophesized to fight.
That's just a coincidence. I named him Thunder.
I know, but what if the prophecy of Ragnarok can't be stopped?
So going back to the building the cage thing, in order to do that, they need to create Gronkle iron, they need to get the resources and the Gronkles to do so. So the episode splits with Tom and June going after the materials, the Angelo just staying in the nightlights, but he screen time this episode, so, he's completely forgotten about. And there's a little sub thing between Eugene and Alex. I mean, throughout the show, there's been a little bit of spark between them, and they're making it a bit more explicit in this episode, especially in the beginning. But I don't know what the habit of these creators are, but every time there's a relationship forming or gets a little bit deeper, they always have to have a stupid argument, which happens in this episode. I have to admit, I can't even remember what sparked the argument to begin with. Alex had a mood, I guess. Eugene and Alex just don't vibe at all with this episode. I get that they're trying to make conflict so at the end they come together closer.
I'm worried about missing Feathers, but I'm also sad about losing you as a friend.
This is odd coming from Alex, as she's the one person who speaks her mind, but it's quite dissatisfying when the initial argument was just contrived to begin with and over stupid stuff.
You said it's so easy for you to make friends, so make friends with them.
B, it always has to be an argument. I know it's a toxic trait that exists, but do we have to have it in both romantic subplots? So onto the June and Tom stuff. We actually don't get any boring relationship drama, which is nice. It's just Tom questioning his heritage. I'll get into that later. But also we solidified Tom's arc. He goes from caring about dragons to not giving two shits.
Maybe we should relocate the caster somewhere safe.
We can't. We don't have time to relocate a glass caster.
What a good character arc for a show about dragons. They try to justify his decision by giving a logical reason to it.
The glass caster isn't in immediate danger, and if we don't succeed, nowhere will be safe.
Which doesn't work, as Tom literally goes out of his way to be completely reckless in saving a dragon's life. I really don't think this was intended to be a character arc-y moment, because Tom's recklessness never gets highlighted in relation to saving a dragon's life. Oh, and even after this, he's stupidly reckless like before. But whatever, they get the resources, they even come across the Sky Torture. It's just a little obstacle in the way, it doesn't do anything. The Sky Torture should have so got killed by the Jormungandr. Oh, there is a tiny bit where they go to the forge and don't see Buzzsaw at his camp. I mean, it's just acknowledging that he's got off somewhere and hinting that he's changing. But, you know, happening all off screen is always great storytelling. Also, there was another bit with Thunder, with him controlling the Vine Tails that were being very aggressive towards Tom and June. So now he's leading other smaller dragons. Cool. Episode 6, Ragnarok Part 2. After learning that Jormungandr is actually in the God's Realm, Tom and Thunder zoom off and smacks into him, with the snake falling to the left despite being hit from there, and the right tooth breaking. Logic? Not only does Tom hurt Thunder in this moment.
Oh, Thunder seems okay.
I'm calling bullshit. But also this was enough to discourage the World Serpent from doing his quote-unquote motivation. I think we just solved the issue. All together now. All the dragons ram into it. Out of ideas, Tom is sulking in the Nightlight's cave, pondering over his ancestors' stuff. So, since like season 6, Tom has been trying to live up to Hiccup's name, and doing everything within his power to be like him. That in itself is fine, as the arc should end with him realising that trying to live up to an idealised version of someone is a fruitless endeavour to discover who he truly is.
Maybe you were never meant to be Hiccup because you're Astrid.
I'm sorry, what? What do you mean he's Astrid? Bro's nothing like her. He goes from idolizing one corpse to another. This doesn't solve his arc. This only encourages further character regression. June in this moment is encouraging Tom to take action, but through using steel.
She didn't get her point across with ideas, she used her steel.
Screw any other passive or peaceful solutions to the conflict. Beat the motherfucker up. Which in Astrid's case is very appropriate because it's channeled through fighting dragon hunters. But in Tom's case, it's against a dragon! Apparently this gives him enough inspiration to take on the World Serpent one more time. Tom, Thunder and the Elder Light Fury fight the dragon first. Wait, that's what the alpha mode looks like? It doesn't look nothing like the films. They just turned a glowing effect on. Looks garbage. But now we have the classic big team up moment where all the dragon riders are bringing all the other dragons across the Nine Realms to fight against the World Serpent. Why is there only like 2 extras? I mean, I get low budget show. You can't have like a bajillion models on screen at once. But this is drastically less than Race to the Edges moment. Whatever. Pathetic fight ensues and the Elder gets struck by fire, leading him to, I guess, getting conked out and passing on the torch. But I was surprised the fire did this much damage. I'll understand a little bit of reduction in endurance, but dragons are supposed to be fireproof. Remove the fact that this is just boring, stereotypical, elder dying so the young generation can take over. This is also completing Thunder's arc, with the Elder transferring the alpha mode to him. Once more, for good old time's sake, they ruin a character progression. Throughout the second half of this series, Thunder's been learning to communicate and command other dragons, starting off with the friend group and then going on to smaller dragons later on. But no, screw all that development. Get the torch passed on to you, and you have the magical ability to control the Fault Ripper and the Sky Torture. So they were setting it up as if there was going to be a conflict between the bigger species of dragons, but just no, we had time spent with the other dragons. The torch being passed down doesn't feel earned, it sort of just happens because it's Grandpa's time to go. But if this was intended this entire time, why don't we have any moments between them, showing that he's proving his worth to take on this responsibility? They really run out of time, huh? But they carry on the onslaught until the dragon leaves to the Ice Realm, where we see Buzzsaw come flying in on Jack, smacking the World Serpent once, and being left to look after a Gembreaker. Yes, that's it. He does two good things and everyone proceeds to fuck off. He doesn't even join in on the fight. Okay, so now the world serpent is on the surface, which is uh-oh stinky, because if this dragon attacks the Icarus station, it has to shut down. So the dragon riders fight it and defeat it. And then that's sort of just it. There's not even a conclusion to the main conflict. The dragon gets knocked out and that's it. Is the dragon dead? Did they put it back into the cage? We don't know. We don't actually finalize Tom's arc. Like, what is he going to be doing differently now he knows that he's more like quote-unquote Astrid? Will he learn from the mistakes of his ancestors? Or continue on with their tradition? So far, we learned that it's just acceptable to beat up a dragon. I mean, if they're going to absolutely deteriorate a previous character, at the very minimum, make it a positive for the new characters. But they just don't. Tom could have reflected on Hiccup's decision to lock away the World Serpent as a bad one. Not only does locking him away just postpone the issue it serves, and morally it's very fucked, but it leads Tom to making his own decisions and find his own sense of morality. Oh yeah, and do away with trying to live up to this, in his perspective, arbitrary legacy, because it's kind of a shitty message. To be honest, I don't really like the quote-unquote better story arc, but at least it's a little bit better than what we actually got. Because as it stands, I don't think I've ever seen such a massive character regression like this one. This boy goes from being reckless and immature but deeply cares about animals and dragons, but having the tendencies of trying to solve things on his own, to having the tendencies of solving the things on his own, hurting all the dragons around him, still as immature and as reckless as before, and going out with a massive bitch! Because by the end of the episode, they are back together again. Yay! And they share a kiss. You know, in cartoons, any LGBTQ plus characters, when they share a kiss, it all gets edited out abroad in countries where it's less accepted. This is the one re-edit I'll be absolutely cool with. It's also frustrating because the parents do absolutely nothing. I even think in some of the original concepts of the storyboards, the parents were intended to do stuff, which would have been so much better, at least involve them in something for once. Especially with Chief Baker. As a guy who's head of security and very much know about the threat of the World Serpent, he's just standing idly by and let the children do all the work.
Son, you can't argue with yellow police tape.
This last enemy's been absolute garbage. Its concept bad, design bad, motivation bad, and ending bad. And here is the completed tier list. I guess a pathetic villain and ending very much suits this show. So, the ending message that they leave the show on, of course, is just going to be a complete rehash of the third movie. Humans and dragons aren't yet compatible.
Is he saying what I think he's saying?
Wait, what are the dragons doing?
Because dragons figured out what we've known from the start. The world can't be trusted to know about them.
How are the dragons instigating this? The creators continue to fumble now? All they had to do was copy the third movie! They even said halfway through the episode that the parents were going to shut the Icarus station down because Jormungandr attacked it! The base is too far damaged, so the people should be instigating this! And apparently the reason why nobody's going to be sharing the information about the dragons is because there's too many people like Sledkin out there. I'm so glad that every single person on that base has simultaneously agreed upon this decision. And the reasoning as well falls completely flat on its face. Because out of the dozens of adults who know, two of them were scummy. One of them even got redeemed. So it was one person. I would understand this if this was like the whole company that was being scummy towards the dragons. But it was one rock-obsessed lady who didn't give two shits about the dragons. And this is another bad message, because there's one bad individual out there. Screw any other positive effects it could create. One bad individual is the exception, not the rule. What about all the people that tried to do good by the dragons? Because there's far more of them. The reason why it works in the third movie is because the entire world is against dragons. There are warlords from many nations fighting against the dragons. They are seen as a threat in the world. They are constantly exploited, hurt, or even killed. In this, nobody cares, other than for their own selfish greed. The exploitation angle could work, but nobody exploits the dragons. And they just leave them there. You know, there's many accesses to the hidden world, so people can still stumble upon it eventually. Why not more dragons coming out the fissure? Oh no, because Thunder's the king of dragons and contain them all underneath there. Yes, that's totally how that works. The Elder totally wasn't ignored as the king of dragons has stopped the snow wraiths from attacking, or stopped your Mangander, or stop the Typhoomerans from escaping, or the countless other dragons leaving the fissure. Good job at keeping the secret safe. What about Buzzsaw? He's still down there. I guess he has full reigns with the dragons. What if he decides to become rich again? Whatever. Also useless Linda as well. We just never see her again after episode 4. I think also the worst thing about this is that it's just a full narrative loop. There is no point to this show. These kids enter and learn about the dragons. These kids leave and no one is none the wiser. I can't even say that they're grown as people because their arcs are just awful. As you know, Tom's is an utter disaster. June's ended up being completely pointless and turned into torture. Admittedly, D'Angelo has the best sort of arc, but the best part was at the end of the show. The first half was fairly pointless, and Eugene and Alex have been forgotten for the most part. They had their moments when they were first introduced, but swiftly was forgotten about, and forced into a slightly more subtle romantic subplot right at the end. And the show's ending with no consequences on anything, and they so could have done that. This isn't the case of Race to the Edge where it's a mid-series thing, so they have to tie it in with the films. This is years and years later. But we're at the end now. All the kids are saying goodbye to each other. Tom and June are still going to be a thing because their parents are working together. Ooh, lucky them. I actually quite like the ending credits. It's the concept art of what the kids are doing later, with Alex and Eugene being a thing, D'Angelo being a veterinarian, the group still hanging out together, and apparently the dragons having babies. I do find it funny that the ending is literally Tom crashing the helicopter. Like everyone else, that was the first joke that came to my head. As I've been beaten to the punch, I'm gonna have to come up with something different.
Alright, pull back to go up, right?
Honestly, after 10 months of editing this video, I feel like I should have a lot more of a profound thing to say at the end of this. But my mind just keeps on coming back to, I'm just disappointed, but not surprised or shocked. From the very instance of seeing the very first trailer, we knew exactly what this company was doing. But I even have to admit, in some cases, it went even worse than I was anticipating. But to be honest, I kind of just want to move it all in the past. There has been some positives from this. I feel like I've grown as a content creator. My media analysis has definitely improved over the course of making these reviews, hence why I completely remade the intro in season 1. And I kind of wish I had this giant symbolic ending to finish this off with, but honestly, I just want to end with a thank you. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for enabling me to work on a project like this for 10 months. By everyone else watching all my other videos, I plan on focusing more harder on them, and I definitely plan on making some big fun projects in the future. Similar if not smaller scale project size as this. I don't think I'll ever be making a 5-hour long video again, but at least it won't be as grueling because it'll be on something a lot more positive. The next big project will be the How to Train Dragon review, which will be a very special one. If you wish, you could become a Patreon or a member. You'll be able to get early access when they are done, behind the scene details, and even giant portions of the completed video months and months early. And the money will be going directly onto the channel and it would help out a lot. I also want to say thank you to the numerous amount of people who cameoed in this video. It was a lot of fun incorporating all this, and the various people allowing me to use the music that I have used in this video. All the credit was on the screen and in the description if you want to go and check them out. I highly suggest you do so, because some of these pieces are amazing. And I will see you all later. TTFN, ta-ta for now.
I have Please forgive my...
You
have Orca, please.
Yeah! I unironically do have that.
Orca, please shush while I'm praying. Orca, I'm trying to pray.
I need to shrine for myself. I need a brain to tank. All I've seen all year is Nine Realm. I need a bit of mercy in my life.